Canto 4, The Creation of the Fourth Order, the Lord's Protection. Chapter 1, Genealogical Table of the Daughters of Manu. Sri Maitreya said, Svayambhuva Manu begot in his wife Shatarupa 2 sons, as also 3 daughters named Akuti, Devahuti and Prasuti. As you know, despite the fact that Akuti had brothers, she was handed over to the great sage Rusi on the condition that the king would get the resultant son. This was settled with the support of religious rites and the consent of his wife. Rusi, the most powerful great sage who was entrusted with the procreation, begot, in his supreme concentration, a pair of children with her who were of the greatest spiritual and Brahminical strength. The male child of the 2, Yajna, the one of sacrifice, was a direct personification of Vishnu, while the other female child Dakshina was his inseparable plenary portion, the goddess of fortune Lakshmi. The very powerful son the daughter gave birth to was taken to the home of the most happy Svayambhuva Manu, while Dakshina was kept by Rusi. The lord and master of all sacrifice married her who always longed for him. She most happy to have him for her husband, who himself was also most pleased with her, thereupon gave birth to 12 sons. The 12 were, Toshor, Pratashor, Santoshor, Badra, Santi, Idaspati, Ima, Kavi, Vibhu, Svana, Sudava and Rokana. In the period of Svayambhuva Manu they were known as the Tushita demigods. Marici headed the sages then, and Yajna was the king of the demigods Indra. The 2 sons of Manu, Pryavarata and Utanapada, were in that period the greatest of all kings, and their sons, grandsons, great-grandsons and their offspring followed in his footsteps during that period of Manu. Dear Vidura, about Svayambhuva handing over his daughter to Kardama, you have heard me speak extensively. The great personality Svayambhuva gave Prasuti to Daksha, the son of Brahma, whose offspring spread enormously over the 3 worlds. I told you already about the 9 daughters of Kardama who became the wives of the 9 great sages. Now hear from me my description of the generations stemming from them. The daughter of Kardama, the wife of Marici, also named Kala, gave birth to Kasyapa and to Purnima, whose children spread all over the world. Purnima got sons named Virua, Vishvaga, O Conqueror, and a daughter named Devakulya, who became the water that washed from the Lord's lotus feet and later constituted the heavenly river the Ganges. The wife of a tree Muni, named Anasuya, gave birth to 3 very famous sons, Dattatreya, Durvasa and Soma the moon god, who are partial incarnations of respectively the Supersoul Vishnu, Lord Shiva and Lord Brahma. Vidura said, O spiritual master, tell me how in the house of Itri the chief demigods responsible for maintenance, creation and destruction, could appear with a desire to do something. Maitreya said, being inspired by Lord Brahma to procreate, Atri, the chief of the scholars of spiritual knowledge, together with his wife went to the great mountain named Rickshaw to stay there for austerities. In the forest there were many azoka and palasa trees and flowers, with everywhere the sound of the flowing waters of the river the Nirvindaya. Controlling the mind by regulating his breath, the sage remained there for 100 years, subsisting on air while standing on the one leg of non-duality. He thought, by taking shelter of him I surrendered myself to him. May he who is the master of the universe give me a son like himself. Issuing from the head of the sage there was a fire being fueled by his breath control, that, while practicing his austerities, was noticed by the 3 principal gods of the 3 worlds. Together with the Apsaras, the Munis, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the Vidyadharas and Nagas, they came to the hermitage of him who thus gained renown. When he saw all these demigods and great personalities appear at the same moment, the mind of the sage, who had awakened on his one leg, lightened up. Recognizing the symbols of their personal paraphernalia, drum, Kusagrass and Discus, as also the bull, the swan and the bird Garuda they sat upon. He with folded hands fell down prostrating before them to offer his obeisances. Dazzled by the glaring effulgence of their smiling faces and their merciful satisfied glances, the sage closed his eyes. Absorbed by that vision, he ecstatically expressed his prayers before those who are most appreciated in all the worlds. Atri said, "Let me bow before you, O Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu, O you who, as you always do in the different millennia, have accepted your bodies according to the division of the modes of nature, for the sake of the creation, destruction and maintenance of the universe. Whom of you did I actually call for? Be as merciful to please explain to me, so full of serious doubt, how it can be that you, despite being far elevated above the minds of the embodied souls, all have appeared here, with me having fixed my mind on the one great Lord of all fortune for the sake of begetting a child." Maitreya said, "O Mighty One, after thus having heard the words of the great sage, all the three chief demigods smiled at him and replied with gentle voices. The god said, 'It shall be done as you decided, and not otherwise.' To you who never lost your resolve, dear Brahmin, we are all the one and same person you are meditating on. Therefore our plenary expansions, the sons to be born to you, will be very famous in the world, dear sage, and spread your glory to your great fortune." The chief demigods, who perfectly being worshipped thus had offered the desired benediction, then, with the couple looking on, returned to their places. Soma appeared as a partial expansion of Lord Brahma, Dattatreya as a very powerful yogi of Lord Vishnu, and Durvasa as a partial expansion of Shankara Shiva. Hear now about the generations that appeared from Angira. Srida, the wife of Angira, gave birth to the four daughters Sinavali, Ku, Raku and Anumati. Next to them he begot two sons who were very famous in the millennium of Svarosisha Manu, the second Manu after Svayambhuva. They were the mighty Utatha and Brihaspati, the foremost knower of the absolute truth. Pulastya begot in his wife Havirbu, Agastya, who in his next birth would be Dharani of the digestive fire, and Vishrava, who was great in austerity. The demigod Kuvara, the king of the Yakshas, his supernatural attendants, appeared from Vishrava. He was born from Idavida, while the sons Ravana, Kumbhakarna and Vibhishana were born from another wife named Kasini. Gati, the wife of Pulaha, O devoted one, gave birth to three chaste sons, Kamasrestha, Varayan and Satishan, who knew all about karma and were very respectable and tolerant. Kriya, the wife of sage Kratu, gave birth to 60,000 sages who lived in accord with the Valakalya Rig Veda verses about retired life. They most brilliantly excelled in the Brahminical perspective. From Urja, also called Arundhati, Citraketu was begotten by the sage Vasishtha, O great soul. He appeared as the first of 7 sons who were all great and pure sages of Brahman, the absolute truth. They were Citraketu, Surosi, Virua, Mitra, Albana, Vasabhridyana and Deuman. Born from another wife of his, there were also Sakti and other sons. Also Siti, also known as Santi, the wife of Athava, gave fully dedicated to the Dadanka vow, the vow of meditation, birth to a son who was called Asvasira. Now hear about the generation begotten by Bhrigu. Bhrigu, most fortunately, begot in his wife Kirti, the sons Datta and Vata and a daughter named Shri, who was very devoted to the Lord. To these 2 sons were given in marriage Ayati and Nati, 2 daughters of sage Meru, from whom appeared Mrikanda as also Prana. Markandeya Muni was born from the seed of Mrikanda, and from Prana the great sage Vedasira appeared, whose greatly powerful son named Kavi Bhagava was also known as Ushana or Shakrakarya. O Vidura, I have spoken to you about how, from the offspring of sage Kardama, All the great sages with their descendants populated the three worlds with the grandsons born to them. With faith, hearing about this is the best way to drive away immediately all sins. Prasuti, a daughter of Manu, married the son of Brahma called Daksha. With her Daksha begot 16 lotus-eyed daughters. 13 were given in marriage to Dharma and 1 was given to Agni. 1 daughter he gave to the combined forefathers and 1 he gave to Lord Shiva, the deliverer of the sinners. Srida, Maitri, Daya, Santi, Tushthi, Pushthi, Kriya, Annati, Buddhi, Meda, Titikshur, Priya and Murti are the names of the daughters of Daksha who were given to Dharma. Shrida gave birth to Shubha, Maitri got Prasada, Daya got Abhaya, Santi got Sukha, Tushthi got Muda, Pushthi got Smaya, Kriya got Yoga, Annati got Darpa, Buddhi got Artha, Meda got Smriti, Titikshur got Kshema and Hare got Prastraya. Murti, a reservoir of all good qualities, gave birth to the 2 sages Nara and Narayana. The appearance of the both of them gladdened the universe and filled everyone's mind with peace. In all directions the rivers, mountains and the atmosphere became pleasant. The demigods, Brahma and the others, all full of respect offered prayers. From the heavens musical instruments sounded, flowers were showered from the sky. The sages satisfied chanted Vedic hymns, the Gandharvas and Kinnaras began to sing, the heavenly damsels danced and thus all signs of good fortune were seen. The god said, "Our obeisances unto the Supreme Original Personality who by his external energy created the variety of everything existing that resides in him the way masses of clouds are found in the sky. In him who today has appeared in the house of Dharma in the form of these sages, may he, whom we know on the basis of the Vedas and who, in order to put an end to the misfortune of the created world, from the mode of goodness brought about the lives of us, the demigods, bestow upon us his merciful glance that supersedes the spotless lotus known as the home of the goddess of fortune." O Vidura, after thus having been praised by the assembled demigods who found the mercy of his glance, the Supreme Lord left for Gandhamadana hill. These 2 Narayana Pashalamsa incarnations of the Supreme Lord Hari have now, for mitigating the burden of the world, appeared here in the form of the 2 of Krishna and Arjuna who are the most eminent souls of the Kuru and Yadu dynasty. Svaha, the daughter of Daksha and the wife of the fire god Agni, produced 3 sons, Pavaka, Pavamana and Shusi who feed on the oblations of the sacrifice. They in their turn produced 45 fire gods, so that, taken together, there are 49 of them, including the fathers and the grandfather. They constitute the names of the 49 fires in which the knowers of Brahman offer their oblations Ishthis for Agni during Vedic ceremonies. The forefathers are the Agnishvatas, Bahishadas, Saumyas and Ajyapas. They are approached with libations of water in combination with or without fire, and Svada, Daksha's daughter, is their wife. They gave her 2 daughters, Vayuna and Darini, who both were expert in the knowledge and the transcendental wisdom of the impersonal path of Brahman. The wife of Bhava, a name of Shiva named Sati, served the demigod faithfully, but could not give birth to a child with her qualities and character. That was because her father Daksa in anger had behaved unfavorably towards the faultless one Shiva, so that she had to give up her body in the connectedness of yoga before she attained maturity. Chapter 2, Daksha curses Lord Shiva. Vidura said, "Why exhibited Daksha enmity towards Lord Shiva, the best among all gentle souls, while he neglected his daughter Sati whom he cared so much about? How could he hate him who is the spiritual master of the entire world and who, being satisfied within with a peaceful personality and free from enmity, is the greatest demigod of the universe?" Sati gave up the life that is so difficult to give up. "So please tell me the reason why, O Brahmin, the father-in-law and son-in-law quarreled? Maitreya said, once in the past at a sacrifice held by the ruler of creation, the Prajapati, all the immortal ones of creation, the great sages along with the philosophers, the demigods and the gods of the sacrificial fire together with all their followers had assembled. When Daksha arrived at that great assembly, the sages could see him as someone who, free from the darkness of ignorance, shone like the sun. The members of the assembly along with those taking care of the fire, impressed by his luster, all stood up from their seats, with the exception of Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva. Daksha, the great lord, who was probably welcomed by the leaders of the assembly, made his obeisances towards the one unborn Brahma, the master of the world, and sat down upon his order. Before he took his seat though, he felt insulted by Lord Shiva, who showed no sign of respect. He lost his temper and with an angry look in his eyes said the following: "Listen to me, O wise among the Brahmins, O godly souls and fire gods, as I speak to you about the manners of the gentle-minded, and this I do not out of ignorance or jealousy. Shiva, lacking in manners, has shamelessly spoiled the fame of the rulers of the universe and polluted the path of proper conduct. Acting like an honest man, he as a son of mine has accepted to be of a lower position by taking the hand of my daughter in the presence of fire and Brahmins. Accepting the hand of her who has eyes like that of a deer cub and himself having the eyes of a monkey. He has not, as it should, honored me with a word of welcome, and by standing up from his seat. Contrary to what I want, I gave my daughter to someone with no respect for the rules and regulations, to someone who impure and proud has broken with the code of conduct, as if I gave the message of the Vedas to a Sudra. In the company of ghosts and demons he wanders around at the burial places where corpses are burned and laughs and cries like a madman, with scattered hair smearing himself with the ashes of the funeral pyre. He has a garland of skulls and is ornamented with dead man's bones. He is only in name Shiva or auspicious. He is in fact inauspicious, crazy and dear to the crazy. He is their leader and lord, engrossed in the mode of ignorance. To him, the lord of the ghosts, void of all cleanliness, with a heart full of awkward matters, I, alas, upon the request of the supreme teacher Brahma, have given away Sati. Maitreya said, thus having abused Shiva, who remained without hostility, Daksha next rinsed his hands and mouth with water and began to curse him angrily. The portion of the sacrifice to God that the demigods along with Indra, Upendra the younger brother of Indra and others are entitled to, is the not for the lowest of the demigods. Even though the members of the assembly urged him not to, Daksha, having cursed Shiva, left the place and went home, O Vidura, for he had gotten very angry. Understanding that Lord Shiva had been cursed, one of his principal associates, Nandasvara, turned red. Blind with anger, he harshly condemned Daksha and the Brahmins who had allowed the cursing to take place. May he who in the physical presence of him, the non-envious Lord Shiva, bears envy and thus is stupefied by a dual vision, lose all his grip on reality. He who is attracted to a householder's life of pretentious religiosity and in a desire for material happiness performs fruitive activities, will see his intelligence concerning the Vedic word fail. He who, with the intelligence of taking the body for oneself, has forgotten the knowledge of Vishnu and as an animal is attached to his sex life, let that excessive Daksha soon get the head of a goat. May those who follow Daksha in his insults and dulled in the ignorance of their fruitive activities have lost their intelligence and knowledge, time and again end up here in the ocean of material suffering. May those who are so envious with Lord Shiva and whose minds became slow because of the enchanting flowery words of the Vedas that are so pervaded with the scent of honey, forever be stupefied. Let those Brahmins who have taken to education, austerity and vows for the purpose of acquiring money and satisfying their physical senses, as beggars wander from door to door, eating whatever. When Bhrigu heard the words of this curse against the class of the twice-born, he in response pronounced an insurmountable curse following the Brahminical way of chastising. May anyone who takes a vow to please Lord Shiva and follows such principles, become an atheist straying away from the scriptural injunctions. May those who took initiation to worship Shiva and abandoning cleanliness, foolishly have their hairs long, wear bones and are covered by ashes, find their destiny in intoxication. Because you Nandisvara, blaspheme the Vedas and the Brahmins who support the established rules of society, you have sought your refuge in atheism, in the Vedas, which in the past have always been rigidly followed for being the auspicious, eternal path for all people. One finds the evidence of Janardana the Lord as the well-wisher of all, blaspheming that supreme and pure spirit constituting the eternal path of the truthful souls. You are doomed to end up in atheism wherein the Lord of matter and death Shiva's beauty party is your deity. Maitreya said, after one thus had spoken about Shiva with the curse of Bhrigu, the Supreme One, somewhat downcast, left the place together with his followers. And so did the fathers of mankind for 1,000 years settle for the sacrifice, O great master, in which the chief of all gods is Hari, the Supreme Personality. After purifying their hearts by taking a ceremonial, concluding bath at the place where the Ganges meets the Yamuna, they all left from there to return to their own places. Chapter 3, The Talk Between Lord Shiva and Sati. Maitreya said, thus the heartily enmity that existed between the son-in-law and father-in-law, continued for a very long time. When Daksha by Brahma was appointed the chief of all the progenitors of mankind, the supreme teacher, he became very arrogant, neglecting Shiva and his followers. He, after first performing a Vajapaya sacrifice, the drink of strength or battle, began the best of all sacrifices called the Brihaspati Sava sacrifice, the initiatory sacrifice to the honor of the chief offerer of prayers and sacrifice. To that occasion all the God-conscious and learned souls of wisdom, the ancestors and the demigods including the nicely decorated wives who accompanied their husbands, came together. Sati, the daughter of Daksha and wife of Shiva, heard the denizens of heaven talk in the sky about the great festival to be performed by her father. When she thereupon near her residence from all sides saw the beautiful wives of the godly souls with glittering eyes, in nice dresses with golden earrings and ornaments around their necks, move about in their heavenly vehicles to go there together with their husbands, she highly anxious addressed her husband, the Lord and Master of the beauties, those in favor of matter and the dead. Sati said, your father-in-law, Daksha, has initiated a great sacrifice where all the God-conscious souls are going and where we surely thus also may go to, my dearest. If you like, I am sure that my sisters together with their husbands will also be going there, eager to see their relatives. I would like to attend that gathering together with you and all the ornaments given to me. Do you consent? I will meet my sisters there with their husbands as also my sweet aunts and my mother. I have been waiting for a long time to see them, including the sacrificial flags raised by the great sages. O merciful one! This manifestation of his external energy, that it was created as an interaction of the three modes, appears so wonderful to you, O unborn one. But I am just your poor woman, not conversant with the truth, who would like to see her place of birth, O Bhava Shiva as the Lord of existence. O never-born blue-throated one, all the other women, ornamented and with their husbands and friends, are flocking in large numbers going there, standing beautifully out against the sky with their white swans that carry them high. How can I as a daughter be emotionally unaffected, O best of the demigods, as I hear about the festival taking place in the house of my father? Even not being invited, one can go to the house of a friend, one's husband, one's father or one's spiritual master, is it not? Be therefore so kind to me, O immortal one, and fulfill my desire, O you honorable compassionate Lord with your unlimited vision. See me as the full other half of your body. Please be so gracious to consent to my request. The sage said, the deliverer from Mount Kailasa Lord Shiva, thus being addressed by his sweetheart, amiable to his relatives as he was, replied with a smile, as he remembered the heart-piercing, malicious words spoken by Daksha in the presence of the masters of creation. The great Lord said, what you said, my dear beauty, is perfectly true. One may, even uninvited, visit friends, provided they are not finding fault with you or, more important, when they are free from anger in being proud of their material achievements. Those who are arrogant, are blinded in their pride over the 6 qualities of pious education, austerity, wealth, beauty, youth and heritage. Not of respect for the glories of the great souls, they, to the contrary, get entangled in untruth and lose their sense of reality. One should not go to the house of relatives and friends who, in their suppositions, do not see things as they are and thus offer their guests a cold reception by regarding them with raised eyebrows and anger in their eyes. One is not hurt as much by the arrows of an enemy as one is aggrieved in the core of one's heart by the deceitful, harsh words of relatives, for such grief makes the one hurt suffer day and night. It is clear that you with your pretty face and good behavior are the darling of the daughters of the Prajapati Daksha, yet, you will, because of being connected to me, meet with pain because your father does not honor me. Someone upset with a burning heart is not directly capable of rising to merely the standard of the exemplary pious behavior of those whose minds are always turned to the original person, just as demons envious of the Lord cannot act piously. My dear young wife, to stand up and welcome one another with obeisances is a virtue of the wise who, with intelligence unto the Supreme, do so for the sake of the original person residing within the body and not for the person identified with the body. The pure consciousness known as Vasudeva, God's goodness, is revealed there within the heart because the person in that position is in goodness and is not covered by darkness. The Supreme Lord as such I always respect by the name of Vasudeva, the God of the soul, because he is the transcendence. We should therefore not go and see your father Daksha and his Vishvasrik followers present at the sacrifice, even though he gave you your body, O Sati. Remember that he with cruel words enviously has insulted me who was innocent. When you decide to go there ignoring my words, matters will not turn out good for you. The moment that you, being so most respectable, are insulted by your relative, that insult will be equal to dying on the spot. Chapter 4, Sati quits her body. Sri Maitreya said, after saying this much about the possible end of his wife's physical existence, Lord Shiva fell silent. Since she from Shiva understood that she had the choice between being anxious to see her relatives and being afraid to meet her relatives, she was in doubt whether she should go or not. Denied in her desire to see her relatives, she felt very sorry and shed tears in her affliction. Trembling, she angrily looked at her Bhava, the unequaled one, as if she wanted to burn him. Breathing heavily, she walked away from him, the saintly one so dear to her, to whom she out of love had given half of her body. Being upset because of the grief and anger in her heart, she, with her intelligence clouded by her female nature, left for the house of her father. Rapidly leaving on her own accord, Sati was quickly followed by the thousands of associates and yakshas of the three-eyed one Lord Shiva, who were headed by Maniman and Madha. Not afraid to leave Shiva behind, they had put the bull Nandi in front. Having placed her on the decorated bull, they took along her pet bird, ball, mirror, lotus flower, white umbrella, mosquito net, garlands and other stuff, being accompanied by the music of drums, conch shells and flutes. She thus entered the sacrificial arena where, with the help of sacrificial animals, pots, clay, wood, iron, gold, grass and skins to sit upon, and in the presence of the great sages and authorities, the sacrifice was performed all around, graced by the sounds of Vedic hymns. But when she arrived there she was, out of fear for the performer of the sacrifice Daksha, not respected by anyone with a welcome, except of course for her own sisters and mother, who embraced her with reverence, gladdened faces and throats choked by tears of affection. But Sati, not being welcomed by her father, did not respond to the reverence shown with the greetings of her sisters, mother and aunts, who with due respect properly informed her and offered her gifts and a seat. Realizing that her father, with no oblations for Shiva, out of contempt for the Godhead, had not invited the Mighty One for the assembly of the sacrifice, Sati got very angry with a furious look, as if she wanted to burn the 14 worlds with her eyes. The goddess, next for everyone present to hear, began to condemn with words filled with anger the opponents of Shiva, who were so proud of their troublesome sacrifices, meanwhile ordering his beauties to hold back, who stood prepared to attack. The goddess said, "No one in this world is his Shiva's rival, his enemy, or particularly dear to him. Who else but you, O Father, would be envious of him? He, the most beloved being in the universe, who is free from all enmity. Unlike you, O twice-born one, he does not find fault in the qualities of those who seek the truth. He rather promotes any little good he finds in others. And now you are finding fault with him, the greatest of all persons. It is not very surprising, this constant deriding of glorious persons by those who take the transient body for the true self. It is an ugly evil to be envious with great personalities, examples by the dust of whose feet one, to one's fortune, sees one's fire-tempered persons who only once from their heart pronounce the 2 syllables of his name, see their sinful activities immediately defeated. That Shiva, whose order is never neglected and who is of an impeccable renown, you now strangely envy. Engaged at his lotus feet, the higher personalities exercise their bee-like minds, aspiring the nectar of transcendental bliss, while he for the common man is the one sought for, fulfilling all desires. That you, of all people, now have to be against him, the friend of all living entities in all the 3 worlds. Do you really think that others than you, like Brahma and his Brahmins, are not familiar with the inauspicious call of him who is associated with the demons, and who, with his scattered, matted hair, is garlanded with skulls and is smeared with the ashes of the crematorium? Yet they take on their heads the flowers that fell from the feet of him who is called Shiva or auspicious. When one is confronted with people who irresponsibly blaspheme the controller of the religion, one should block one's ears and walk away, if nothing else can be done. But if one can do something, one should by force cut out the tongue of the vilifying blasphemer and next give up one's life. That is the way to deal with such matters. Therefore I shall no longer bear this body I received from you who blasphemed Shiva with a dark neck. To purify oneself from mistakenly having eaten poisonous food, it is best to vomit. So one says. Elevated transcendentalists who enjoy their lives do not always follow the rules and regulations of the Vedas. The ways of the gods differ from those of man. Therefore a man should not criticize another man like Shiva by the standard of his own unique sense of duty. In truth, the Vedas distinguish between activities performed in attachment and activities performed in detachment, pravritti and nivritti dharma. On the basis of these 2 characteristics of dharma, one therefore has 2 choices. To be of both at the same time is contradictory, and thus it can happen that none of these activities satisfies a transcendentalist. O Father, the ways we follow are not your ways. They are not recommended by those who, satisfied by the food of the sacrifice, follow the ritual path and thus get their fill. They constitute the path of the fully renounced souls who follow the non-manifest form of sacrificing. With your offenses against Shiva and denial of this body that was produced from your body, I say, enough is enough. I am ashamed to have taken this contemptible birth. What a shame it is to be related by birth to a bad person, to someone who is an offender of great personalities. Because of the family tie I have with you, it makes me very sad when my great Lord Shiva calls me daughter of Daksha. All my joy and smiles vanish immediately when he does so. Therefore I will give up this bag of bones that was produced from your body. Maitreya said, O annihilator of the enemy, speaking thus to Daksha in the arena of sacrifice. She sat down in silence on the ground with her face to the north. After touching water she, dressed in saffron garments, then closed her eyes to find absorption in the process of yoga. Balancing the inward and outward going breaths, she, the blameless one, in the control of her yogic posture, with intelligence directed her life air upward. She raised it gradually up from the navel chakra to the heart, from the heart to the windpipe, and from the throat to the place between her eyebrows. In her desire to give it up, because of her anger towards Daksha, she who time and again full of respect sat on the lap of the most worshipful one of all saints, thus by the exercise of her own will focused on the air and fire within her body. When she, meditating right there within her mind, saw nothing but the nectarian lotus feet of her husband, the supreme spiritual teacher of the universe, and was freed from all impurities, soon the body of Sati was ablaze because of the fire that originated from her absorption. From the side of those who witnessed it loudly, in the sky and on the earth reverberating, wondrous tumult originated. Alas, Sati, the beloved goddess of the most respectable demigod, has given up her life in anger about Daksha. Oh, just see the great soullessness of him. The Prajapati from whom all the generations sprang. Because of his disrespect she voluntarily gave up her body, she, his own daughter Sati, worthy of our repeated respect. He so hard-hearted and unworthy of the Brahminical status, will gain extensive ill fame in the world because he in his offences, as an enemy of Lord Shiva, could not prevent his own daughter from preparing herself for death. While the people thus were talking among themselves after having witnessed the wondrous death of Sati, the attendants of Shiva stood up with their weapons lifted in order to kill Daksha. But as soon as he saw them approaching, Bhrigu quickly offered oblations in the southern fire and recited hymns from the Yajurveda to ward off the destroyers of a sacrifice. From the oblations being offered by Bhrigu, the demigods named the Ribhus, who by dint of the moon Soma and by penance had achieved great strength, manifested by the thousands. All the ghosts and Gayakas, guardians of Shiva, were attacked by them with pieces of firewood from the fire. Thus being haunted by the glow of sheer Brahminical power, they fled in all directions. Chapter 5, Frustration of the Sacrifice of Daksha. Maitreya said, when Lord Shiva heard from Narada about the death of Sati because of the impudence shown by the Prajapati, and that the soldiers of his associates had been driven away by the Ribhus produced from Daksha's sacrificial fire, his anger knew no bounds. Angrily clenching his lips with his teeth, he snatched from a cluster of hair on his head one hair that blazed terribly like an electric fire. Briskly standing up, Rudra laughed with a deep sound and dashed the hair to the ground. Thereupon a great black man appeared with a sky-high body that had 1,000 arms upholding several kinds of weapons. He radiated as bright as 3 suns combined, had fearful teeth, a garland of skulls around his neck and hair on his head that looked like a burning fire. When he Virabhadra asked the great lord with folded hands, "What can I do for you, O Lord of the ghosts?" The Lord told him, "You as the chief of my associates, O Rudra, O expert in combat born from my body, go and put an end to Daksha and his sacrifice." Thus being ordered, he, as the anger of the god of the gods, circumambulated the mighty Shiva. Invested with the irresistible power of the mightiest one, he considered himself to be all-powerful. "My dear Vidura, and thus capable of coping with any force. With bangles on his ankles that made a loud sound and carrying a frightening trident that could even kill death, he with a loud roar hurried away, being followed by Shiva's soldiers roaring along with a tumultuous noise. At that moment the priests, Daksha the leader of the yajna and all the persons assembled, saw the darkness of a dust storm emerging from the north, whereupon the Brahmins and their wives began to speculate about where this dust came from. The winds do not blow, it cannot be plunderers since old King Bahi is still alive to punish them and the cows are not herded either, so where is this dust coming from? Does it mean that the world is about to end? The women of Daksha headed by Prasuti said most afraid, this now is the danger resulting from the sin of Daksha who, as Sati's lord and creator, has insulted his completely innocent daughter in the presence of her sisters. Or would it be he who, at the time of dissolution, dances with his weapons raised like flags in his hands and with the bunch of his hair scattered, while he pierces the rulers with his pointed trident and sends his loud laughter in all directions like a clap of thunder? How can there be happiness when one, being of Brahma, angers him, raises the fury of him who with an unbearable effulgence full of anger now darkens the luminaries with the terrible sight of his fearful teeth and the movement of his eyebrows? While the people of Daksha assembled at the sacrifice all were talking like this. They, looking around nervously, could observe everywhere and repeatedly the countless fearful omens in the sky and on the earth, as a result of the anger of the great lordship. Soon, O Vidura, the arena of the sacrifice was surrounded by the followers of Rudra who with all kinds of raised weapons were running all around with their short, blackish and yellowish, shark-like bodies and faces. Some pulled down the pillars of the pandal while others invaded the quarters of the women, the sacrificial arena, the residence of the priests and the place where one was cooking. Some shattered the pots used for the sacrifice, some extinguished the fires burning for the sacrifice, some tore down the boundary lines demarcating the arena and some urinated there. Others blocked the sages their way and some threatened the women and arrested the godly souls who sat nearby and fled. Maniman got hold of Bhrigu, Virabhadra the Great One caught Prajapati Daksha, Kandisa captured Pushkar and Nandisvara seized the demigod Bhaga. Suffering a hail of stones, all the priests, godly souls and other members of the sacrifice who saw all of this happening, utterly agonized, spread in all directions. Shiva's mighty appearance Virabhadra, in the midst of the assembly, tore off the moustache of Bhrigu who had held the sacrificial ladle for doing oblations, for he with his proud moustache had dared to laugh at Shiva. Bhaga's eyes were by the great warlord, who in great fury had thrust him to the ground, plucked out in the presence of the Vishvasriks, because he with the movement of his eyebrows had encouraged the cursing of Lord Shiva. Like Baladeva did with the king of Kalinga during the gambling match at the marriage ceremony of Anuruddha, he Virabhadra knocked out the teeth of Pushkar who had shown his teeth, as he smiled during the cursing of Shiva, but when he, with his foot on Daksha's chest with a sharp blade, tried to sever his head from his body, the three-eyed giant could not get it done. Nor with weapons, nor with the help of mantras being able to even scratch his skin, Virabhadra was struck with wonder and had to think deeply. Then he spotted the device used for killing the sacrificial animals and managed therewith to sever the head from the body of Daksha, the lord ruling the sacrifice, who now was an animal of sacrifice himself. All the Bhutas, Pretas and Pisakas of Shiva joyfully cheered the very moment they saw him doing that, while the followers of Daksha suffered the opposite. Out of his great anger with Daksha, Virabhadra threw the head as an oblation in the southern sacrificial fire and set ablaze all the arrangements for the sacrifice of the godly souls. Then they departed for their master's abode where the Gayakas reside or Kailasa. Chapter 6 Brahma satisfies Lord Shiva. Maitreya said, after all the demigods by the soldiers of Rudra were defeated with tridents, spears, swords, bludgeons and hammers, they, wounded all over their bodies, together with all the priests and other members of the assembly in great fear offered Lord Brahma their obeisances and reported the events to him in detail. Knowing beforehand of the certainty of these events, the Lord born from the lotus flower Brahma and Narayana, the super-soul of the entire universe Vishnu, had not attended Daksha's sacrifice. Hearing what had happened, Lord Brahma said, a great personality has been offended, and that is, given the wish to live in peace, generally not conducive for well-being. Despite having committed these offenses in denying Lord Shiva his share of the offerings, you will all quickly find his mercy when you, without any mental reservations, satisfy him by taking shelter of his lotus feet. Do not think you can continue with the sacrifice without forthwith begging for the pardon of the God of all worlds and their controllers you have angered. Being deprived of his wife, his heart was most upset by the unkind words spoken to him. Neither I, nor Indra, nor all of you and others who have a material body, nor even the sages who know the real extent of his strength and power, have an inkling of what it means to dare a thing like that with him who relies on the soul only. After thus having instructed the godly souls, Lord Brahma went away. Within his wake the forefathers and the leaders of the people whom he took from his own place to the abode of Lord Shiva, Kailasa, the best of all mountains that is so dear to the Master. The place, enjoyed by Kinnaras, Gandharvas, and Apsaras, the residents and singers of heaven and their wives, is populated by the perfected ones or siddhas who differ from other people or are gifted by birth, by austerity, by their use of herbs or by practicing mantras in yoga. The mountain range, home to a diversity of deer, is replete with all kinds of precious stones and minerals and is grown by trees, creepers and a diversity of other plants. The mountain peaks with their crystal clear waterfalls have various caves pleasing to the wives of the mystics who sport there with their husbands, resounding with the cries of peacocks and the humming of bees mad about the nectar. There is the continuous song of cuckoos and chirping of other birds. By the elephants moving around, the mountain itself seems to be moving. By the sounds of the waterfalls the mountain itself seems to resound, and by the trees that yield to all desires the mountain seems to be stretching its arms calling for the birds. The mountain is further beautified by Mandara, Parijata, Sarala, pine, and Tamala trees, Sala and Tala, Kovayadara, Asana and Arjuna trees, Kutas, Mango, Kadamas, Tulai Kadamas and Nagas, Punagas and Kampakas, and one also sees the trees like Path Alas, Azokas, Bakulas, Kundas and Kurabakas. It is also adorned with golden-colored lotuses, the cinnamon tree and the Malati, Kubba, Malaku and Madhavi, with Kata, jackfruit, Julara and banyan trees, Plakshas, Niagaradas and trees producing asafoetida. There are also betel nut trees, pugas, rajapugas and jambas, blackberries and greenery alike, offering a variety of trees like khajuras, amratakas, amras and such, and others like prayulas, madhukas and ingadas. It is further enriched with Venu kikaka and kikaka, different sorts of bamboo, Kumuda, Utpala, Kalara and Sitapatra lotuses cover the lakes of the forests that, filled with the sweet whispers of flocks of birds, harbor deer, monkeys, boars, cats, bears, sauliakas, forest cows and asses, tigers, smaller deer and buffaloes and such. It is enjoyed by different types of deer like the Karnantras, Ikapadas, Asvasyas, Vrikas and Kasturis, and has groups of banana trees near the sandy banks of the beautiful hillside lakes filled with lotuses. The devoted souls saw the waters of Lake Alakananda still carrying the flavor of Sati who bathed there, and they were struck with wonder about that mountain of the Lord of Ghosts. There at Alaka, uncommonly beautiful, they saw the region with the forest named Sagandaka full of fragrance, that carried that name because of the species of lotus flowers one finds there. The two rivers, the Nanda and Alakananda, flowing close to the abode of the Master, were supremely sanctified because of the dust of the lotus feet. Dear Oda, in these two rivers the celestial damsels descended from their dwellings to play there after making love to their husbands and splatter each other with the water. The two streams, having turned yellow because of the kumkum powder that washed from their breasts, make the elephants and their females who take a bath drink from the water, despite not being thirsty. The heavenly homes enjoyed by the wives of the virtuous souls were bedecked with countless valuable jewels, pearls and gold, that made them look like clouds in the sky brightened by flashes of lightning. Passing through the Sagandika forest that was so attractive with its variety of trees yielding to all desires, with its flowers, fruits and leaves, they reached the abode of the Lord of the Yakshas. There they saw the beauty of many birds with red necks whose sounds mixed with the humming of bees, as also lakes filled with lotus flowers attractive to groups of swans. The breeze of the sandalwood trees made the wild elephants flock together and continuously stimulated the minds of the wives of the virtuous souls. The staircases leading to the bathing places full of lotuses that were used by the ones faithful to the divine personality, the Kimpurushas, were made of Vidurya stone. Having seen them there nearby spotted a banyan tree. At a height of thousands of feet it spread out its branches over a quarter of the foot of the mountain, casting a fine cooling shadow. It had no birds nesting in it. Underneath the tree the godly souls saw Lord Shiva, the shelter of many a great sage desiring liberation, who, in having given up his wrath, sat there as grave as eternal time. Saintly liberated souls like the Kumaras headed by Sanandana and Kuvara, the master of the Gayakas and Rakshasas, sat the worshipful around the solemn and serene Lord. They saw him there as the master of the senses, the knowledge of austerity and the path of yoga, as the friend of the entire world who with his complete love is a blessing to each. One could recognize him as the one desired by the ascetics, with ashes, a staff, matted hair, seated on an antelope skin, the reddish hue of his body and the crescent moon on his head. With a mattress of daba straw below him he, before an audience of all sages, conversed with Narada about eternality and the absolute truth. He had placed his left foot over his right thigh and, with his right hand resting on his knee, holding his prayer beads, he gesticulated in argument. Thus leaning with his knee fixed and absorbed in the trance of spiritual bliss he, as the first thinker among the wise, received the respects of the other sages and rulers of the different worlds who had folded their hands. But when Lord Shiva saw that the self-born one, Lord Brahma, had arrived accompanied by the best of the enlightened and unenlightened, he whose feet were worshipped stood up and bowed his head just like Vishnu did when he as Vamana Deva welcomed Kasyapa. And so did the other perfected souls and great rishis who from all sides followed the example of their Lord and offered their obeisances. After that tribute to Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma addressed him with a smile. Brahma said, I know you as the controller of the entire manifestation of the cosmic creation, as the potency of both the seed of the father and the womb of the mother, and as the one auspicious and supreme who is immaterial and free from change. The way a spider manages its web, O fortunate one, you create, Maintain and destroy this universe with the embodiment of your auspicious energy. In order to protect the benefits of Dharma and Artha religion and economy, you empowered Daksha to realize the system of sacrifices and settle the respect for that what binds the people, the Varnashrama system, and to which the Brahmins are vowed with the highest regard. O auspicious one, the deeds of him who strives to do good lead to the higher worlds, the heavens and a transcendental realm, while someone of inauspicious deeds awaits a ghastly hell. How can it be that for some these results turn out exactly opposite, with the good ones suffering and the bad ones prospering? Among devotees, who in full surrender at your feet perfectly recognize you as present in all kinds of living beings, and who, from the supreme position, make no difference between living beings, one practically never finds the anger that one does find among animalistic types of people. Those who gave up on the heart, who look for results and make a difference between people, cannot tolerate it when others are faring well, and thus are always angry with others and hurtful with harsh words. They do not need to be killed by you because they are killed by Providence already. When materialists at some places allotted to Kali, being bewildered by the insurmountable, illusory energy of the Great Blue One, the Lord, as Pushkar and Abba see matters of right and wrong differently, saintly persons out of their compassion will never use their prowess against them but be merciful instead, for everything is arranged by fate. O Lordship, since the intelligence of you, the seer and knower of all, is never affected by that great potency of the material energy of the Supreme Person or Maya, you in this case should strive to have mercy with those who are bewildered at heart because of that same illusory energy that attracts them to karmic activities. Lord Shiva, you who would partake in the result of Daksha's now unfinished sacrifice, did what you had to do in putting an end to this sacrificial ceremony of his bad priests and destroying everything, because they did not grant you, who bestow the results, your share of the sacrifice. You have the right to take what is yours. Let the performer Daksha get his life back, let Bhagadeva get his eyes back, let Bhrigu grow his moustache back, and let Pusa have his row of teeth. As before, let the God-conscious souls whose limbs were broken and the priests who suffered from the weapons and stones, this very moment by your grace, O angered one, recover from their injuries. O Rudra, let the portion of whatever is left of this sacrifice be yours, my dear Lord, so that the sacrificial ceremony today can be completed. O destroyer of the Yajna. Chapter 7. The sacrifice performed by Daksha. Maitreya said, Lord Shiva, thus being pacified by Lord Brahma, fully being satisfied, spoke with a smile, O mighty armed one. Mahadeva said, I do not take offense at those whom I regard as children. I do not want to talk about or think about it. O Lord of the created beings, I corrected the ones who are deluded by the external energy of God. Let the for the Prajapati whose head was burned to ashes be the head of a goat, and let Bhaga look at his share of the sacrifice through the eyes of Mitra. Pushkar, who led the sacrifice, will have to eat chickpea dough or food chewed for him, but the godly souls who did grant me a share of the sacrifice will fully recover. The two arms of the Asvins, the twin protectors of medicine, and the hands of Pushkar are the for the priests and the others who have to miss their limbs, and let Bhrigu have the beard of the goat. Maitreya said. All who at that moment heard what the best of the Benedictors said, were fully satisfied. O dear one, they said, well spoken, well spoken. Thereupon Lord Shiva was invited by the godly souls and the sages headed by Bhrigu, and together they, with the liberal one Shiva and the Lord of the Veda Brahma, for the second time headed for the sacrifice they wanted to perform for God. After having performed all that Lord Bhava had told them to do, they joined the head of the animal of sacrifice with the body of Daksha. Proceeding thus under the supervision of Rudra, King Daksha immediately regained consciousness like awakening from sleep, and saw the compassionate Lord standing before him. The very moment the Prajapati saw the Lord who rides the bull, His by hatred polluted heart became as clean as a lake filled by the rains in autumn. Even though he wanted to pray to Bhava, he with his eyes full of tears could not do so because of the great surge of feelings upon remembering the death of his daughter. After he with great effort managed to pacify his mind that was overwhelmed by love, the Prajapati having come to his senses prayed to the Lord with praise and straightforward feelings. Daksha said, "What a great favor you have done me by punishing me. Despite the fact that you defeated me, you, nor Vishnu, O fortunate one, ever deny an unqualified Brahmin like me, so why would he who keeps to his vows and performs sacrifices, suffer want? O great one, the Brahmins were first created from the mouth of Brahma in order to disseminate the teachings of self-realization, vows and austerity. Therefore you with a stick in your hand protect them every time they are in danger. Just like someone who protects his herd. You who, by me unaware of your reality, were insulted in the assembly with the arrows of my unkind words, do not really take heed of that. Seeing me sliding down to hell because I defamed the most respectable one, you saved me out of compassion. I wish you to be pleased about what you did out of your own mercy. Your lordship, Maitreya said. Daksha thus being forgiven by Lord Shiva, with the permission of Lord Brahma resumed the performance of the sacrifice together with the priests, the ones of learning and the others, in order to be purified from having been in touch with Virabhadra and his men and to perform the sacrifice meant for Vishnu. The best among the Brahmins settled for the oblation called Purodasa offered in 3 vessels. O Vidura, the moment the leader of the yajna Daksha thus sanctified in meditation offered the clarified butter with the hymns of the Yajurveda, Lord Hari appeared, the Supreme Personality. The effulgence of all souls present there was at that time overshadowed by the brightness spreading in all the 10 directions of him who was carried by the enormous wings of Garuda or Stotra, with a dark complexion, garments yellow as gold, a helmet dazzling like the sun, curling hair bluish like black bees, a face decorated with earrings, with a conch shell, a lotus flower, a disc and arrows, a bow, a club, a sword and shield in his hands, and with his many golden ornaments, he looked like a blossoming tree, garlanded with forest flowers. He had his consort Lakshmi on his chest in the form of his Srivatsa mark, and only a small glimpse of his magnanimous smiling glance was enough to please the entire world. At his side yak-tail fans looking like swans were being waved, and above him one saw a beautiful, moon-like white royal canopy. Seeing him arriving, all the demigods and the others led by Brahma, Indra and the 3-eyed Shiva, immediately stood up from their seats and offered their obeisances. Overshadowed by the luster of his glaring effulgence, they all fell silent and full of awe touched their heads while bowing down to pray to Adhaksha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Even though his glory is beyond the comprehension of even Brahma and such, they now by his grace could see his transcendental form and offer their prayers according to their different capacities. Daksha seeking shelter was accepted with his honorable oblations of sacrifice for the master of all sacrifices, the supreme preceptor of all progenitors of mankind, who is attended by Nanda and Sunanda, the most important servants of Narayana in Vaikuntha. With great pleasure, with a subdued mind and with folded hands, he then offered him his prayers. Daksha said, "You lordship now fully present here have returned from the purity of your heavenly abode in a perfect transcendence above all mental speculation. You are the one without a second, the fearless controller of all matter, who seemingly impure are engaged with her with Maya as the overseer and self-sufficient one." The priests said, "All of us, not conversant with the truth of you who are free from the influence of the material world, we who are of an intelligence that because of Shiva's curse is of a too great attachment to fruitive activities, O Supreme Lord, now know about your name yajna, that stands for the arrangement of religious sacrificing, operating with the three departments of the three Vedas, for the sake of which we are engaged in the worship of demigods like the divinity of the sun and the moon. The members of the assembly said, on the path of repeated birth and death we have no place to take shelter. We are greatly troubled by being bound to this formidable fort of the king of death Yama, that is infested by ugly snakes, and in which the mirage of the material happiness of having a home and a body constitutes a heavy burden. When we have to live by the double ditch of distress and so-called happiness, the fear for wild animals, the forest fire of lamentation over the interest of the ignorant souls, and are afflicted with all sorts of desire, we, with you who gives shelter, enjoy the protection of your lotus feet. Rudra said, O Supreme Benefactor, when I, desiring fulfillment in the material world, have fixed my mind on your precious lotus feet that are cherished and worshipped by the liberated sages, I, with a compassion like yours, attach no value to it when ignorant people speak against me. Bhrigu said, from Lord Brahma down to every other embodied being, all who, under the influence of the insurmountable material energy, are bereft of the knowledge of their original self, are submerged in the darkness of illusion. They, not seeing you as situated in the self, cannot understand your situation as the absolute of reality. O Lord, you, as the friend of the surrendered soul, be kind to us. Brahma said, when one tries to see your person, this original form of yours cannot be perceived with the help of the different sensual virtues of respect for acquiring knowledge, for you, who constitute the basis of the knowledge and objectivity of the material qualities, must be regarded as differing from that what is made of material energy. Indra said, this transcendental form, O infallible one, which is there for the welfare of the universe, constitutes a cause of pleasure to the mind and eye. You, after all, possessing the 8 weapons held up by your arms, chastise those who are hostile towards your devotees. The wives of the attendants of the sacrifice said, this worshipping in sacrifice as arranged by Brahma was devastated by Lord Shiva. May today the beauty of your lotus-like glance, O Lord of sacrifice, sanctify the sacrifice that by the anger against Daksha became as still as the dead bodies of the sacrificial animals. The sages said, how wonderful, O Supreme Lord, are your activities to which you, in the exercise of your potencies, are never attached. Nor is your lordship attached to the mercy of your obedient servant, the goddess of fortune Lakshmi, for the grace of whom one is of worship. The perfected souls said, the elephant of the mind that, being scorched by the forest fire of sensual afflictions, is thirsty, having plunged in the river of the pure nectar of your pastimes, no longer remembers that misery and never wishes to come out, just like someone who merged with the Absolute. The wife of Daksha said, be pleased my lord with my respects for your auspicious appearance, O abode of the goddess. With Lakshmi as your wife you protect us. Our arena knows no beauty without your arms, O Lord. Just like a headless person does not look very good with only a trunk. The local rulers said, we doubt whether we can see you with our material senses. You, revealing your eternal form, we regard as the inner witness by whose grace the entire illusory world can be seen, O possessor of all, for you appear with the 5 elements as the 6th one. The masters of yoga said, they who deem no one as dear as you and see themselves as existing in you and not as separate from you, the super soul of all beings, O Master, are very dear to you. And how much more do you, O loving parent, not value absolutely the faith of those souls, O Lord, who devoted therewith are of worship. We offer our obeisances to him who by his personal appearance by means of his material potency determined the fate of each living entity depending his specific inclinations. Him we honor who appeared differently with the many material qualities for the sake of the creation, maintenance and annihilation of the material world, and who in his absolute state turned away from the interaction of the basic qualities of matter. The Vedas in person declared, "Our respects unto you transcendental to the modes of nature who constitute the shelter of the quality of goodness and are the source of the austerity and penance in all religions. I nor anyone else really knows you or your situation." Agni, the fire god, said, "By your effulgence I am as luminous as the greatest fire and may accept in sacrifice the 5 kinds of offerings mixed with butter. I offer my obeisances to Yajna, the protector of the sacrifices, worshipped by means of the 5 kinds of hymns of the Veda." The demigod said, "Formerly at the time of the devastation of the era Kalpa, when you as the original personality rested in the water and lay down on the snake bed Anantashisha, you withdrew into your abdomen that which you had created and was estranged from you. You upon whom the liberated souls in their hearts meditate in philosophical speculations, we now see present here before our 2 eyes moving on the path of the protection of us your servants." The denizens of heaven said, "Maharishi and the great sages under the direction of Brahma as also Indra and the divinity led by Shiva are to be considered parts and parcels of your body, O Godhead. May we unto the Supreme Almighty One for whom this whole creation is just a plaything, O Lord, always be of respect and offer you our obeisances." The Vidyadharas basing themselves on knowledge said, "After with your external potency having obtained the human body and with dwelling in the body, thinking in terms of I and mine, having misidentified himself with it, the ignorant person who takes the body for himself and is distracted by material possessions, also follows the wrong roads of seeking happiness in sense objects, but relishing the nectar of your topics he can be delivered, even when he drifted far away from that position." The Brahman said, "You are the sacrifice, the offering of the clarified butter, the fire in person, you are the mantras, the fuel, the kusa grass to sit on in the pots, you are the members of the assembly, the priests, the leader of the yajna and his wife, the demigods and the sacred fire ceremony, the offering to the forefathers, the soma plant, the clarified butter itself and the sacrificial animal. In the past it was you who as the great boar incarnation from within the waters lifted the world up on your tusks as easy as an elephant picks up a lotus. Your sound vibration was by great sages like Sanaka arranged as an offering of prayers in the form of a sacrifice. O knowledge of the Vedas in person, you as that same person we asked to be pleased with us who, failing in performing the sacrifices, are awaiting your audience. When one sings your holy names, O Lord of sacrifice, one manages to overcome obstacles. Unto you our respectful obeisances." Maitreya said, "O blessed one, with Rishikesh of Vishnu as the Lord of the senses, the protector of sacrifices, thus being glorified, Daksha, having learned, arranged to resume the sacrifice that it was devastated by Virabhadra. O sinless one, Lord Vishnu, the super soul of all beings and enjoyer of all sacrifices, having received his share, was satisfied and then addressed Daksha. The Supreme Lord Vishnu said, I, Brahma, and also Lord Shiva, do not differ essentially in being the supreme cause and super soul, the witness and the self-sufficient one of the material manifestation. I, having entered my own external energy that is composed of the modes of nature, O twice-born soul, thus create, maintain and annihilate the cosmic manifestation and have a name appropriate to my activities. Someone not conversant with this thinks that Brahma, Shiva and the living beings exist in separation and departs impersonally. In disregard of me from the notion of the One Supreme Self, the Supreme Brahman that is without a second. The way a person never supposes that his head, hands and other parts of his body would have a separate existence, my devotee neither supposes that the living beings would exist separately. He who does not consider the three of us, who constitute the one nature of the super-soul of all living beings, as separate entities, O Brahmin, achieves peace. Maitreya said, the foremost of all progenitors Daksha thus being addressed by the Supreme Lord Hari, after worshipping him with due ceremony next worshipped the demigods Brahma and Shiva individually. After with a concentrated mind having granted Lord Shiva his share of the sacrifice, and after he also together with the priests, in order to round it off, had paid respect to the God-conscious souls and the others assembled there, he took the concluding of Abritha bath. When he thus on the basis of his own belief had achieved the perfection of religious dutifulness, those three servants of God, who thus had inspired with intelligence, left for their heavenly abodes. Sati, Daksha's daughter, was, after formerly having given up her body, reborn from the wife of Manu or Manaka who lives in the Himalayas, so I have heard. Because she felt no attraction for another man, Ambikaduga or Sati as Shiva's beloved one, made sure to accept him again as her husband. For her he was the one goal, the original masculinity of the person that lies dormant in the external, feminine energy of matter. This story about Shambhu Lord Shiva as the Lord of all living beings who destroyed Daksha's sacrifice, I heard from a great devotee and disciple of Brihaspati, Uddhava. The person who, after repeatedly having heard about these pure activities of the Lord, with faith and devotion also recounts them, will find fame and longevity and will, being freed from material contamination, find the destruction of his sins. O descendant of Kuru. Chapter 8, Dhruva leaves home for the forest. Maitreya said, none of those headed by Sanaka the Kumaras nor the other sons of Brahma, Narada, Ribu, Hamza, Aruni and Yati, lived a householder's life being married. They were celibates Urdhvaratesa, who send their seed upwards. O slayer of enemies, Mrisha, the wife and sister of another son of Brahma called irreligion or Adama, produced the two children Dhamma bluffing and Maya cheating, but they were taken by a demon ruling the southwest called Niriti who had no children. From those two Lobha greed and Nakrita cunning were born, O great soul, and from the both of them there were Krodha anger and Himsa malice. From these two irreligiously being bound in incest Kali and the sister called Darakti harsh speech were born. O best of the truthful, bound to Darakti Kali produced Abhaya fearfulness and Mrita death, and of those two combined Yatana excessive pain and Naraya hell took birth. I thus explain to you in short the cause of the devastation of landing in hell because of irreligion. Anyone who hears this description 3 times, O pure one, will lead a pious life and see the contamination of his mind being washed away. I shall now describe the dynasty famous for its virtuous activities, O best of the Kurus, that evolved from the Manu called Swayambhuva, who was a part of a plenary portion of the personality of Godhead viz. Brahma, Utanapada and Priyavrata, the 2 sons of Queen Satarupa and her husband were there, as parts of Brahma's plenary expansion of the Supreme Lord Vasudeva, for the protection and maintenance of the world. Of the 2 wives of Utanapada, Sunitai the one of good conduct and Sarusi the one delighting, Sarusi was more dear to the husband than the other one who had a son called Dhruva the immovable one. When the king one day was patting the son of Sarusi named Utama the one of Excel whom he had placed on his lap, he turned away Dhruva who also tried to get on his lap. Queen Sarusi, who was very proud of the king's attentions, enviously spoke to Dhruva, the child of the co-wife that tried to get on his lap, in such a way that the king could hear it. My dear child, you do not deserve to seat yourself where the king sits because, even though you were born as a son of the king, you were not born from my womb. O child, you do not understand that, because you are not my own but were born from the womb of another woman, the thing you desire is out of your reach. You can seat yourself on the throne of the king if you want, but only if you, by means of penance, have satisfied the original person of God and thus by his mercy have secured a place for yourself in my womb to be born again. Maitreya said, pierced by the harsh words of his stepmother. He out of anger began to breathe as heavily as a snake struck by a stick, and with his father silently looking on, he began to weep and ran away to his mother. Having heard from the others what had happened, Sunita lifted her panting son whose lips were trembling on her lap, feeling very sorry over what was said by the co-wife. Losing her self-control, she cried with a fire of grief that burned like dry leaves, and upon remembering the things said by the other wife she spoke through the haze of tears that fell from her lotus-like face. Not knowing how to curb the danger, the lady breathed heavily and said to her son, "Do not think evil of others, my dear son, for someone will have to suffer himself from the pain he wishes others." The truth of what Mother Sarusi has told you about having taken birth from the womb of me as the unfortunate one, and that you grew up on the milk from my breast, is that the king feels ashamed. He regrets it to have accepted me for his wife. What your stepmother told you is not false. If you want to sit on the throne just like Itama, then just engage yourself, without being envious, my dear son, in worshipping the lotus feet of Adhyaksha, the Lord of Transcendence. The unborn one, your great-grandfather Brahma, no doubt acquired his supreme position in the universe and his qualifications to create, from worshipping the one whom we know by his lotus feet and who can be approached by those who in self-regulation have subdued the mind. Likewise Manu, your worshipable grandfather, achieved liberation and the heavenly and earthly happiness that is so difficult to achieve by other means, because he, in worship executing sacrifices, was of an unflinching devotion and of great charity. Take shelter of him, the kind-hearted caretaker, dear boy. For people who desire liberation, follow the path of his lotus feet. Worship the Supreme Personality by fixing your mind upon his image, by thinking of nothing else, and by being faithful to your original sense of duty with him. Looking for someone else, there is no one but the Lord with the lotus eyes who can mitigate your sorrow. Even the goddess of fortune, who is worshipped by others, my dear boy, is always looking for him with a lotus flower in her hand. Maitreya said, thus having heard the purposeful words of the mother, he, mindfully keeping himself under control, left his father's house. Narada, who came to hear about it and understood his intentions, was surprised and, with the hand that could expel all sin touching his head, he exclaimed, "Oh, that might of the rulers!" Unable to tolerate any infringement on their prestige, he here, being only a child, took to heart the unpalatable words of his stepmother. Narada then said, "Why is it that you, a child normally fond of sports and games, presently feel insulted for not being respected, even though you do not see it differently but from your honor? What else but being illusioned would the reason be that people are dissatisfied in this world wherein one, because of one's karma, is separated from each other? Be therefore satisfied in turning away from illusion, my dear one. Whatever it is that fate has in store for a person, is by someone intelligent recognized as a path leading to the Supreme. But the yoga your mother told you to do for elevating yourself to his mercy, is in my opinion hard to perform for a person like you. Even to sages for many births on the path of detachment, it may happen that they never come to understand what they are looking for in the absorption of their strict yoga practice. Therefore give up your insistence, it takes you nowhere. Save it for the future, You will find ample opportunity then. Any embodied soul having peace with whatever happiness or distress provided by destiny, can reach beyond the darkness. With something or someone better one should be pleased, with something or someone of a lesser quality one should be compassionate, and with something or someone equal one should be friendly. Thus fostering no desires, one is never affected by tribulations. Dhruva said, "This balance of mind you talk about, O Lordship, is a quality of people merciful with those who, with their happiness and distress, have lost track of the soul. But for persons like us it is very difficult to see it the way you said it. Because I was born a ruler, I am not that tolerant. Pierced by the harsh words of Mother Sarusi, I cannot be as merciful as you. Please tell me an honest way to pursue my desire for a superior position in the three worlds, O Brahmin. How can I reach a position not even attained by others like my father, grandfather and forefathers, you as a worthy descendant of Lord Brahma playing the Veena, just like the sun travel around the world for the sake of its welfare?" Maitreya said. Narada was very pleased to hear what Dhruva said, whereupon he compassionately replied to give the boy good advice. Narada told him, "The path mentioned by your mother of fully absorbing yourself in rendering service to the Supreme Lord Vasudeva, constitutes the highest perfection in life. For the one who seeks the supreme benefit of the self by what is known as Dharma, Artha, Karma and Moksha, the civil virtues of religious righteousness, economic activity, regulation of sense gratification and finding liberation, the worship of the Lord's lotus feet constitutes the only motive. For that purpose, my dear boy, go with my blessing to the bank of the Yamuna and be purified by the sacredness of the Madhuvana forest where the Lord is always present. When you have taken a bath in that river, also called the Kalindi according to the name of the mountain where the Yamuna springs from, which correctly performed 3 times a day is a most auspicious thing to do, you should sit down on a sitting place you have prepared. By means of the 3 types of breath control of pranayama, controlling the ingoing, the outgoing and balanced breath, you must, step by step, giving up the impurities of your mind and controlling your life breath and senses, meditate on the Supreme Spiritual Master with an undisturbed mind, always willing to be of mercy. He with his pleasing mouth and typical look, his straight nose, arched eyebrows and intelligent forehead, is the beauty of the demigods. Youthful, attractive in all his limbs and with lips and eyes as reddish as a rising sun, he is the shelter of the surrendered souls, the strength of man and an ocean of mercy. Marked with the sravatsa, a few white hairs on his chest and of a deeply bluish-gray color, he is the original personality garlanded with flowers, showing the conch shell, the disc, the club and lotus flower in his 4 hands. The garments of yellow silk he wears, are complemented by a helmet, pearl earrings, a necklace, bracelets and the Kaustubha jewel, pleasing both the eye and the mind. He has small bells of gold around his waist and his ankles and is of a superior calm, peace and serenity. Standing on the whirl of the lotus of their hearts, he occupies the minds of those who worship his lotus feet by the light of his glittering nails. This way you regularly must envision the smiling of the Lord who is so affectionate with the devotees, and thus fully attentive let your mind meditate on the greatest of all benedictors. When you thus meditate on the very auspicious form of the Supreme Lord, your mind, being transcendentally enriched, very soon will be freed from all material contamination and never wander off. Please hear from me the most confidential mantra, O Prince, whereupon meditating a person in 7 days can see what is moving in the ether planets, heavenly beings, thoughts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. My respects for the Supreme Lord Vasudeva. With this mantra called the Dvadasakshara mantra, a wise person, conversant with the divisions of time and place, does a Bhagavat, should exercise respect for the physical appearance of the Lord, as should with the different paraphernalia. You should be of worship with the help of pure water, garlands of forest flowers, roots, different fruits and vegetables, fresh grass, buds, bark, and by offering tulsi leaves that are very dear to the Lord, your master. You can, being alone in the forest, begin with procuring and worshipping a deity made of physical elements like earth and water clay, and therewith, as a sage, be of full self-control and peace, checking your speech and eat frugally whatever the forest offers. Meditate therewith on the inconceivable activities that by the Supreme Lord of Wisdom were performed in the form of an avatar to exercise his supreme will and potencies. In service of the Supreme Lord you should respect him in your heart with the mantras that embody him. Do the prescribed way with the devotional service of the teachers of the past. When the Supreme Lord thus, by your engagement of being of service with your body, mind and words, is worshipped according to the regulative principles of bhakti, he will strengthen the devotion of you as a sincerely and seriously engaged devotee. He will award you with that which you, as a conditioned soul, desire for your spiritual life and everything that belongs to it. For the fulfillment of the so-called Purusharthas, free from attachment to sensual matters, making serious work of uniting in devotion unto him, one must always filled with love, directly be of worship for the sake of one's own liberation and the liberation of others. Thus being addressed by Narada, the son of the king circumambulated him offering his obeisances and went to the Madhuvana forest that, imprinted by the lotus feet of the Lord, was the right place to be. After Dhruva had entered the forest for penance, the sage thought it wise to pay the king a visit in his palace. Respectfully being welcomed, he, seated there comfortably, spoke to him. Narada said, "Dear king, your face looks withered. What are you thinking so deeply about? Have you lost your way with the gratification of your senses, the religion or the economy?" The king replied, "O Brahmin, my son, my sweet boy who is only 5 years old and actually is a great personality and devotee, I have, being too attached to my wife and too hard-hearted, banished from here together with his mother. I worry whether the helpless boy whose face is like a lotus, without being protected by anyone in the forest, O Brahmin, is starving or being tired having laid down, has been devoured by wolves. Alas, how cruel I was being conquered by a woman. Just imagine how utterly hard-hearted I was, denying him all affection when he out of love tried to climb on my lap." Narada said, "Do not, I say, do not be aggrieved about your son. He is well protected by the Lord, O Master of men. As yet you have no idea of his glory that will spread all over the world. The boy is a master. After performing what is impossible for even the greatest personalities around, he, in favor of your reputation, will come straight back to you, dear king." Maitreya Muni said. The king, having heard what Narada told him, began to think about his son and neglected his opulent kingdom. Dhruva meanwhile, after taking a bath and fasting that night, worshipped the original personality with perfect attention, the way Narada had advised it. The first month worshipping the Lord, he after every third night, to the bare necessity of preserving his body, only ate fruits and berries in the morning. The next month the boy continued with his respect for the Almighty Lord by eating every sixth day his food consisting of dried grasses and leaves. He, fully being absorbed in his respect for the Lord of Wisdom, Uttamasloka, passed the third month with drinking water only every 9th day. Likewise continuing the 4th month, he, by controlling his breath while meditating in worship of the Lord, only ate air every 12th day. By the 5th month, in full control of his breath, the son of the king, meditating upon the Creator, motionless stood on one leg like a column, with his mind fully controlled, concentrating. He meditated with no other thought than the form of the Supreme Lord, of Him, the resting place for the senses and their objects in his heart. When he kept his mind focused on the foundation, the cosmic intelligence of the reality, the Lord and Master of the primal ether Pradhana and the person, the Supreme Spirit, the three worlds began to tremble. While standing on his one leg, the child of the king with the one half of his body pressed down the earth with his big toe bent, like the king of the elephants does when he like a boat balances left and right with every step, because he in the full of his meditation on the complete of the universal form, had stopped his breathing and yet closed all the gates of his body. He thus, by confining the life air, suffocated all the worlds. For that reason soon the great souls from all places sought their refuge with the Lord. The godly souls said, "We cannot understand this, O Supreme Lord, the flow of the universal breath is obstructed. Therefore, O reservoir of goodness so kind to the needy, we all approach you for shelter in order to be saved from this calamity." The Supreme Lord replied, "Fear not. This choking of your life air happens on account of the son of King Utanapada who is fully absorbed in thoughts of me. I will ask the boy so strong in his determination of penance to stop with this. Please return to your homes." Chapter 9. Dhruva returns home from the forest. Maitreya said, thus being freed from all fear, they the demigods offered the Lord of the wide-stride Zarakrima, Vishnu their obeisances, whereupon they returned to their three worlds. The Lord with the 1,000 faces Sahasrasashur, the original Vishnu then on the back of Garuda went to the Madhuvana forest with the wish to see his servant Dhruva. Dhruva, ripened and strong by his meditation in yoga, saw him brilliant as lightning manifested on the lotus of his heart. All of a sudden he noticed that he had disappeared. But looking around he saw him standing right before him in the same form, with him present before him. He, confounded, fell to the ground prostrating like a rod to offer him his obeisances. As he looked at him, it was as if the boy was drinking him with his eyes, like he was kissing him with his mouth and embracing him with his arms. Seeing that he wanted to glorify him but did not know how, the Lord, who is the prayer in accord with the scripture in the heart of each, understanding the boy, mercifully touched his forehead with his conch shell. Thus being inspired with the ability to say just what he wanted, he, slowly offering his prayers in the love of his devotion, could understand what the Supreme of the Soul was all about and that he would be the Dhruva of renown and fame whose world could not be denied. Dhruva said, "Let me offer my obeisances to you, the Supreme Lord and Original Person, who as the One within, from your internal potency commanding the universal energy, entering my words and breath, has brought to life my passive senses as also my arms, legs, hands and skin. You are the One, Supreme Lord who, after by his own potency creating this vast outer world called Maya, that unlimited completeness of reality with its modes, next as the original personality has entered here to appear differently in the time-bound qualities the way fire does in firewood, like a man awakening from sleep. The One of surrender to you Brahma could see this entire universe by dint of the knowledge you gave, O my Lord. How can anyone conversant with your actions forget your lotus feet that are the shelter of all who desire liberation, O friend of the distressed? It suffers no doubt that you, the cause of liberation from birth and death, are like a desire tree to those who, under the influence of the outer world, miss the proper concept of life and worship you with ulterior motives in their desire for the gratification of the senses of this bag of bones, a gratification that is even available to persons in hell. The bliss of your magnificence, that for embodied souls may happen when they meditate on your lotus feet or when they hear the stories of your devotees, is never found with the impersonal Supreme Brahman, nor does it compare to what is experienced in occupying personally elevated positions from which one is doomed to fall down, being destroyed by the sword of time. Let it be so that I, mad about drinking the nectar of the stories about your qualities, may enjoy the intimate association of those who are constantly engaged in your devotional service, O Unlimited One, of those great devotees by whose purified hearts one can easily cross the terrible and vast ocean of dangers constituting material existence. They, my dear Lord, never think of the material body held so very dear in the relationship with sons, friends, home, wealth and wife. They, O Lord, with the lotus navel, have achieved the association with those who in their hearts always carry the fragrance of your lotus feet. I know that the diverse animals, trees, birds, reptiles, gods, demons and men, who on the basis of your cosmic intelligence then are visible and then again are not manifested, move around in your gross material form, O Unborn One, but I had no idea of this transcendental form, O Supreme One. Now all my arguments have come to an end. At the end of each epoch the Supreme Person withdraws all of this universe into his belly, lying down in self-reflection in the company of Anantasheshafa his bed. From the ocean of his navel the golden abode sprouts, with Brahma on the whirl of the lotus. Him, that Supreme Lordship, I offer my obeisances. You are the eternally liberated, pure Supreme Soul full of knowledge, the changeless, authentic original person, the Supreme Lord and Ruler of the three modes, the continuing intelligence throughout all actions of the intellect, the transcendental vision and witness, the maintainer, enjoyer and the one whose position differs from all the others. You, in whose nature the different opposing energies of knowledge and ignorance are always found, you who are the continuing Brahman, you, the cause of the material manifestation, the original and unlimited one always blissful, I offer my respects. Compared with other benedictions your lotus feet are the true benediction, O my Lord, and thus you as such are the personification of the goal of life of each person, O beloved fortunate one. You, eager to bestow your mercy, maintain the ones poor of heart like me, the way a cow keeps a calf. Maitreya said, after thus truly being worshipped by means of the fine intelligence of his good intentions only, the Supreme Lord, who is always there in favor of his devotees, spoke to him. After first having congratulated him, the Supreme Lord said, I know about the determination within your heart, O son of the king. Since you swear by piety, I shall grant you all fortune, even though it is a wish difficult to fulfill. Never before, my good boy, there was anyone who managed to settle for such a brightly glowing place known as the planet of Dhruva, around which all the other planets and constellations of stars are circling like a group of bulls running stationary around a central pole for crushing grain. It is the planet around which, keeping it to their right, along with the stars, all great sages of the forest move circumambulating like Dharma, Agni, Kasyapa and Shukra, whose lives stretch beyond a millennium. The moment your further leaves for the forest, you will be awarded the entire world. Under the pious protection of your rule it will for 36,000 years uninterrupted be in full control of your faculties. When your brother Utama, who will be killed during a hunt, is sought in the forest by his most afflicted mother, she will run into a forest fire. After performing great sacrifices for me, the heart of all sacrifice, and having distributed great charities, you will, upon having enjoyed the blessings of this world, at the end of your life be able to remember me. Thereafter you will head for my abode that is worshipped on all planets and is situated above those of the rishis. Having attained that place, you will never return. Maitreya said, after thus having assured the boy of his personal protection and residence, he, the honored and worshipped Supreme Lord who carries Garuda in his flag, before the eyes of Dhruva returned to his heavenly abode. Even though Dhruva had achieved the feat of Lord Vishnu as a result of his service, he was not very pleased with the satisfaction he derived from his determination and then returned home. Vidura said, with the very focused worship of his lotus feet he in one lifetime had obtained the rarely achieved supreme position of the Lord. How can it be that he, having reached that far and being that wise, nevertheless innerly felt dissatisfied? Maitreya replied, he was by his stepmother's harsh words pierced in his heart. Remembering it all, he did not desire to be liberated by the Lord of Salvation and thus suffered grief. Dhruva said to himself, that what the four Kumaras, those infallible celibates, in their absorption never could achieve in one birth, I achieved within 6 months, but achieving the shelter of his lotus feet I fell down because I set my mind on other things. Just see how foolish and unfortunate I am in my bodily interest. I approached the lotus feet of him who can cut all bonds, but prayed for that what is perishable. My intelligence was contaminated by the inability of the demigods to endure a return to an earthly existence. For that reason I, feeling wretched, failed to accept the truth of Narada's instructions. Just like dreaming while asleep, I sought my refuge in the Lord's illusory energy and was full of self-pity. Caught in duality I, under the influence of the outer world, lamented that my brother was my enemy, even though he belonged to the temporary world. This what I prayed for, is as useless as giving medicine to someone deceased. After satisfying the soul of the universe with penances, which is something very difficult to achieve, I, being unlucky, prayed with the Lord, with whom one cuts with the world, for material satisfaction. Him who was willing to offer me his full independence, I alas out of foolishness asked for material prosperity. It is like a poor man who asks a great uncharitable emperor impressed by his virtue, for a few broken grains of husked rice. Maitreya continued, my dear Vidura, persons like you who delight to be of service in the dust of the lotus feet of the Lord of Liberation, do not act out of self-interest. With that what they automatically attain by it, they consider themselves very rich. When he heard that his son had returned, as if he had risen from death, King Utanapada could not believe why a sinner like him would befall such a good fortune. With his faith in the words of Devarishi Narada confirmed, he was overwhelmed by the tidings the messenger brought. Most satisfied he offered him a highly valuable pearl necklace. Very eager to see his son, he in great haste mounted a gold-ornamented chariot drawn by the finest horses and thereupon, being accompanied by the sound of conch shells, kettle drums, flutes and the chanting of hymns, left the city together with the Brahmins, the elderly and his officers, ministers and friends. Both his queens Sunasai and Sarusi got, decorated with gold, together with Utama on a palanquin and joined the procession. Meeting his son in a small forest nearby, the king hurried down from his chariot and was, as he approached him, immediately overwhelmed by love. Heavily breathing because of his great anxiety, he for a long time with both his arms embraced him whose bondage of endless material contamination was destroyed by the Lord's lotus feet. Over and over thereupon smelling his head, he, who now saw his greatest desire fulfilled, bathed his son with the cool water from his eyes. After having respected his father's feet and by him being blessed and honored with questions, he, the best of all that noble souls, bowed his head to his two mothers. Sarusi, picking up the innocent boy who had fallen at her feet, embraced him and spoke, choked with tears, to him the words, "May you live long." Unto anyone with whose qualities and friendship the Supreme Personality, Lord Hari, is pleased, all living beings offer their respect, as naturally as water that out of its own flows to the lowest position. Utama and Dhruva, both overwhelmed with affection, embraced one another over and over with their hairs standing on end and let their tears run freely. Sunitai, his mother, embracing her son more dear to her than her life heir, satisfied to touch his body, forgot all her grief. There and then, O heroic soul, he was wetted auspiciously by the incessant tears from the eyes of the mother of this hero and the milk that began to flow from her breasts. The people around her offered the queen praise. The fortune of your son will vanquish all your pains, now that he, after being lost for such a long time, has returned in order to protect the face of the earth. You must have worshipped him, the Supreme Lord who can deliver you from the greatest danger and upon whom meditating the wise conquer death which is so very difficult to overcome. Dhruva, thus praised by the people around him, was by the king together with his brother placed on the back of a she-elephant. Therewith being pleased and glorified, he returned to his capital. Here and the brilliant shark teeth-shaped arched gateways were set up as also young betel nut trees and columns of banana trees carrying bunches of flowers and fruits. At each gate there was a decoration of hanging mango leaves, cloth, flower garlands and strings of pearls, together with pots filled with water and burning lamps. The city gates with the surrounding walls, the houses and palace domes glittered on all sides, beautifully being decorated with valuable golden ornaments. The crossroads, streets and the marketplace were thoroughly cleansed, sprinkled with sandalwood water and provided with auspicious presentations of fried rice, barley, flowers and fruits. Seeing Dhruva on the road, the women of the houses uttered affectionate blessings and showered him here and there with white mustard seeds, barley, curd, water, fresh grass, flowers and fruits. With their very pleasant songs ringing in his ears he thus entered his father's palace. In that fine mansion, bedecked with mosaics of precious stone, he, who under the constant care of his father was elevated to the highest status, lived like a god. The palace was furnished with seats and furniture embellished with gold, very valuable ivory beds and bedding white as milk foam. The walls, made of marble, had precious gems in them, and also the lamps that shone with jewels were held by female figurines made of precious stones as well. Also the gardens were very beautiful, with various heavenly trees, pairs of singing birds and the humming of mad bumblebees. Emerald staircases led to ponds full of lilies and blue lotuses, swans and ducks, flocks of geese and cranes that dwelt nearby. When the saintly King Utanapada heard about and witnessed the most remarkable influence of his son, he felt extremely happy about that great miracle. The moment he saw that Dhruva had come of age and also carried the approval of his ministers and was loved by his subjects, he made him the Lord and Master of the world. He, this king of Vishnu, then considered himself also old enough and went, for the sake of the salvation of his soul, detached into the forest. Chapter 10, Dhruva Maharaja's fight with the Yakshas. Maitreya said, Dhruva the immovable one married Brahmi, meaning turning around the daughter of Prajapati Sisumara the dolphin, the galaxy, and named her sons Kalpa epoch and Vasera tropical year, with another wife called Ila the comfort, a daughter of Vayu the demigod of the air. The powerful ruler begot a son called Utgala, the one who carries the load, and a jewel of a girl. Utama the one of excel. However, Dhruva's brother who did not marry, was during a hunt in the Himalaya range killed by a very powerful Yaksha, an evil spirit. He was soon followed by his mother Sarusi. When Dhruva heard about the death of his brother, he filled with lamentation angrily swore revenge and got on his victorious chariot to leave for the city of the Yakshas. Heading in the northern direction, the king saw in a valley of the Himalayas that was inhabited by followers of Lord Shiva, a city full of ghostly people. O ruler, the mighty armed one blew his conch shell that resounded fearfully in all directions in the sky, so that the wives of the Yakshas became most afraid. Out of resentment against the sound of the conch shell, thereupon the very powerful soldiers of Kuvra appeared and attacked him with all kinds of weapons. He, the hero and powerful bowman, with all of them attacking, could fight many adversaries simultaneously and killed them one after another, shooting 3 arrows at a time. Being convinced that they, because of these arrows aimed at their heads, all without fail surely would be defeated, they lauded his action. But incapable of accepting to be trampled under his feet like serpents, they tried to retaliate by shooting twice as much arrows at the same time. Eager to counter both his actions and his charioteer, they, 130,000 men strong, most angrily showered thereupon all kinds of feathered arrows, bludgeons, swords, tridents, pointed lances, spears and fire weapons. The master of war vanished completely from sight behind that constant shower of weapons, just like a mountain covered by a downpour. In the sky a tumult of disappointment resounded from the Siddhas who, witnessing the fight, assumed that this grandson of Manu had been killed because he, like the sun, had set in the ocean of Yakshas. The Yakshas exclaimed that the victory was theirs. But then his chariot reappeared from the fighting lot like the sun emerges from the mist. His twanging divine bow created lamentation among his enemies as he scattered the different weapons with his arrows, just like the wind scatters an array of clouds. The sharp arrows released from his bow pierced the shields and entered the bodies of the demons, just like thunderbolts hitting the mountains. The battlefield that bewilders the minds of heroes began to glimmer from by the arrows' severed heads, complete with garlands and turbans beautiful with earrings and helmets, and the cut-off thighs and arms that with beautiful bracelets and armlets shone like golden palm trees. The remaining soldiers, the most of whom had wounded limbs because of the arrows of the greatest of all warriors, fled in all directions like elephants defeated by a lion. When he saw that none of the enemy soldiers were left standing, the best of all men wanted to see their city, but he did not enter it, for one cannot be sure of the plans of a mystical enemy. While he who had the finest chariot, apprehensive about the counterattack of his enemies, was talking to his charioteer, a loud sound like that of the ocean was heard that could be recognized as the wind of a dust storm rising from all directions. In a moment the sky was covered by a mass of dense clouds that everywhere glittered with lightning accompanied by thunder that threatened on all sides. O faultless one, there was an inundation of blood, mucus, pus, stool, urine, marrow and trunks of bodies falling from the sky in front of him. Then from the sky a downpour from everywhere could be observed of a mountain of clubs, bludgeons, swords and maces, together with a hail of big stones. Serpents breathing like thunder vomited fire with angry eyes, and groups of mad elephants, lions and tigers were encroaching. As if the last of days had arrived, the sea flooded the earth in all directions with fierce rolling waves, producing a tremendous sound. These kinds of phenomena are created by heinous demons who with demonic illusions try to frighten the less intelligent soul. The great sages, cognizant of the highly dangerous mystic power that by the demons was directed against Dhruva, then assembled to support him and help him out. They said, O son of Udanapada, may the Supreme Lord carrying the bow called Sharanga, be the Godhead that kills all the enemies of the surrendered souls in order to remove their distress. For it is the chanting and hearing of his holy name that forthwith helps men fully to overcome insurmountable death. O Dhruva, Chapter 11, Svayambhuva Manu advises Dhruva Maharaja to stop fighting. Maitreya said, after having heard the words of the sages, Dhruva touched water and fixed on his bow an arrow made by Narayana. Joining this weapon of Narayana to his bow, quickly the illusions created by the Yakshas were vanquished. O Vidura, just like anger and pain are dispelled by the rise of spiritual knowledge. With the weapon that was given to him fixed on his bow, golden arrows with feathers like the wings of swans sprang forward that pierced the enemy soldiers with the tumultuous sound of peacocks entering a forest. Because of those sharp-pointed arrows from everywhere on the battlefield, the Yakshas got terribly excited so that they, full of anger with uplifted weapons, rushed towards him, just like serpents with raised hoods do when they wage against Garuda. With his arrows he cut through the arms, legs, necks and bellies of all the Yakshas who came forward in battle. He sent them all to the abode above the sun where all those who send their seed upwards, the celibates, are going. When he saw those Yakshas being killed in great numbers by the man with the wonderful chariot, while they factually had not committed any offense, the grandfather, the Manu, in his mercy approached the son of Utanapada together with the great sages in order to instruct him. Manu said, "Enough, my son. Stop the killing of these good guys who never wronged you. With this escalation of anger you are treading the path of ignorance and sin. My dear, this undertaking to kill the Yakshas who have not sinned is not befitting a member of our family and is forbidden by the sages. Surely, my best, you are aggrieved at the death of the brother you care about. But now the offense of one Yaksha has led to the killing of his many associates. This killing of living beings is certainly never the way of those who honestly follow the path of the Lord of the senses. Taking the body for the self, one is like the animals. With your meditation on the Supersoul within all living beings, you have reached the abode of Lord Hari, who is so difficult to propitiate. You, thus being of worship, attain the supreme position of Vishnu. How can someone like you who, enjoying the esteem of the devotees of the Lord, always are remembered by them, how can you who, as an example to others, are vowed to the saintly cause, engage in such an abomination? When one is of tolerance, friendship, mercy and equanimity towards all living beings, the soul of all, the Supreme Lord will be very pleased. Pleasing the Supreme Lord, a person, being liberated from the modes of material nature and freed from the worries of his individual existence, will achieve unlimited spiritual bliss, Brahma Nirvana. Man and woman evolved by the impelling force of time from the 5 elements of matter, and by their sexual behavior even more men and women came about in this world with the illusory energy of the Supreme Self. Thus, O King, the creation, maintenance and annihilation takes place as a consequence of the interaction of the basic qualities of nature. The way iron is moved by a magnet, this world of cause and effect must be considered as being moved by the remote cause of the original and most exalted person who is free from the basic qualities of nature, under the influence of the, no doubt hard to fathom, potency of the Almighty One in the form of the force of time. The interaction or disturbance of the equilibrium of the modes of nature resulted in this diversity of energies. The Supreme Personality exerts his influence upon this diversity, even though he is not the one acting, and in this diversity he leads to death, even though he is not the one who kills. He to whom there is no end puts in the form of time everything to an end. He who knows no beginning constitutes the beginning of everything. He who is inexhaustible gives life to one living being by means of another one, and he as death puts an end to everything that kills. As death entering everyone's life, no one is his ally or enemy. All the combinations of the elements organic and inorganic helplessly follow his movement like dust particles moved by the wind, free from a short or long lifespan. Like with beings that are born, the Almighty One is ever situated in his transcendental position and awards to the covetous ones the results of their actions. Some, O King, explain this karma, the workload of fruitive activities, as arising from one's particular nature or as brought about by others, O protector of men. Some say it is due to time, others refer to fate, while still others ascribe it to the desire of the living entity, who, my dear man, can ever understand the intentions of him who is our origin. He of transcendence who from the non-manifest reality Pradana gives rise to the different energies and natural forces. The same way, my son, all these followers of Kuvara the divine treasurer are not the murderers of your brother. Only God is the cause of the birth and death of a living being, my dear. He creates the universe and also maintains and annihilates it. Moreover, he does not get entangled by the activities of the modes of nature, for he being free from false ego does not identify himself with a material body. This supersoul, the controller and maintainer of all beings, brings forth, fosters and devours, making use of the force of his external energy. For him, my dearest, he the Supreme One of death and immortality who in every respect is the ultimate goal of surrender for all the world, all the devotees and important personalities of creation bring their offerings, being controlled by him the way bulls are controlled by a rope through their nose. Only 5 years old you left your mother, aggrieved at heart by the words of your stepmother, and went to the forest to worship the Lord with austerities. Thus you attained the highest position in the 3 worlds. Keeping him in mind, my best one, turn yourself free from anger to the one infallible spiritual self, the Brahman situated in the beyond and try, looking at the soul, to discover the uncontaminated state from which all that is divided is understood as falsehood, a mere covering. When you thereupon render transcendental service to the soul inside of the Supreme Lord who, endowed with all potencies, is the unlimited reservoir of all pleasure, you will very soon untie the knot of illusion of I and mine and thus be firmly fixed. Just control your anger, the foremost enemy of goodness, and all good fortune will be yours. By constantly keeping to this lesson, my dear king, this directive will work like a medicinal treatment for a disease. An intelligent person who wishes his soul to be free from fear, must never be led by anger, for everyone is fearful of the person ruled by it. By angrily killing the yakshas you thought to be the killers of your brother, you have slighted Shiva's brother, Kuvara. Go and pacify him immediately, my son. Offer him respectfully with gentle words your obeisances, before the wrath of these great souls will defeat our family. Manusvayambhuva, after thus giving instruction to his grandson, received from him his obeisances and departed together with the sages for his abode. Chapter 12. Dhruva Maharaja goes back to Godhead. Maitreya said, having learned that Dhruva's anger had lingered and that he had refrained from killing, Kuvara, the master of the treasury who is worshipped by the Puranas, Kinnaras, singers and indwellers of heaven and yakshas, appeared there and spoke to Dhruva who stood with folded hands before him. The master of the treasury said, O son of the ruler, I am very glad with you, O sinless one, because you under the instruction of your grandfather gave up the enmity that is so difficult to avoid. Factually, you did not kill the yakshas, nor did the yakshas kill your brother. It is the time that is the master of annihilation and generation of all living beings. One's intelligence is of ignorance with the misconceptions of I and you. To a person following the bodily concept, life appears to be just like in a dream. The physical approach constitutes the cause of bondage and misfortune. I wish you all good fortune, O Dhruva. Keeping that in mind, live for the worship of the Supreme Lord beyond the senses of all living beings and think of him in the form of the one super soul residing within all that lives. Be of devotion unto him whose lotus feet deserve it to be worshipped, for they deliver you from a material existence and cut through the knot of being materially entangled. Even though he in his potency of ruling the modes is connected to them, he by his inconceivable nature is aloof from them. O king, please ask without hesitation from me whatever you deem desirable, O son of Utanapada. We heard, dear man, about your endurance at the lotus feet of him from whose navel the lotus sprouted, and that you thus deserve the benediction. Maitreya said, "He, who by the treasure king of all kings, the ruler of the Yakshas, was offered a benediction, asked, as a first-class intelligent and thoughtful devotee of the Lord, for the continuous remembrance by which one without difficulty crosses over the unsurpassable ocean of nescience." Kuvara, the son of Idavida, who was very pleased with Dhruva's mentality, granted him that remembrance and next disappeared from sight. Dhruva then also returned to his capital. He thereafter worshipped, by means of sacrificial ceremonies and great charities, with all that he could accomplish and the divine support that he could find, the ruler of all sacrifices, the objective of one's life, who awards all results, uninterruptedly rendering service unto the one infallible soul above all. He saw all living beings as present in him alone and him almighty as the one and only present within all living beings. Thus endowed with godly qualities, he, who as a kind protector of the principles of Dharma had respect for the Brahmins and the poor, was considered the father of the people. During the 36,000 years of his rule over the planet Earth, he by enjoyment exhausted his merits and by austerity diminished his misfortune. Thus free from agitating his senses, the great soul life after life for many years favorably executed the three kinds of civil duties: the regulation of religion, economy and sense gratification, after which he handed the royal throne over to his son. He realized that this universe, consisting of his external energy, was a phantasmagoria to the soul, something that, just like a dream, is a result of ignorance. He considered everything created comprising his body, his wives, children, friends, his influence, riches, the pleasure grounds, the facilities for his women and the complete of the beauty of the earth with its oceans, as something bound to time, and for that reason he left for Badarika's Rama, the Himalayan forest. There he purified his body by bathing in pure water and, fixed in yogic postures, controlled the breathing process by withdrawing the mind from his physical senses. Concentrating on the exact form of the Lord he constantly kept in mind, he thus meditating became fully absorbed, constantly engaged in his devotion for Lord Hari, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He was of an everlasting bliss and was time and again overcome by a stream of tears that made his heart melt and made all the hairs of his body stand on end. He no longer remembered that he had a body and was thus liberated from also the subtlety of being materially bound. Muktalinga. Dhruva saw a very beautiful heavenly vehicle of Amana descending from the sky that illumined him and the 10 directions as if the full moon itself had appeared. Therein he discerned 2 beautiful demigods with 4 arms, a blackish skin, being quite young and with eyes as pink as a lotus flower. They held clubs and were attractively dressed and decorated with helmets, bracelets, necklaces and earrings. Understanding them to be 2 servants of the renowned one, he stood up. But being puzzled, he did not know any more how to receive them with proper respect, and thus he respectfully joined his hands, offering his obeisances by chanting the names of the chief of these associates, the enemy of Madhu. He whose heart was always absorbed in thoughts of the feet of Lord Krishna, very humbly folded his hands and bowed his head, while Nanda and Sunanda, the 2 chief servants of the one with the lotus navel, smilingly approached and addressed him. Nanda and Sunanda said, "O best of kings, all good fortune to you. Listen attentively to our words. You are the one who, being 5 years old, greatly satisfied the Lord by doing penance. We, as the associates of the Creator of this entire universe, of the Godhead who carries the bow named Sharanga, have approached you to take you with us to the abode of the Lord. You have achieved the world of Vishnu, so difficult to achieve that not even the greatest souls of enlightenment can reach there. Come and see the supreme abode around which to the right the moon, the sun, the other planets and the stars are circumambulating. This has never been achieved by your forefathers nor by others, O dear man. Come and live there in that supreme abode of Lord Vishnu, who is so worshipable for the inhabitants of the universe. O immortal soul, you deserve it to board this unique heavenly vehicle that was sent to you by the one praised in the verses, the head of all living beings. Sage Maitreya said, having heard the words that like honey poured from the chief associates of the Lord, he who was so dear to him, took a purifying bath and performed his daily duties. Thereupon he greeted the sages and accepted their blessings, after with prayers having circumambulated that excellent heavenly vehicle and also having paid the two associates his obeisances, he, whose form shone with a golden effulgence, was ready to get on board. The son of Utanapada thereupon saw death personified approaching him. He put his foot on his head and thus ascended the wonder that was as big as a house. At that moment kettle drums, mridangas, drums of worship and small drums and such resounded, while the chief heavenly singers sang and flowers showered like rain. When he was about to ascend to the heavenly abode, Dhruva remembered his mother Sunita and thought, how can I go to the difficult-to-attain world above all worlds and leave my poor mother behind? Understanding Dhruva's worries, the two superior beings of enlightenment pointed out to him that she in her divinity had preceded him on the path, on his way being covered by flowers that here and there by the demigods full of praise were showered upon him from their heavenly vehicles. He passed one after the other all the heavenly spheres or planets, in his vimana rising above the three worlds and even going beyond the great sages. Dhruva, who had attained eternal life, then reached the abode of Lord Vishnu. Radiating by its effulgence, that place illumines from within all the three worlds everywhere and also makes them radiate. It can only be reached by those who constantly engage in welfare activities and not by those who are not merciful with other living beings. Peaceful, equipoised, pure and pleasing to all living beings do they, who are befriended with his devotees, easily reach the abode of the infallible one. Dhruva, the son of Utanapada who, fully devoted to Krishna, found his purity, thus became the crown jewel of the three worlds. The sphere of the luminaries, the galaxy, being connected with great force and speed, unceasingly encircles that place, O Kaurava Vijayara's family name, like being a herd of bulls moving around a central pole. Having observed Dhruva's glories, the wise and great Lord Narada played his stringed instrument in the sacrificial arena of the Prasatas, chanting the following verses. Narada sang, due to his austerity this son of Sunita, who served her husband so devotedly, could attain that position. Not even those whom one calls the followers of the Vedas are, despite their awareness of the means, certain of such an attainment, not to mention the chances of regular human beings. He who at the age of 5 years, aggrieved about the harsh words of the wife of his father, in pursuance of my instruction, deeply pained in his heart went to the forest, won over the Supreme Master, winning with the qualities of his devotees. After pleasing the Lord of Vaikuntha he, only 5 or 6 years old, in the shortest possible time attained his protection. Any other person cannot even expect to attain, after many of such years of renunciation on earth, the exalted position that Dhruva, this Kshatriya son, attained. Maitreya said, I have told you everything you asked me here about the great and famous character of Dhruva, who is so very much appreciated by many a devotee. To hear this bestows wealth and repute, increases one's lifespan and is so greatly sacred and auspicious that one can even attain Dhruva's heaven with it, pleasing as it is to the mind and glorious in counteracting all kinds of sin. Repeatedly listening to it with faith one will develop devotional activities dear to the infallible one, and therefrom there is bound to be the full defeat of all hindrances. For the one who hears it there are the qualities of his good conduct and such, The story constitutes a source of strength for souls seeking strength and is a breeding ground for the honor of those who are thoughtful. Carefully sing, in the company of twice-born souls, in the morning and the evening, the glories of the sacred renown and great character of Dhruva. At the time of a full moon or a new moon, on the day after Ekadasi, the 12th day of a lunar month, when the Sravana star appears, at the end of a Taithya lunar day, on a day called Vyatapata, at the end of the month or on a holiday relative to the sun, you should recount the story to a receptive audience without desiring remuneration and take shelter of the lotus feet of him who is the refuge of the seeker. You will find your mind then pacified by the soul and thus become perfect. He who imparts this knowledge to souls unaware of the original reality, walks the path of truth and immortality and will be blessed by the gods for being a kind protector of the seekers. O best among the Kuras, thus was my description of the activities, the fame and the great purity of Dhruva who, as a child forsaking his toys and his mother, left home and found the shelter of Lord Vishnu. Chapter 13, Description of the descendants of Dhruva Maharaja. Sutta said to the rishis at Naimisharanya, hearing Maitreya's description of Dhruva's ascent to the abode of Vaikuntha, Vidura's love for the Supreme Lord in the beyond grew, and again he began to question Maitreya Muni. Vidura asked, "Who are they, you called the Prasitas? Which family were they known by? Whose sons were they, O best among the sworn? And where performed they their sacrifice?" I think that Narada is the greatest of all the devotees. He saw God before his eyes and described the procedure of rendering devotional service to the Lord in Kriya Yoga or the Pankaratrika method. When these men were performing their sacrificial duties in worship of the Supreme Lord, the enjoyer of all sacrifices was by Narada described with devotion. O Brahmin, be so kind to tell me, so very eager to hear, in full all the stories about the Lord that were narrated by the Devrishi. Maitreya said, Udgala, the son of Dhruva, after his father departed for the forest, did not desire the throne of the emperor, his father, with all the lands and opulence belonging to it. From the day he was born he was a most satisfied, unattached soul, who equipoised saw the super-soul as spread everywhere in the world and all the world as resting in the super-soul. Because of his single-minded resolve about the spirit of the Absolute, his being separated from heaven had ended in the oneness of the self. A consequent yoga practice had increased his bliss that his fire burned away the karmic impurities of his mind. Thus realizing his constitutional position, all his thoughts were devoted to the soul of all souls. Out on the road he to the less intelligent appeared to be like a fool, blind, deaf, dumb and mad, but actually his intelligence was more like a fire with its flames tempered. Thinking that Utkala had no intelligence and was mad, the elders of the family and the ministers of state appointed Vasara, the younger son of Brahmi, ruler of the world. Svarvithi, King Vasara's dearest wife, gave birth to 6 sons, Pushpana, Digmaketu, Isha, Urja, Vasu and Jaya. Pushpana had 2 wives, Doswa and Prabha. Of Prabha there were the sons Pratar, Madai and Inam and Siam. Pradesha, Nisatha and Vyashtha were the 3 sons of Doswa. Vyashtha begot in his wife Pushkarini a son named Savatya, the all-powerful one. His wife, called Akuti, gave birth to a son named Kakshashur who was the 6th Manu. His queen Nadvala bore him 12 pure sons, Puru, Kutsa, Trita, Dhyama, Satyavan, Rita, Virata, Agnishtama, Ajaratra, Pradama, Shibi and Almuka. Almuka begot 6 very good sons in Pushkarini who had the same name as her predecessor, Anga, Sumana, Kyati, Kratu, Angira and Gaya. The wife of Anga, Sunitha, gave birth to Vana who was very crooked, Disappointed about his bad character, the wise King Anga left the city to live in the forest. Vana was cursed by the sages whose angry words struck him like thunder. After that had happened, he died. Being without a king, all the inhabitants of the world were pestered by thieves and rogues. They then churned his right arm, his hand, upon which a partial incarnation Avatar of Narayana descended, called Prithu, who became the original lord of the earth. Vidura said, with King Anga being such a reservoir of good qualities and a saintly person, a lover of Brahminical culture and a great soul, how could his son be so bad that he became indifferent and left? Why did the sages conversant with the religious principles who saw Vana's faults, desire to pronounce the Brahman's curse against him, while it was the king who carried the rod of punishment? The king is never to be insulted by the citizens, however sinful he may be, because he by his personal influence maintains the power of all the local officials. Please describe to me, your faithful devotee, O Brahmin, all there is to say about the activities of the son of Sunitha, for you are well conversant with the things of heaven and earth. Maitreya replied, King Anga once executed a great Asvamedha sacrifice, but to that great offering all the godly souls never attended, despite the fact that they were invited by the officiating Brahmins. Puzzled about it, they then told the instigator of the sacrifice, the godly souls do not accept the oblations in the fire of the priests. O king, there is nothing impure about the offerings that you with great care collected, nor is there anything wrong with the proper execution of the mantras by the qualified Brahmins. In this we cannot find the least insult or neglect in respect of the godly souls, because of which the God-conscious who were to witness the sacrifice, would not accept their share. Maitreya said, King Anga, the performer of the sacrifice, was very depressed after hearing what the twice-born souls said. He then, with their permission, addressed the priests to be informed by them, being invited the ones of God are not going to attend the sacrificial ceremony and accept their share of the offerings. My dear priests, please tell me what offense I have committed. The leading priests said, O God of man, in this life you have not committed even the slightest sin. But in your previous life there was an impurity because of which you in this life are without a son. We, who wish you all good fortune, therefore say to you, execute the sacrifice to get good offspring. O king, when you worship the Lord, the enjoyer of the sacrifice, with the desire to get a son, he will grant you one. All the men of God will thereupon accept their share of the sacrifice, because then, for the purpose of getting a son, evidently the Supreme Personality has been invited. The Lord being worshipped will award the person whatever he desires. People will reap the fruits of their actions according to the way they were of respect for him. For the king to get a son, the scholars, thus having decided, offered rice cake in the fire of the Lord of the Flames Vishnu. As a result, a person appeared in white garments with a golden garland and a golden pot wherein he carried rice boiled in milk. The king, firmly routed in the noble mind, took with the permission of the scholars the in-milk boiled rice in his joined palms and, after smelling with great delight, offered it to his wife. The childless queen ate from the food that would give her a child and indeed was impregnated by the husband. In due time she then gave birth to a son. That boy appeared partly following in the footsteps of his death-oriented, maternal, irreligious grandfather. He therefore became an offender of the holy duty. He used to take up his bow as a hunter and go into the forest to kill innocent deer. Thus all the people cried, there he is, the cruel Vana. While playing in the playground with boys of his age he very cruelly violently killed them mercilessly as if he slaughtered animals. Seeing how cruel his son was, the king, by different means of punishment, could not get a grip on him and thus became most aggrieved. He thought, They who are without a son living at home must have worshipped the Lord in a previous life. They do not have to suffer the unbearable sorrow because of such a bad son. Because of his sinful reputation and unrighteousness there will be great discord among the people and endless anxiety. Who would want such a so-called son? He inevitably binds the soul to illusion. What intelligent person would value a son who brings misery to one's family life? I think it is better to have a bad son than a good one. Because of a hellish household, a mortal can detach himself from his home as a source of misery. Thus grown indifferent, the king, unable to sleep, got up in the middle of the night to forsake his home that was so opulent because of the blessings of the great souls. Not noticed by anyone, he left Vana's mother, who was fast asleep. As soon as was understood that the king, no longer taking care, had left, all the citizens, priests and ministers, friends and the rest of the people searched the earth in great bereavement, like they were inexperienced yogis looking outside for the original person hidden within the heart. Not finding a trace of the father of the nation, O Kaurava, the citizens returned disappointed to their city and informed, after offering their respects, with tears in their eyes, the assembled sages about the absence of the king. Chapter 14, The Story of King Vana. Maitreya said, the sages headed by Bhrigu, who always aspired the welfare of all the people, understood that the citizens with King Anga being absent were doomed to live on the level of animals. The men of wisdom called for the mother of Vana, Sunitha, and then enthroned him Vana as the master over the world, even though the ministers did not agree. Hearing that King Vana had ascended the throne, the thieves, knowing that he was a most severe punisher, hid themselves immediately like they were rats afraid of a snake. King Vana, having ascended the royal seat, was very proud of the 8 kind of opulences Bhaga and considered himself to be the greatest. Impudently he began to insult the great personalities. Thus blinded by power, he, as proud as an uncontrolled elephant, mounted a chariot and traveled around, creating fear in heaven and on earth, not permitting the Brahmins the performance of any sacrifice, that charities were given or that any butter was offered in the fire. He thus, beating his kettle drums everywhere, put an end to all religious rituals. When the sages, who always had performed the sacrifices, saw what the great rogue Vana did, they considered it a threat to the common people and out of compassion talked about it. Like a log burning from both sides, the common people, alas, from both the sides of the king and the thieves and rogues, are in great danger. Because we were afraid to be without a king, Vana has been crowned although he was not qualified, and now there is also the threat of danger from his side. How can the living beings be happy now? Vana, born from the womb of Sunitha, has grown into a mischievous character, just like a snake that maintained with milk even attacks the one who feeds it. With him appointed king, there is no doubt that he desires to harm the citizens, but in order not to suffer the consequences of his sins we nevertheless should try to pacify him. Despite knowing Vana's unrighteousness, we have made him king. With him not responsive to our pacifying words, he, for his evil doing, will be condemned by the public and will have to burn, just as he will have to burn by our own fierce opposition. Thus, having decided, the sages approached Vana, while concealing their anger. They pacified him with kind words and then spoke with him. The sages said, O best of the royals, please try to understand what we are about to tell you. O king, it will increase your lifespan, strength and good repute. O best one, persons who, in their words, mind, body and intelligence are free from attachment and acted according to the religious principles, will be granted the worlds that are free from misery. They will find liberation and lasting happiness. May that not be lost by you, O hero of the people. The king who misses that what is the root cause of prosperity, will lose his sway. O king, the royal rule that protects the people against mischievous officials, thieves and rogues may for that reason collect taxes and enjoy this world as also the next. It is in those kingdoms in the cities of which the Supreme Lord, the enjoyer of all sacrifices, is worshipped, that the people following the Varnasrama system of vocations and age groups will act according to their nature. The fortunate one, the original cause of the cosmic manifestation, will be pleased with that king, O noble one, who in his position of power is of the soul that keeps the entire universe together. With him, the controller of the controllers, being satisfied, one can achieve the impossible, and therefore the people are everywhere, with their preferred lead their gods, kings and idols, by all means with the greatest pleasure, all performing sacrifices for him. It is he who with all the deities that are worshipped is the recipient. He is the sum total of the Vedas, the owner of all means of worship and the goal of all austerity. Therefore, O king, you should, to your greater honor and self-interest, direct your countrymen to perform worship by means of the different kinds of sacrifices. When the Brahmins in the kingdom are of devotional service, all the enlightened souls who are part of the Lord, are properly respected and will, most satisfied, grant the desired result. O hero, you should not fail to respect them. Vena replied, Oh, how childish you all are in taking irreligious principles for religious ones. In fact, you forsake the Father who feeds you, being unfaithful with another love. They who out of ignorance failing in respect do not realize that the Lord is there in the form of the King, cannot find happiness in this world nor after they died. What now is the name of that enjoyer of sacrifice unto whom you direct your great devotion? Just like a bad woman with her paramour, you fail in your affection for your king, the husband, the creator, the maintainer, the destroyer, the King of heaven, the God of the wind and the God of death, the God of the sun, the God of the rains, the God of the treasury and the God of the moon, the God of the earth, the God of the fire and the God of the waters. All these and also other powers capable of blessing and cursing abide in the body of the king. The king comprises all the gods. For that reason, O learned souls, you should worship me in your rituals and not be envious. Use those means for my sake. There is no one else to worship as the prime enjoyer of what is offered. Maitreya said, with all respects offered not acceding to the request of the sages, he whose intelligence was perverted and who most sinfully had strayed from the path, thus was bereft of all good fortune. All the Brahmins as a consequence felt insulted by him who considered himself so very learned. Frustrated in their polite request, O Vidura, they became very angry with him, put him to death. This king, this sinner, this dreadful character who very soon will turn the whole world into a heap of ash if we let him live. This man full of impiety, does not deserve the exalted throne as a god of man. He shamelessly insults Lord Vishnu, the master of all sacrifices. Who else but that miserable Vena would be such a blasphemer of him by whose mercy all opulence is received? Thus decided to put him to death, they showed their anger and by the sound of their reproach saying ended the life of Vena, the king who was destroyed by blaspheming the infallible one. After the sages had returned to their hermitages, lamenting, Sunitha preserved the body of her son by means of chanting mantras. Once, when the sages were bathing in the waters of the Sarasvati and offered oblations in the fire, they sat down on the bank of the river and began to discuss the question of truth. They then told each other that they had noticed that disturbances were developing that created fear among the people. Would the citizens without a ruler not suffer the misfortune of having a world full of thieves and rogues? And indeed, while the wise were considering this, wherever one looked dust clouds could be seen in the sky that were caused by the running of plundering criminals. They then realized their fault. The disturbance of the common people whose riches were plundered, was due to the death of their protector, with the state full of thieves and murderers in chaos being bereft of a king. They, despite their knowledge, were not able to subdue the rogues. An equipoised and peaceful Brahman with a disregard for afflicted souls, loses his strength of mind, just like a broken pot loses its water. The family line of the saintly King Anga should not be broken, for the semen of the kings of this family was so productive that they enjoyed the shelter of Kesavahi with the beautiful curls. The wise men thus decided to churn the thighs of the dead king with great force. Thereupon a person named Bahuka the dwarf was born. He was as black as a crow, very short in every way with very short legs and arms, has big jaws, a flat nose, reddish eyes and copper red hair. Having appeared he meekly bowed before the sages inquiring, "What can I do for you?" "Please sit down," they replied, and thus, "O best one." He became thereafter known as Nishada. His descendants were thereupon called the Nishadas. They inhabited the hills and forests because they, being born from Vena, were feared because of all his sins. Chapter 15. King Prithu's appearance and coronation. Maitreya said, "Thus the Brahmins again churned the arms of the king who had no son, and from that action a child couple took birth. About that child couple being born, the sages conversant with the Vedas said that they were very happy, knowing that it concerned an avasa expansion of the Supreme Lord. The sages said, this man is an expansion of the Supreme Lord Vishnu who maintains the world, and this woman is Lakshmi, the goddess of fortune, who is an inseparable, integral part of the original person. This male will be the first among the kings and will spread his reputation under the name of Prithu, the one of the earth, becoming widely renowned as the great king. This female will, as a goddess of all good qualities, enhance the beauty of her ornaments with the magnificence of her teeth. She will be named Dasi and will attract Prithu with her great beauty. He, as a partial, direct representative of the Lord, is born with the desire to protect the entire world, and she took birth as the inseparable goddess who is very attracted to him. Maitreya said, the Brahmins praised him, the singers of heaven chanted, the perfected ones showered flowers, and the girls of heaven were dancing, filling the air with vibrating conches, bugles, drums and kettle drums and such. All the godly souls, the sages and the elderly of all sections of society gathered there. Brahma, the master of the universe, accompanied by the godly, arriving there together with all the leaders of the enlightened world, saw on the right hand of that son of Vena, the mark of Vishnu carrying the club. His 2 feet also showed the marks of the lotus flower, and thus he was certain that he dealt with a partial appearance of the Lord, who with his invincible disc as a mark in his hand as a plenary portion represents the supreme interest. The Brahmins attached to the rituals arranged for his coronation, and thus the people for his sake from everywhere collected the different means for performing the ceremony. The rivers, the seas, the mountains, the serpents, the cows, the birds and the animals, the sky, the earth and all living beings contributed with different kinds of gifts. He was thus crowned the Maharaja. Exquisitely dressed and fully ornamented, he, together with his nicely jeweled wife Asi, appeared like a fire beyond compare. The keeper of wealth Kuvara donated a royal throne made of gold, O hero, and Varuna gave him an umbrella as brilliant as the moon, from which constantly a mist of water droplets showered. Vayu in his turn gave him 2 cameras, whisks made of hair. Dharmas gave a garland that added to his name and fame. Indra gave a very valuable helmet, while Yama gave him a scepter to rule the world. Brahma armed him with spiritual knowledge. His wife Prati, the goddess of learning Sarasvati, gave a transcendental necklace. The Supreme Personality Hari, Vishnu gave him a Sudarsana disc, and his wife Lakshmi gave him imperishable opulence. Lord Shiva came with a sword decorated with 10 moons, and Durga gave a likewise shield showing 100 moons. The moon god gave horses of the finest breed, and the demigod Vishvakarma presented a very beautiful chariot. Agni gave a bow made of horn, Surya gave arrows as brilliant as sunlight, Bhumi the goddess of the earth gave slippers that empowered him with mystic union, and the gods of the heavenly planets gave him flowers day after day. The art of drama, singing the finest songs, playing musical instruments, as also the ability to make things appear and disappear, were given to him by those moving through the ether. The great sages blessed him with infallibility, and the god of the ocean produced a conch shell for him. The seas, the mountains and the rivers provided him passage for his chariot, and professed bards and officials of prayer presented themselves praising him in verses. Seeing them engaged in their offerings, the greatly powerful son of Vena spoke as follows, smiling with a voice as grave as the thunder of clouds. King Prithu said, "O dear bards, men of prayer and men of praise, the words of your address are misplaced. The way I am now present in this world, I do not stand out with these qualities. Why should I be praised as the refuge when these words do not apply to me? Your words for my sake should not go in vain. Offer those prayers therefore some future time, when the qualities you mentioned are actually manifest in me. O gentle reciters, the proper way is to discuss the qualities of the Supreme Lord glorified in the scriptures. Being civilized, one should not offer prayers to a lowly human being, someone who causes followers to praise him for talents that he as a lord and the master could have but in reality lacks, deceives himself in being a fool, unaware of the fact that the people are insulting him. The ones in power certainly do not like it to be praised. Despite being very famous, they are modest. They very well know that they, magnanimous as they are in their heroic deeds, are just as well reprehensible. O you people led by practices of praise, when we at present are not of any fame in the world or of any praiseworthy action, then how can I engage you in songs of praise for me like you are children? Chapter 16, King Prithu extolled. Maitreya said, the professional reciters, pleased with hearing the king speak these nectarine words, praised him. Therefore, according to the instructions of the sages, we are at a loss to describe in full the glories of you who as the foremost Godhead has descended out of your own mercy. Despite the fact that you appeared from the body of Vena, your glories bewilder the minds of the leading speakers. Nevertheless, we will, in accord with what the wise have told us to do, try to put the name of King Prithu, of you who are famed for being a partial incarnation of Lord Vishnu, in the sweetest words. Encouraged in our attention for the liberality and praiseworthiness of your activities, we shall do our best to sing your praises. This king, being the protector of the regulative principles of human nature, is also the chastiser of all who act against them. As the best defender of the faith, he will incite the entire world to follow dutifully. He is the one and only who carries all the forms of all local deities within himself. Based upon that justice, each and everyone high and low in due course will receive his proper share and prosper therefrom. All the riches this king exacts will by him in due time be equally distributed over all living beings. Just like the all-powerful sun god distributes his rays, he is the king will take up the duty of Mother Earth to be always kind to the aggrieved and tolerant towards the people who trample her face. As easy as Indra answers with rain when there is a shortage of water and the living entities have to suffer, the divine man of God, this embodiment of the Lord, will protect the citizens. The whole world will thrive on the glances and bright smiles of his beautiful and affectionate moon-like face. The policies of this king are unseen, his actions are confidential and secret, his accomplishments are hidden, and there is no limit to his treasury. His soul, as the only reservoir of all good qualities, will be covered just as it is with the position of Varuna, the king of the seas. Born from Vena like fire from firewood, He is difficult to approach and unbearable for his enemies. When one approaches him he stays at a distance. No one can defeat him. He as the neutral witness oversees the activities inside and outside of all living beings, just as inseparable as the life breath is of all the embodied beings. He will never punish someone not deserving punishment, not even when it concerns the son of his enemy. Nevertheless, he following the path of righteousness will punish his own son if he deserves it, like the sun god shining his light everywhere. The circle of influence of Prithu will unimpeded remain the most powerful one up to Manasur Mountain, the Arctic region. The entire world will be pleased by his personal activities and will therefore call him the king. Happy to the mind of the citizens, firm in his determination and always truthful. He in favor of the Brahminical and of service to the elderly, is the one of respect and the caring parent for the poor with whom all living beings seek their shelter. He is as respectful towards other women as he is towards his mother. Unto his own wife he is like the other half of his body, unto the citizens he is like an affectionate father, and he is a servant unto those who preach the word of God. All embodied beings are as dear to him as his own self. He increases the pleasure of his friends and he intimately associates with those who are free from attachment. This king is the hand chastising the wicked, he who is unmistakably the unchanging supreme lord over the three worlds, descended as a partial Sakyavsu expansion of the Supersoul. He regards the false security of confiding in the variegation of matter as meaningless, for such a notion is born from nescience, from the earliest light of day over the hills on. He uniquely heroic will protect the globe as the king of the world, the master of all gods of men, from his victorious chariot upholding the bow. He will reach everywhere from the south to the north like the sun does, passing every year from the south to the north. For certain all kings of all places will offer him presentations. With the locally worshipped deities the wives of these kings will consider him the original king who wields the weapon of his disc in defense of his reputation. He will milk the earth whom one knows in the form of a cow. As an extraordinary king and progenitor the Prajapati he will provide facilities for the populace, and for a pastime he will simply by the pointed end of his bow level the mountains by breaking them apart in preparing the earth for agriculture, just like Indra, the king of heaven, did, hitting the mountains with his thunderbolt when he vibrating his bow of horn, like a lion keeping his tail high, personally travels the earth. He, invincible in battle, will drive all warmongers everywhere into retreat. The moment this king will have performed 100 Asvamedha horse sacrifices at the source of the Sarasvati river, his horse during the last of the 100 sacrifices there will be stolen away by Lord Indra. He will meet the worshipable Sanat Kumara alone in the garden of his palace and will, with his devotion being of worship, achieve the uncontaminated, transcendental knowledge by which the spirit of the absolute truth is enjoyed. He will hear about the widespread reputation of his chivalry as Prithu, the king of supreme power, being put in so many words in the form of songs and narrations. Conquering his opponents everywhere with no one checking him, he will, by his own prowess, uproot the miseries of the citizens. He will be glorified as the greatest soul by the leaders of the godly and the godless and become the lord of the world. Chapter 17. Prithu Maharaja gets angry with the earth. Maitreya said, after the son of King Vana thus has been glorified for his qualities and actions as a manifestation of the Supreme Lord, he pleased those who had spoken with gifts and honored them with praises. The leaders of the Brahmins and the other castes, the servants, the ministers, the priests, the citizens, all his subjects, the different communities and his admirers, he all properly respected. Vidura said, why did Mother Earth, who has so many forms, assume the form of a cow? And with King Prithu milking her, who was there as the calf, and what was the milking pot? How leveled he her, the goddess who by nature is sloped, and for what reason stole the godhead? Indra, the sacrificial horse. O Brahmin, what state was attained by the saintly king after he from the mighty Sanat Kumara, who is so well versed in Vedic lore, had received the practical knowledge? Please, your goodness, narrate to this so very attentive devotee everything else about the Supreme Personality of Krishna, whom we know as Adhikshara, the one beyond the senses, and who as the son of Vana milked the earth in the form of that cow. It undoubtedly is a pleasure to listen to the stories about him who from the piety of his previous incarnation arrived at such powerful and glorious activities. Sutta said, Maitreya, very pleased with Vijaya being so inspired by the narrations about Vasudeva, thereupon praised him and replied. Maitreya said, when King Pritha was enthroned by the Brahmins, my best, and declared to be the protector of the people, the citizens suffered a shortage of food. They then, with their bodies emaciated because of the hunger, approached him, the protector of the surface of the earth, in order to inform him, O king, suffering a hunger that burns like a fire in the hollow of a tree, we today have come to you to take shelter with you, for you are the appointed person and master to be consulted who must give the orders. Please, your majesty, try therefore to provide us, who suffer from hunger, with food, O master over all rulers of men. If you do not act as the protector of the people and the leader of the food supply, we will perish. Maitreya said, Pritha, hearing the citizens lament their pitiable condition, for a long time contemplated, O best of the Kuras, and discovered the cause. With intelligence having arrived at that conclusion, he took up his bow and aimed an arrow at the earth, like he was the angry lord of the three cities, Lord Shiva, who once pierced 3 fortresses with one arrow. When the earth saw that he had taken up his bow and arrows, she trembling turned into a cow and fled away, as afraid as a deer chased by a hunter, with his eyes turned red out of anger chasing the cow. The son of Vana then laid an arrow on his bow wherever she fled. Seeing the king coming after her with his weapons raised, the goddess ran randomly in all the 4 directions, fleeing hither and thither wherever heaven meets earth. Just like man unable to escape from death, she nowhere in the world could escape from the hand of the son of Vana, and finally turned back, most scared and very saddened at heart. She said, Since you are now the great one of fortune, O knower of the Dharma, O shelter of the afflicted souls, please save me. Your Majesty, after all, is there for the protection of the living beings. Why do you want to kill someone who is poor and sinless? How can you, whom one considers a knower of the religious principles, wish to kill a woman like me? If no one should ever strike a woman, not even when she is sinful, then what to speak of a personality like you, O king, a human being so merciful and affectionate to the poor? If you break me, this very strong boat carrying all the world, how can you hold yourself and your people afloat then? King Pritha replied, O dear source of wealth, if you do not obey my rules, I will have to kill you, because you, while accepting your share of the offerings, do not provide us the produce. You eat the greenest grass daily, but we are never certain of the milk provided by your udder. Is it not demanded to administer punishment to a cow that is thus indubitably an offense? Not very intelligent, disobeying me you do not yield the seeds for the plants, herbs and grains for us, that originally were formed by the Creator but now are hidden by you inside of you. To put an end to the misery of all the distressed who suffer from hunger, I will now cut your flesh to pieces with my arrows. Whether it concerns a man, a woman or an eunuch, kings who kill those who with no compassion for other living beings, as the lowest of all, care only for themselves, do not really kill. You, so foolish and conceited, prove yourself to be a cow of illusion. I will thus with my arrows cut you to pieces as small as grains, for I, by the power of my yoga, will personally uphold all these citizens. Being that angry, he had assumed the form of death personified. The surrendered planet Earth, who had to tremble all over, then with folded hands spoke. The earth said, "My respects for the transcendence, the original person who with the material energy expanded into a variety of forms. Unto that source of qualities I offer my obeisances, unto that original form of him who, with all of his love and actions, as a doer, himself is never affected because he is not bewildered by the waves of the ocean of matter. He who created me as an abode for all living beings, as a combination of the different modes and elements, he standing before me now who, in his own right, wishes to kill me with his weapons ready. To what other shelter should I resort but to him? You as the one who in the beginning by his inconceivable potency created all these moving and non-moving entities and offered them the protection of his shelter, you who by that same Maya now proves to be this king, wishing to offer protection as someone strictly following the principles, how can you desire to kill me? Because of his unconquerable potency, the plan of the Supreme Master is never clear to human beings who always fall short. He indeed who by his inconceivable powers and lordship caused the Creator and his creation, is the one within the many. I offer him my obeisances. Who is the cause of the creation, dissolution and maintenance of this world, unto him who by dint of his powers is the cause of the physical elements, the senses and the controlling demigods, the intelligence and the identification with matter, unto him who manifests and restricts these energies and is the transcendental original personality and cause of all causes. It was you who factually created this world consisting of the elements, the senses, the mind and the heart, O powerful one, O unborn one. It was you who as the original Bhagavata maintaining me, lifted me from the lower regions out of the water. Having put me on top of the water with the living entities standing upon me as in a boat, you, who indeed want to offer protection, as a hero have become the keeper of the earth. And now you want to kill me with sharp arrows because of missing my milk. The ways and activities of your divine incarnations can surely never be fully understood by living beings like me or by common people whose minds as a consequence of your energy are bewildered by the modes. My obeisances for all that you are, you who bring renown to the heroes themselves. Chapter 18. Prithu Maharaja milks the earth. Maitreya said, after Mother Earth thus had offered King Prithu prayers, his lips were still trembling of anger. She, in fear, then managed to come to her senses and spoke again. Please pacify your anger, O King. Understand that what I have said as someone who as an intelligent person, just like a bumblebee, gathers the essence from everywhere. By the great sages who realized the truth, methods were found and applied for the common people to have a better life in both this world and the next. For anyone who fully follows the principles that are traditionally taught to the inexperienced who live by their faith, it is very easy to enjoy life. He who in neglect of the traditions not properly versed engages on his own initiative, will, in pursuing his goals, see himself fail time and again. O King, I see that all the plants that in the past were created by Lord Brahma and are cherished by me, are now in the hands of irresponsible people with no respect for the spiritual practice. With me not being taken care of and neglected by local rulers like your goodness, I have for this world, that has fallen into thievery, hidden all the herbs and seeds that are needed for the offerings. Because of being hidden within me for such a long time, those plants, fruits and seeds have deteriorated and therefore your majesty should take them out the way it is prescribed. O hero, arrange for a car for me, and if you also arrange for a milking pot and a milkman, I will, from my affection for it, fulfill all your desires in the form of milk for each of you. I will also, O mighty armed one, O protector of the living beings, if you want, provide for the food you desired to feed yourself. You will also have to engage in leveling me, the earth, O King, so that the water that fell from the sky by the mercy of the Godhead, after the rainy season has not flown away. O mighty one, Thinking of the pleasing and good words of the earth, the king engaged with the calf so that the representative of mankind thus milking obtained all the crops. Everywhere else other men of intelligence also acquired the wealth by likewise caring for a calf and thus milking from Prithu's planet Earth whatever they wanted. O good one, the sages milking the goddess with their senses as the milking pot, produced, by dint of sage Brihaspati as the calf, milk in the pure form of the Vedic hymns, producing from Indra, the king of heaven, as the calf, the godly milked into a golden pot the nectar of the milk of mental power and the strength of the body and the senses. The sons of Diti, the enemies of God, produced with Prahlada as the calf, with the most important devotee among the godless, the milk of fermented and distilled beverages in an iron pot. The singers and denizens of heaven produced with him who was named Vishvavasu as the calf, into a vessel in the form of a lotus, the milk of sweet music and beauty. The most fortunate demigods responsible for the funeral rites, with great faith produced, with Ariama, from the realm of the ancestors the milk of the offerings of food into an unbaked earthen pot. The perfected souls and the scholars and such the Vidyadharas, appointing Kapila as the calf, produced with the ether as the milking pot the knowledge of proceeding at will with yogic mystic powers Siddhis. Others endowed with magical and mystical powers the Kimpurushas produced with Maya demon as the calf and with concentration or dharana as the milking pot, the milk of the wondrous ability of making the body invisible. The descendants of Kuvara, the demons, the ghosts and the witches respectively the Yakshas, Rakshasas, Bhutas and Pisakas, who are all habituated to eating meat, with Lord Shiva's incarnation Rudra Bhutanatha as the calf, milked out a beverage made of blood in a pot of skulls. So also the snakes with and without hoods, the scorpions and the constrictor snakes, produced with Takshaka as the calf, their chief. The milk of poison in the pot of the snake pit. The four-legged creatures produced, with the bull carrier of Lord Shivanandi as the calf, from the green grasses their milk in the pot of the wilderness. The other sharp-toothed animals, the predators, with the lion as their calf milked out the flesh of other beings and the birds, with Garuda as their calf, produced in the pot of their own body the milk of the moving insects and worms and non-moving living beings the plants and grasses, with the banyan tree as their calf. The different trees produced milk in the form of their juices, while the hills and mountains, with the Himalayas as the calf, produced the various minerals of their peaks, with the leaders as the calves and with each his own specific milking pot. From the planet Earth ruled by King Prithu the milk was produced of everything needed. O chief of the Kuras, milking the earth with the different calves, pots and milkers, thus by Prithu and the others following his example, the milk was obtained of all the different forms of food needed by the living entities. King Prithu, being very pleased with all desirables produced as milk, full of affection thereafter treated the planet Earth, as if she was his own daughter. The emperor, the mighty son of Vana, with the power of his bow had broken up all the hilltops of the entire earth and thus had cultivated her almost completely. And so the Supreme Lord, present on this earth as the son of Vana, was as a father to the citizens in employing them and in preparing at different locations for numbers of suitable dwellings according to the need, villages, cities, settlements and forts of different kinds as also habitations for the milkmen, pens for livestock, camps, mines, agricultural towns and mountain hamlets. Before Prithu there was on this earth certainly never this kind of planning of towns and villages. One used to live everywhere unrestricted as one liked. Chapter 19, King Prithu's 100 Horse Sacrifices. The sage Maitreya said, thereafter he, the king, in the land of Manu known as Brahmavata, where the Sarasvati flows to the east, then initiated the performance of 100 horse sacrifices. Faced with this most powerful in fruitive action, King Indra, who himself had performed 100 sacrifices, could not tolerate the great ceremonies of sacrifice of King Prithu. It was there that directly the enjoyer of all sacrifice, the Supreme Lord Vishnu, the transcendental controller who is the proprietor, the teacher of all the world and everyone's soul, would show himself. Together with Brahma and Shiva and all the local rulers with their followers, he is praised by the inhabitants and singers of heaven and the wise, the perfected souls and those routed in learning, the descendants of Diti, the fruitive workers and the guardians of wealth attended the headed by Nanda and Sunanda, the most respectful associates of the Lord. All the great devotees who always serve him with diligence assembled there. The masters of yoga led by Sanaka the Kumaras, Kapila, Narada and Attatreya. Dear son of Bharata, because of that meeting the land fulfilled, alike the cow that produces all the milk, all wishes by yielding as desired every mat needed by the sacrificer. The rivers carried all the water needed, there was milk, curd and the food of other dairy products, and the trees with their big bodies bore fruits and dripped with honey. The people of all places along with their governors brought forward presentations of the 4 kinds of foodstuff: what is chewed, licked, sucked and drunk, and heaps of jewels from the hills and oceans. Thus King Prithu, abiding by the Lord beyond the senses, was the most opulent person. But the great Lord Indra, being envious, formed a hindrance. Full of envy he unseen stole the sacrificial animal when the son of Vena was performing the last horse sacrifice meant to please the Lord of all sacrifices. Indra, impersonating as a liberated soul and thus most confusingly presenting irreligion as religion, was spotted by Sagetri and then hurried away into the sky. The son of King Prithu, a great hero, was by Sagetri encouraged to kill him. He most angry shouted, "Wait, just wait." But when he saw that he was wearing the dress that is considered religious, had knotted hair and a body smeared all over with ashes, he could not release an arrow at him. My best one, the son of Prithu, having refrained from killing, was by Sagetri admonished to do it nevertheless, since the great Indra had sunken as low as to impede the performance of a yajna. Thus being ordered, the son of Prithu, who was as angry as the king of the vultures was with Ravana, began to chase Indra, who hastily moved away at a distance. With him in pursuit, Indra vanished, abandoning both the horse and his false dress. The great hero then brought the animal of his further back to the sacrificial arena. O Master Vidura, seeing the reality of his wonderful action, the great sages honored him accordingly with the name Vijitasva, he who won the horse. But not being seen under the cover of a dense darkness he had created, the mighty King Indra again took the horse away from the sacrificial block where it was chained in golden shackles. Wainatri pointed out that he hurried away in the open. The hero this time, seeing him holding a staff with a skull at the top, again could not kill him. Bhayatri admonished to go after him. He in anger had fixed an arrow, but the independent Indra, who gave up the horse and the apparel for the second time, kept himself out of reach. The hero then took the horse and went back to the sacrificial arena of his father. Ever since those with a poor fund of knowledge adopt that false show of the Lord of Heaven, those forms that Indra assumed, with the desire to steal the horse, are all sign and symbol of sinful activities. For this the word deficient is used with Khanda or deficient. One speaks of Pakhanda or Pashanda, the false preacher or heretic. With Indra, who in his desire to stop the sacrifice stole away the horse from the son of Vena and thus adopted and abandoned the religious garb, the common man, foolishly enough, got attracted to this falsehood of faith in red robes, going naked etc., because it is generally done with great cunning and a good command of speech. The incarnation of the Lord, King Prithu, celebrated as the all-powerful one, understood this and, very angry with Indra, took an arrow and lifted his bow. The priests who saw that Prithu thus prepared to kill the king of heaven, could not tolerate the mental leap of his terrifying display of power and objected, "O great soul, as it is said in the scriptures, it is not proper to kill others in matters like these. Indra, your enemy who in fact already lost his power as the destroyer of your interest, we will summon with mantras never used before and forthwith by force sacrifice him in the fire, O king." After thus having advised the leader of the ceremony, O Vidura, the priests grim-faced with the sacrificial ladle in their hand stood prepared to perform the sacrifice, but when they were about to begin Lord Brahma asked them to stop. "Indra should not be killed by you, for he whose end you wish is also the offering himself. He is an integral part of the Supreme Lord. And so too the ones of God you wish to please by the sacrificing are all part of Indra." And then, O twice-born souls, beware of this great violation of Dharma committed by Indra in his desire to impede these proceedings of the king. Let it be so that from the side of the widely renowned King Prithu there are the 99 sacrifices he performed. There is no use, O king, for more correctly performed sacrifices, for you know the path of liberation very well. You surely should not act in anger against Lord Indra. It suffers no doubt that it will be to the good fortune of the both of you to stand together for the multiformity of the Lords celebrated in the scriptures. O great king, please listen to what I tell you with the greatest esteem. Do not, as you did, get into the mind of anger because of a twist of fate, because from the king who is of such a consideration, one will enter the darkest regions. Let this sacrificing end. It was by what Indra has created that among the souls of God so many principles of religion were violated and bad habits rooted. Just see how Indra, as the one who broke your sacrifice by stealing the horse, introduced this deception that is so alluring to the common man that he is carried away by it. Your Majesty, you incarnated according to time and circumstance in this world in order to deliver us, because the system of religion by the misdeeds of King Vana had almost vanished. And now you are there as a part and parcel of the body of Vishnu, O son of Vana. Therefore, in consideration of the welfare of the world, O protector of the people, respond to the determination of the progenitors of this earth to respect you as an expansion of the Supreme One and foil the illusion that was created by Indra in the form of the moralizing without servitude, the pseudo-religion, the hypocrisy that is the mother of the dangerous path of heresy. Maitreya continued, thus being advised by the teacher of all, Prithu, the king and master, acted according to what was told and concluded, moved by sympathy, to peace with Indra. After having done so he took a customary bath and received for his glorious actions the blessings of the God-conscious whom he had pleased with the performance of his sacrifices. All the men of learning, whose blessings are effective, were most contented with the great respect and rewards they received from the original king. O royal soul! They offered their blessings and said, O mighty armed one, we, the forefathers, gods, sages and also the common people, have all assembled because you invited us, and now we feel very honored by your gifts and expressions of respect. Chapter 20, Lord Vishnu's appearance in the sacrificial arena of Prithu Maharaja. Maitreya said, the Supreme Personality, the Lord of Vaikuntha, satisfied by the sacrifices unto him, the Lord of all sacrifices, appeared together with the mighty Indra and spoke as the enjoyer of the sacrifice to King Prithu. The Supreme Lord said, this person King Indra who disturbed the 100th horse sacrifice you performed, begs your pardon. You ought to forgive him. Considerate souls willing to act in favor of others in this world, O God of man, belong to the best human beings. They acting from the soul will never be malicious toward other living beings. The soul after all is not this vehicle of time, the body. If people like you, who persistently are of service to the elders. The tradition, the wise, become bewildered by the external energy of God. The only thing that is achieved is weariness. Therefore he who is well acquainted and knows that one owes this body to one's ignorance, desires and karma, will never become the slave of it. In other words, which person having life experience would in his detachment call himself the proprietor of the wealth, house and children that result from such a bodily concept? The one pure self that is enlightened and free from material characteristics, constitutes the reservoir of all good qualities that, transcendental to the body and the mind and pervading all, is the undivided witness unrelated to the material world. Anyone who thus knows about the soul that exists within this body is, despite being situated within material nature, as a person never affected by the basic qualities of nature. Such a one is situated in me. He who free from ulterior motives, always doing his duty, worships me with faith and devotion will, O king, discover that his mind step by step finds the highest satisfaction, free from the modes, the basic qualities, of nature and with an equal vision. He who, innerly free from contaminations, is of peace, will achieve the equipoise of my spirit of emancipation. Any person who knows this changeless soul as simply being the indifferent superintendent of the physical elements, the knowing and working senses and the mind, will find all fortune. They who are bound to me in friendship and enlightenment will never become disturbed by the happiness or distress they see associated with the different basic qualities and the constant change of the material body consisting of the physical elements, the active senses, its intentions and the mind. Equipoised in happiness and distress, equal to all who are more elevated, lower or situated in between and with the senses and mind controlled, be as such the protector of all citizens, O hero, together with the others the officials arranged by me. Ruling the populace in goodness. It is certain for a king in his next life to be the collector of 1/6 of the results of the pious activities of his subjects. Being of a different approach, solely collecting taxes, he will have to do without this 1/6 and be faced with the sins of the citizens he failed to protect. Thus being the protector of the earth as someone whose chief interest it is to be unattached in respect of the principles as approved and handed down by the foremost twice-born souls, you soon will see yourself beloved by the citizens and at home be visited by the perfected souls in person. Because you captivated me by your excellent qualities, please request any benediction from me you desire, O chief of the humans. I certainly cannot easily be obtained by mere sacrifices, austerities or doing yoga. I'm present in the one who is even-minded. Maitreya said, the conqueror of the world thus being led by the Supreme Master of all, the personality of Vishnu, bowed his head to the instructions of the Lord. King Indra, ashamed of his own actions, then lovingly touched the feet of him Prithu, who of course with an embrace gave up his anger. The Supreme Lord, the Super Soul, next received worship with all the paraphernalia from Prithu, whose devotion, having taken to the lotus feet, gradually increased, even though he was ready to leave him. The Lord with the lotus eyes, the well-wisher of the devotees, being detained by his kindness, could not depart. He, the first among the kings, could, with his eyes full of tears standing before the Lord with folded hands, not look at him nor utter a word. His voice was choked up and within his heart embracing him. He remained in that position, looking at him with insatiable eyes. He thereupon, wiping the tears from his face, addressed the original personality of Godhead who, with his hand resting upon the high shoulder of Garuda, the enemy of the snakes, barely touched the ground with his lotus feet. Prithu said, O Almighty One, how can a learned man ask from you, who are the master of all blessings, for benedictions that are also available to all those embodied living beings who are bewildered by the modes of nature, even when they are in hell. Nor do I ask, O Supreme One, for your enlightenment to be one with you. I do not desire even that, O Master, because I then have to do without the nectar delivered by the mouths of the devotees at your lotus feet. Just give me 1,000,000 ears to relish that what rises from the core of their hearts, the stories about you. Let that be my benediction. That soothing breeze of the nectarian saffron particles of your lotus feet, O Lord, praised in the scriptures as delivered by the mouths of the great ones, restores of those who strayed from the path of devotional service the remembrance of the forgotten truth, and makes other benedictions unnecessary. When someone somehow or other, even only once, in association with those who are advanced, listens to the all-auspicious glorification of you, O Honored One, how can someone appreciative of your characteristics, unless he is an animal, then ever cease with that what the goddess of fortune in her desire to hear about you has accepted as your quality? Therefore I shall engage in the service of you, the all-inclusive supreme, original personality, Purushottama and reservoir of all transcendental qualities. Let there with me, who as anxious as the goddess with the lotus in her hand, competes in relation to the one master, be no quarrel between her and me in the single-mindedness of acting in respect of your feet, the mother of the universe, O ruler of the cosmic reality. Being jealous might ruin my desire to be of her action. But what difference would she make with you who, always favorably inclined to the poor, as a consequence of your benevolence consider even the most insignificant service very great? Saintly persons therefore are the worship you who dispel the misconceptions produced by the modes of nature. O Supreme Lord, I cannot think of any other purpose in the life of devotees than the remembrance of your lotus feet. I consider that what you said to me with the words "make your choice," as a bewildering favor relating to the material world. How is that supposed to work when ordinary people like me, who are not tied to what you say in the Vedic literature, time and again feel attracted to engage in karmic actions? O Lord, the people are divided about your illusory energy, because of which they, missing the real knowledge, desire everything but the true matters of the soul. Please bestow that what you deem desirable, just like a father would do for the welfare of his child. Maitreya said, thus being worshipped by the original king, he, the seer of the entire universe, said to him, my dear king, let there be your devotion for me. By the good fortune of intelligently having acted unto me like this, you will certainly overcome my illusory energy that is so difficult to give up. Do therefore without neglect what I ordered you to do, O protector of the citizens. Anyone who acts according to my injunctions, will achieve all good fortune, wherever he is. Maitreya said, this way showing his appreciation for the words of the wise king, the son of Vana, the infallible one, after properly having blessed him and being worshipped by him, decided to leave, after they by the king with an intelligence dedicated to the Lord, with folded hands. Sweet words and riches were properly respected in a spirit of devotional service. All the followers of the Lord of Vaikuntha departed, the godly souls, the sages, the forefathers, the artisans, the perfected ones, the heavenly singers, the snake-like beings, the superhuman beings, the nymphs, the earthly humans, the birds and all the other living entities, having captivated the minds of the saintly king and all his priests, the protector of the living creation, the infallible Supreme Lord, also returned to his abode. The king who had offered his obeisances to the Supreme Soul, thus received the revelation of the unmanifested One, the God of gods. He then returned to his home. Chapter 21. Instructions by Prithu Maharaja. Maitreya said about King Prithu returning to his capital, the city at the golden gates and everywhere around was decorated with pearls, flower garlands and cloth, and there was also highly fragrant incense. The streets, the parks and the lanes, that were sprinkled with water scented with sandalwood and agaru, a fragrant herb, were decorated with unbroken rice, flowers, fruits in their peel, precious stones, parched grains and lamps, with everything being cleansed and festooned with leaves of various trees like fresh mango leaves, and the flowers and fruits hanging down from pillars of banana trees and betel nut trees. It all looked very nice. The citizens and many a beautiful radiating virgin decorated with tinkling earrings, came to welcome him equipped with lamps and countless articles of worship. Even though the king when he entered the palace was honored with the sounds of kettle drums, conch shells and the Vedic chants of the priests, he took no pride in it. With the great glory of thus being revered and pleased everywhere by the nobles and the commoners, he in his turn wished them all the best. He had been so from the beginning, magnanimous in all his actions and doing great works regularly. He had become the greatest of the great and thus ruling with the achievement of a repute that had spread all over the world. He finally was elevated to the supreme lotus feet. Suta said, "O greatest of the devotees, O leader of the sages Shaunaka," after Maitreya thus befittingly had expounded on the high reputation of that ideal king so qualified because of his countless qualities, Vidura proved his great respect and addressed him. Vidura said, when he Pritha was enthroned by the great souls of learning, he realized the full respect of the enlightened community and was by that grace of Vishnu able to expand to the strength of a rule of law by which he managed to break open and exploit the earth. Who would not enjoy to hear about his glories, about his intelligence and his chivalry, to the example of which even to this day so many kings and their local rulers proceed in procuring what they desire for their livelihood. Please tell me more about those good deeds. Maitreya proceeded, living in the land between the two rivers the Ganges and the Yamuna, he who was destined to enjoy the fortune of his pious deeds, exhausted his merits. Except for the Brahman culture and the souls in succession devoted to the infallible one the Vaishnavas, there was for everyone on the 7 continents the irrevocable order of him as the one ruler holding the scepter, and so he one day took a vow to initiate a great sacrifice to the occasion of which the authorities of God assembled, the Brahman sages, the wise kings and all the great devotees. To that occasion he offered his obeisances to all the respectable souls who deserved it according to their respective positions, standing in their midst like the moon between the stars. He was a tall man, well built with strong arms and a lotus-like fair complexion, eyes as bright as a sunrise, a straight nose and a beautiful face with a grave expression, high shoulders and teeth brilliant at the smile. He had a broad chest, a firm waist with beautiful folds in his abdomen like the leaf of a banana tree, a coiled navel, thighs of a golden hue and an arched instep, with fine, curly, slick black hair on his head and a neck like a conch. He was dressed in a very valuable dhoti with over his upper body a wrapper worn like a sacred thread. With all the beauty of his physical appearance he was the one appointed to give up his garments according to the regulations. Nicely covered by a black deerskin and with a ring of kuzza grass around his finger, he then performed as was required. With starry eyes as moist as the dew, he glanced over all the souls around him and then, for the purpose of pleasing the assembly, began to speak in terms of the following elevating discourse. What he brought to mind for them was of a great importance and beauty and was flowery, crystal clear and free from doubt, spoken to the benefit of all. The king, addressing the ones present, said, "Listen carefully, O great souls present here. How I as an inquisitive man feel obliged to present to you, dear nobles, my conclusions concerning the principles of Dharma. I, carrying the scepter as the king of all citizens, am engaged in this world as the protector and employer of each person the way he is born in the context of his own Vedically established, separate social order. By executing of him, the seer of all destiny, that what the experts in Vedic knowledge speak about, I expect to fulfill all the objectives as desired everywhere by everyone. Anyone who as a king exacts taxes from the citizens without reminding them of their respective varnas from a duties of age and vocation, will according to the impiety of his citizens, also have to relinquish the enjoyment of his own fortune. Therefore, my dear citizens, it suffers no doubt that whatever you, without grumbling, out of your own real interest according to the varnas from a system do with him beyond the senses in mind, constitutes a great service unto me. When you serve his interest, you are of service to me, your protector. All of you present here as people faithful to the forefathers, the gods, the sages and the sinless, please take this at heart. In the hereafter the results of one's actions are equally shared by the performer of the deeds, by their director and by their supporter. O respectable souls, there must be someone like him who sometimes in the scriptures is called the Lord of Sacrifice. Why else would one in this material world and in the hereafter see embodiments of great power and beauty? Manu, Utanapada Dhruva's father, Dhruva and no doubt the great king Pryavarata and my grandfather Anga, these great and saintly personalities as also others of the unborn soul like Prahlada and Bali Maharaja, are proof of the existence of him holding the club. Except for descendants like my father who, abominably acting like death personified, have lost his way on the path of religion, one as good as always ascribes the elevation to higher worlds and class to the endemic action being liberated from the material motive for the sake of the one supreme soul. Persons of penance destroy, because of their inclination to serve the lotus feet, immediately the dirt that accumulated in their minds in countless births. Just like the Ganges water that emanating from his toes vanquishes all dirt, they, day after day, see their purity increasing by particularly time and again gathering strength in seeking, in a systematic scientific way, refuge at his lotus feet. The person disgusted with the endless ruminations will purify himself and not again surrender to a materially motivated life full of hindrances. All you citizens, in order to be satisfied, be sure of being devoted at his lotus feet according to your personal sense of duty. Be in your thoughts, your words and in a physical sense, of the particular qualities of your own type of work and answer with an open mind, in the full of your conviction, to all that is wanted, as far as your talents allow. He who is present in this world with his various qualities and transcendence is worshipped with different kinds of sacrifices. In these sacrifices, performed with physical means and the practicing of mantras, his forms and names, as a condensation of his nature, then serve the purpose of the science of being free from contaminations. Just like fire manifests differently depending the shape and quality of the firewood, the Almighty One also manifests this body of forms and names by activities and inner consciousness that are not the result of a certain combination of the non-manifest primary nature, the time, the mental disposition and the dutifulness. O all of you, by incessantly with firm determination on this earth by means of your occupational duties worshipping the Supreme Lord, the enjoyer of the sacrifice and the spiritual teacher, you share your grace with me. Those who are of great opulence, the rulers, should never exercise power over the blessed souls devoted to the unconquerable one Vishnu, nor over those who practice tolerance, are of penance and are spiritually educated, for they personally constitute the ruling class of the twice-born souls. The Brahmins in society, the original personality, the oldest and eternal Lord and Godhead of the Brahminical culture, acquired the opulence of his eternal fame of being the great elevated leader who purifies the entire universe, by exercising respect for their lotus feet. By serving them one satisfies the unlimited, independent Lord dwelling in everyone's heart. Therefore are those who humbly follow in his footsteps, in every respect constantly of service to the Brahman class. A person automatically without delay achieves the greatest peace and the satisfaction of his soul when he regularly relates to them by means of delivering service, for who would be a better mouth and hand for the ghee that is offered? Ananta, the lord of the snake bed, is never as pleased to eat from sacrifices in the fire, which on itself is bereft of consciousness, as he is by those sacrifices that, with faith and the worship of names in the midst of devotees, are offered in the mouths of the knowers of the Absolute. Everything that with faith, austerity, auspicious actions, silence, an absorbed mind and sense control is propagated by the constant, pure and original Brahminical culture, is there for the sake of showing the true meaning and purpose of the Vedic vision, in which this world is reflected as clear as in a mirror. O people of culture, I will carry the dust of the lotus feet of all of them on my helmet until the end of my life. Everyone who always engages this way will soon vanquish his sins and be blessed with all qualities. He whose wealth consists of good conduct and gratitude, he who seeks refuge with the learned and acquired all the good qualities, will achieve all the fortune of God. May the maintainer of the three worlds as also his devotees be pleased with the Brahman class, with the cows and with me. Maitreya said. The king speaking thus was congratulated by all the virtuous souls present, the elderly, the godly and the twice-born who satisfied and happy-minded exclaimed Sadhu, Sadhu. Well done, well spoken. They said, the Vedic teaching, which says that someone becomes victorious in all the worlds through his son, has become true now that he Prithu in a grand manner has delivered his most sinful father Vena from the darkness in which he landed after being cursed by the Brahmins. Also Hiranyakasipu who, because of repeatedly blaspheming the Supreme Lord, entered the darkest regions, was delivered by the actions of his son Prahlada, best of all warriors, dear father of the earth whose devotion unto the Infallible One, the one maintainer of all the worlds, is so exemplary. May you live forever. Today, O Supreme One of Purity, we are because of you under the rule of the Lord of Liberation Mukunda, of him, Vishnu who, appearing in the stories of the scriptures, is glorified as the worshipable Lord of the Brahmins. It is nothing special, O Lord, to rule over citizens for one's income. What is of greatness, is the nature of your affection and mercy for all living beings. We, who as a consequence of our deeds in the past lost their goal in life and determined by fate are wandering around, today because of you have learned to know the other side of the darkness of material existence. Our obeisances to you whom we honor as a personality moved by the quality of goodness, as someone who by dint of his personal prowess inspires the Brahminical culture and maintains the honor of the ruling class. Chapter 22, Prithu Maharaja's meeting with the four Kumaras. Maitreya said, as the citizens were thus praying to the high and mighty King Prithu, four sages arrived there as bright as the sun. The king and his associates could recognize the masters of yogic perfection that descended from the ethereal realm by the glaring effulgence of their all-embracing sinlessness. They were the four Kumaras. Seeing the so very desired life of peaceful conduct before them, King Prithu with his followers jumped to their feet as if they were souls whose senses are ruled by the modes of nature. After their accepting that reverence had taken their seats, he, humble with the high civilization of their full glory, bowed before them and was of worship the way it is prescribed with all that belongs to it. The water of washing their feet he sprinkled on the tuft of his hair and thus he behaved like men of respect are supposed to behave. Seated on the golden throne the brothers who were older than Shiva were like fire on the altar and pleased with them, the king respectfully and with restraint addressed them. Prithu said, to what do I owe the grace of your audience, of you who are fortune in person. It is an encounter that even for the greatest yogis is difficult to achieve. He with whom the ones of learning, the Brahmins and the Vaishnavas, are pleased, can achieve whatever that is difficult to achieve in this world or the hereafter, including the all-auspicious Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu who accompany them. Although you are traveling all the worlds, the people cannot see you, just as the ones causal to the creation Shiva and Brahma cannot see the all-knowing witness residing within everyone. Despite being not that rich, those householders may enjoy the glory of most respectable saints like you, who with their home can offer water, a place to sit, servants, land and the master of the house himself. But a tree with venomous serpents are no doubt those houses that, abundant with all wealth, are not blessed with the water that washed from the feet of the great saints. I welcome you, O best of the twice-born, you who move around like children and controlled by vows with a great faith are motivated for liberation. O masters, can persons who, having fallen into this material existence, are stricken with the illness of living to the command of their senses, all by themselves find any good fortune? There is no need to ask you about your well-being, for you supreme souls have no mind concerned with matters of good or bad fortune. I therefore am certain that you, for us who suffer the pains of a material existence, are the friend to ask how one soon in this world may find salvation, manifesting as the supreme goal in life of the transcendentalists. The Supreme Lord, the unborn one in the form of the perfected ones, moves about on this earth in order to show his devotees his mercy. Maitreya said, hearing that very substantial, appropriate, concise and sweet conclusion of Prithu, the Kumara, satisfied with a smile, replied as follows. Sanat Kumara said, what a good question for you to ask, my dear king. O you who desires the good of all living beings. Learned as you are, you nevertheless pose this question. This speaks for you as someone whose intelligence roots in the mind of the saintly ones. An association of devotees in which there is discussion, questioning and answering is appreciated by both the parties of the saintly ones and their pious followers, and real happiness for all will expand from it. O king, you are evidently attached to the organized appreciation for the qualities of the Lord, his lotus feet. Difficult as it is, that will free the indwelling soul, given a steady practice, from the dirt of the emotions of lust. In the scriptures is defended that only the absence of attachment to other matters than the soul, in combination with an intense attachment for that true self which is transcendental to the modes of nature, constitutes the perfect conviction for the salvation of man. That is realized when one is a dutiful devotee with faith and devotion, by means of discussion and inquiry is spiritually united in one's determination, and with respect for the Lord of Yoga regularly attends and listens to the stories of the God-fearing ones, reluctant to associate with the rich and the ones who are after sense gratification and not after the acquiring of goods as approved by them. One gets rid of the bad taste of the happiness that goes without drinking the nectar of the qualities of the self of the Supreme Personality. With non-violence as a vegetarian, following in the footsteps of the teachers of example, by remembering the Lord of Liberation, by testifying of his activities, by the nectar of following according to the yoga principles without a material motive yama, and by practicing in line with the precepts of Niyama, one thus being without offenses, will be living a simple life with tolerance for the worldly dualities. Within one's ear constantly the discussions in relation to the transcendental qualities of the Lord. It may be so that one, increasing in one's devotion and consciousness, is of an uncontaminated existence in the material world that is opposed to spiritual understanding, for when one has realized that kind of listening, it is easy to be attached to the spirit of transcendence. When the person in respect of the teacher of example is fixed in attachment to the spiritual supreme, the impotence of the heart as characterized by the 5 kleshas or hindrances, ignorance, egoism, attachment, dislike and death fear that is situated within the covering of the individual soul that consists of the 5 elements, will be burned by the force of detachment and spiritual knowledge like fuel being burned by fire. With that immolation of the inner weakness being freed from all the associated material qualities, there is no difference as there was in the past between the inner action with the supersoul and the outer action of the self. For such a one that difference has ended just like a dream ends when one wakes up. The person sees of himself both the objects of his senses and his transcendence as the witness. In that position he knows desires and designations, but without the two not being inwardly divided that is not the case. The only reason that one sees differences between oneself and something or someone else is that there are different causes for each position everywhere, just like one has with a reflection that is different in water and another medium like a mirror. Because the mind is agitated by the senses that are drawn towards the sense objects, the pure consciousness of one's intelligence is easily lost. Just like a lake that is overgrown with plants. Scholars of the soul state that in the destructive choking of one's remembrance the constant mindfulness of one's consciousness is destroyed and that the soul bereft of real knowledge thus degrades. In this world there is nothing as bad as the obstruction of that self-interest, in which other matters seem to be so much more interesting than the realization of one's own self that one hinders. When one constantly thinks for the sake of riches and sensual pleasures all the 4 virtues of human society are destroyed. The Purusharthas, therefrom bereft of knowledge and devotional service, one lapses into the inertia of matter. They who want to cross over that ocean quickly, should never cling to the slowness of matter, for that is the great stumbling block for the virtues of religiousness, economic development, regulation of pleasures and salvation. Dharma, Artha, Karma, Moksha. In this respect liberation is likely to be there as the most important one, because engaged in the interest of the other 3 paths one regularly finds oneself caught in the finality of things and in fear. For all those notions of a higher or lower form of life there will never be any peace, for they depending upon the interaction of the material modes are by the ordinance of the Lord in the form of time all destroyed. O best of kings, be therefore just as I am persuaded of him the Supreme Lord who from within the heart everywhere manifests by dominating as the master of the field radiating into every hair follicle and who for all the moving or unmoving living beings covered by a body endowed with senses and a life breath, is there for the consideration of self-realization. Surrender yourself unto him the root cause manifesting as the truth within the untruth. By this deliberate consideration one is freed from the illusions of an intelligence that wonders whether one deals with a rope or a snake. Thus one is situated in the eternal liberation of the uncontaminated, pure truth of the original nature transcendental to all the impurities of one's karmic fruitive activities. Be unto him, Vasudeva, of devotion like the devotees who find him, whose lotus toes bring them joy, worthy to take shelter of. By devotional service the hard knot of karmic desire is uprooted, but that is never so with people missing that respect, however hard they try to stop the waves of sense enjoyment. In this material ocean the hardship of the non-devotees is great with the sharks of the 6 senses. They cannot cross the ocean without much difficulties and therefore you should make the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead your boat for passing that unconquerable expanse. Maitreya said, the king thus by the son of Brahma, the Kumara who was so well versed in spiritual knowledge, in full being informed about the ins and outs of spiritual advancement, praised him and then spoke. The king said, in order to confirm what the Lord has promised, he who from his causeless mercy is so compassionate with the ones in distress, you have all O Brahmins, O powerful ones, arrived here with you also doing what could be expected from the most compassionate representatives of the Lord, is all that I have to offer, the remnants of the offerings to the saints. What should I give from my side? My life, wife and children, O Brahmins, my home with everything belonging to it, my kingdom, power, land and treasury, I thus all offer to you. The post as the commander-in-chief and ruler over the kingdom, the scepter of authority and the complete dominion over the planet are no doubt only reserved for those who know the purport of the Vedas. The Kshatriyas, the rulers and the other departments of society all eat by the mercy of the Brahmins who enjoy their own clothing, their own food and their own donations in charity. You from your kind of spiritual understanding of progressing with the fortunate one, have in your compassion explained to us the Vedic evidence as discussed. May you ever be pleased with your own actions of mercy. Who could ever repay you with anything but offering water to you with cupped hands? Maitreya said, after the masters of self-realization had been worshipped by the original king, they praised his character and, before the eyes of all the people, rose to the sky, the son of Vana, the first among the great personalities, who according to the teachings fixed in the self had arrived at self-realization, considered himself as someone who had achieved what he desired. In his actions for the sake of the absolute truth, engaging as good as possible according to the time, the circumstances and his capacity, he did whatever he could as far as his means would allow. Fully dedicated to the Supreme Spirit, he free from attachments, being of renunciation, always thought of the superintendent of all actions, the super-soul transcendental to material nature. Even though he lived at home, he never felt attracted to all the opulence of his mighty kingdom, nor did he indulge in sensual pleasures, as much as the sun never responds to what is lit. Thus always practicing yoga, he by his self-realization begot 5 sons in his wife Asi, who were the way he wanted them. Their names were Vijatasava, Dhumraksa, Haryaksha, Dravina and Vruka. With them Prithu by his authority alone succeeded in incorporating all the qualities of all local deities. In his personal surrender to the infallible one, he, for the protection of the created universe, pleased the citizens during his time with the qualities of his kind-hearted words and actions. The king thus was known as the king of the moon, while he on the other hand was like the sun god in his distributing, exacting and ruling over the wealth of the world. In his exercise of power he was as unconquerable as fire, he was as insuperable as the king of heaven, as tolerant as the earth itself, and alike heaven in fulfilling all desires of human society. He used to please as bountiful as the rain that pours as much as one likes. He was as unfathomable as the sea and occupied his position alike the king of the hills Mount Meru. He was like the king of righteousness Yamraja in his education. He was alike the Himalayas in his opulence because of the minerals and jewels. He was like Kuvara in keeping the wealth and alike Varuna the ruler of the waters in his secrecy. He was as all-pervading as the air, the wind and of a likewise physical strength, courage and power, and he was as unforbidding as the most powerful demigod Rudra, the lord of the ghosts, Shiva. He was as beautiful as Cupid, as thoughtful as the lion, the king of the animals. In his affection he was alike Swayambhuva Manu, and in matters of controlling the people he resembled the unborn Lord, Brahma. He understood spiritual matters alike Brihaspati. In his personal self-control he was alike the Supreme Personality. In his devotion to the cows, the spiritual master and the Brahmins he was as the Vaishnavas, the followers of Vishnu. In his shyness he was the most gentle one, and in matters of philanthropy he was as caring as he was for himself. All over the 3 worlds the general public loudly declared, and surely all the lovers of truth and the women from everywhere came to hear about it, that his name and fame was as great as of Ramakandra the Vishnu Avatara. Chapter 23, Prithu Maharaja returns back home. Maitreya said, King Prithu, who fully conversant with everything concerning the soul, as the protector of the people endlessly had promoted all that he had created, saw one day that he physically was getting old. Fully in accord with the instructions of the supreme ruler, he in this world, following the dharma of devotees, had provided for the maintenance of all the moving and non-moving living beings. He left the earth to his sons, and with pity towards his aggrieved citizens he, alone with his wife, went into the forest for his austerity. As perfect as he formerly had been in his understanding while conquering the earth, he in that retreat perfectly understood that he, according to the rules and regulations of a retired life, had to engage seriously in the practice of severe austerities. At first he saw now and then net bulbs, roots, fruits and dry leaves. Then he drank only water for several fortnights, and finally he only breathed the air. Like the great sages, the hero tolerated during the summer the 5 fires of the sun above and 4 fires in the 4 directions, in autumn the torrents of rain, in winter to be up to his neck submerged in water, while he all year long slept on the bare earth. Simply longing for Krishna, he tolerated it to be without words, sensuality, the discharge of semen and freedom of his life breath, and was thus of all possible practices of the best austerity. Unrelenting keeping to the perfection of Krishna, he thus gradually got rid of all the dirt and desires of his workload, his karma, while he by means of breath control fully stopping his mind and senses broke with all that bound him. And so he, the best of all human beings, worshipped the Supreme Personality of Godhead with the very yoga the fortunate Sanat Kumara spoke about concerning the ultimate goal of relating to the soul. With him as a devotee endeavoring with faith on the path of devotional service unto the Fortunate One, the Lord, who is the origin of the Spirit of the Absolute, became his exclusive object of worship. He, who was perfectly alert in the constant remembrance of a purely transcendental mind, found by these devotional activities unto the Supreme Lord the perfection of wisdom. Thus not attached to whatever one could call one's own, he became free from doubt and the material conception of life that covers the soul, free from desire and firmly convinced of the ultimate goal of the soul. He had given up on all other notions of life and transcendental knowledge, for he realized that as long as a practitioner of the yoga system in his renunciation is not attracted to the stories about the elder brother of Gada, Krishna Gada was another son of Vasudeva younger than Krishna, he would not be free from illusion. He, the best of the heroes, fixing his mind on the super soul, in due course of time thus thoroughly being spiritually purified, gave up his vehicle of time. By blocking his anus with his ankle, he pushed up his life air gradually from the navel to the heart and from there upwards to the throat to fix himself between the eyebrows. This way gradually establishing his life breath in his head, he, being freed from all material desires, merged his life breath with the complete of the cosmic breath, his body with the complete of the earth, and his innerly fire with the fire of the complete of the universe. After merging the different apertures of his body, of his senses with the sky and his fluids with the waters, he merged the earth with water, water with fire, fire with air and air with sky, and thus united everything divided with its proper source. He united the mind with the senses and the sense organs with their objects, and then merged the sense objects with the 5 elements they had originated from. Next he returned the material ego to the Mahat Tattva, the totality of the material energy. On his path towards him, the reservoir of all qualities, he placed his individuality and the lives belonging to it in the reservoir of all potencies. He, the living entity and enjoyer, as the master of the senses, thus returned home, back to his constitutional position, by dint of his insight in the spiritual knowledge of self-realization and renunciation. The queen named Asi, his wife, followed him on foot into the forest, even though she, with her delicate body, had not deserved it to contact the earth with her feet that way. Even though her body would turn lean, she, most determined as she was in her vow to serve her husband, saw no difficulty in living in conditions like those of the great saints and was glad to join him, happy to be in touch. Seeing that the body of her husband, who was of such a mercy for the world and for her, showed no signs of life, the virtuous woman, after weeping a while, cremated him on top of a hill. Having performed the funeral rites for her so very liberal husband, she took a bath in the river and offered oblations of water in worship of the 30 million demigods in heaven 3 times. Circumambulating the fire, she then, thinking of her husband's feet, entered the fire herself. The gracious gods and their wives who observed her following her husband into death, offered by the thousands prayers for the chaste wife of the great warrior King Prithu. On top of Mandara hill they, showering flowers and to that occasion vibrating their musical instruments, spoke among themselves as follows. The wives said, "Oh, how glorious this wife is who, just as the goddess unto the Lord of Sacrifice Vishnu, with heart and soul was of worship for her husband, the king of all the kings of the world. Just see how she follows her chaste husband, the son of Vana, in his ascension, and how she, who is named Asi, thus surpasses us by her difficult to conceive actions. Among all those who but for a short moment live here in this human world, there is, for the ones who on the path of liberation do their best for the kingdom of God, nothing too difficult to achieve. He who, having achieved the human form of life, on the path of liberation gets involved in the great difficulties of all that one does for one's sense gratification in this world, is, in going against his own true self, no doubt cheated by illusions." Maitreya said, while the woman Asi thus by the wives of the denizens of heaven was glorified, she reached the place for which her husband had left. The position that the son of Vana under the protection of the infallible one had attained was the topmost one of the self-realized. I have thus described to you the character of Prithu, the first among the lords who was so high and mighty, as being the very best because of the greatness of his deeds. Anyone who with faith and great attention reads and explains or hears about that very great and pious person of King Prithu, will attain the same position as reached by him. The Brahmin who reads it will attain spiritual splendor, a noble will become the king of the world, the trader will become the master of his trade, and the laborer will attain the best unto him. When someone with great respect 3 times over listens to this, that person, whether he is a man or a woman, when he is childless will have the best of children, and when he is penniless will become the richest. Without recognition he will become famous, and illiterate he will become learned. This story so auspicious will drive away all bad luck of man. They who desire wealth, a good repute, an increased lifespan, a better world heaven, the defeat of the influence of the age of quarrel, and those who are after the higher cause of the perfection of the 4 civil virtues of religiosity, economy, sensual pleasure and liberation, have to listen with great respect to this narration. Listening to this, the king, who on his chariot campaigns for his victory, will receive taxes from other kings like King Prithu did. In performing unalloyed devotional service unto the Supreme Lord, one should, free from all other association, hear about, make others listen to, and continue to read about the good deeds of the son of Vana. O son of Visitrava Triavidura, I explain to you how one should achieve one's destination and awaken to the greatness of his cosmic intelligence, by thus being involved in relation to this extraordinary text. He who, liberated in the association concerning the Supreme Lord, with great reverence repeatedly listens to this narration about Prithu and also spreads it, will in full realize the attachment to his feet that constitute the boat for crossing the ocean of nescience. Chapter 24, the song sung by Lord Shiva. Maitreya said, the son of Prithu, who because of his great actions became known as Vijayatasava, became emperor and gave his younger brothers, he cared a lot about, the rule over the different directions of the world. The master offered Haryaksha the eastern part, the south he offered Adhumraksa, the western side was for the brother with the name Vruku, and the northern direction he gave to Dravina. He who from what he did in relation to Indra also was honored with the name Antadhana invisibly present, begot in his wife Shikhandini 3 children who carried the approval of everyone. They were named Pavaka, Pavmana and Shusi. They in the past had been the gods of fire, but now, because of a curse of sage Vasishtha, had taken birth again in order to regain that status by the progress of yoga. Antadhana, who did not kill Indra despite the fact that he knew that he had stolen the horse of his father, begot in his wife named Nabasvati a son called Havardhana the offering one. The taxes, punishments and fines and such, that make up the livelihood of kings, he considered something very severe, and therefore he abolished them in favor of sacrifices that in the past had been given up. Despite being committed to the duty of ending the distress of others, he as a realized soul always keeping to his ecstasy, by the worship of the original person easily attained his abode, the supreme of the soul. Havardhani, the wife of Havardhana, O Vijaya, gave birth to 6 sons named Bahishat, Gaya, Sukla, Krishna, Satya and Jitavarata. He who by Havardhana was named Bahishat was so fortunate in his ritualistic actions and yoga realization, that he was considered the Prajapati, the founding father, O best of the Kurus. With this practice continually pleasing the gods with sacrifices, he all over the world kept the kusa grass of the ceremonial sitting places facing the east. On the advice of the god of gods Brahma, he married the daughter of the ocean named Shatadruti. The moment the fire god Agni saw her, youthful and charming in all her limbs, circumambulating his fire during the marriage ceremony, he felt himself as attracted as he formerly was to Shuki. The scholars, the ones of desire, the souls of heaven, the sages and the perfected souls, the ones of the earth and those of the snakes, were all captivated by the tinkling alone of the new bride's ankle bells that could be heard everywhere. From Prasannabahi or Bahishat 10 sons appeared in the womb of Shatadruti who, all deeply vowed to the Dharma, together were called the Prasitas. From Prasena, being turned eastward by their father ordered to beget children, they fled from home and settled, for their austerity, for 10,000 years near a large lake in order to worship the master of all penance Sri Hari with their tapas. Following that path they encountered Lord Shiva who, very pleased with the great command of their meditation, mantra practice and worship, spoke to them. Vijaya asked, O Brahmin, please clarify what happened when the Prasitas met Lord Shiva on their path, as also what the Lordship who was so pleased with them has said. O best among the scholars, in this world being caught in a physical body it rarely happens that one finds association with Lord Shiva. Even sages who, with him as their object of desire, fully detached or engaged in meditation fail in this. Although he is satisfied within himself, the great Lord Shiva, when he manifests in this world for the fulfillment of her wishes, engages with the terror of the forces controlling her like those of Kali, Durga or Virabhadra. Maitreya said, the sons of Father Prasannabahi all in full surrender accepting the words of their father piously on their heads had, serious in their hearts about doing penances, left in the western direction. They reached a very large expanse of water as vast as the nearby ocean with water that, as clear as the mind of a great soul, constituted a pleasure to its inhabitants. In that water a multitude of red and blue, Kalara and Indivara during the day and the evening blossoming lotuses was found and swans, cranes, ducks, cakravakas and other birds like curandavas vibrated their sounds. The mad bumblebees joyfully hummed loudly with their little hairy bodies. It was a festival of creepers, trees and lotuses, the pollen of which by the wind was spread in all directions. All the princes were amazed about the beautiful heavenly music accompanied by drums and kettle drums that could be heard there continually. That very moment they witnessed how the chief of the demigods, Lord Shiva, came out of the water accompanied by an association of great souls who glorified him. Seeing his golden hue, his bodily features, his blue throat, 3 eyes and merciful beautiful face, they all aroused, filled with admiration, offered their obeisances. He who dispels all dangers, the great lord and caretaker of the religion, then talked to them, pleased as he was with their observance of the principles in the past, their gentle behavior and their good manners. Rudra said, "O all of you sons of King Prasanabhahi, knowing your actions and desires, I wish you all the best, and in order to prove you my mercy, I therefore grant you my audience. Any living being, any individual soul, so one says, who surrenders directly to Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord and Transcendental Controller of the 3 modes, is very dear to me. When someone for the time of 100 lives is fixed on his duty, he acquires the position of Brahmaloka, and when he also does not fail to serve the Supreme Lord, he thereafter will attain me Shivaloka. Devotees of Lord Vishnu at the end of time attain a position Vaikuntha-loka like the one of me and the other demigods. You devotees are for that reason as dear to me as the Supreme Lord himself, just as apart from him there is no one else as dear to the devotees as I am. In particular, this what I am going to tell you now, is what you always should attend to and repeat for yourselves, for it is very pure, auspicious, transcendental and beneficial." Maitreya said, with a heart full of compassion. Lord Shiva, the greatest devotee of Narayana, spoke the following words to the princes who with folded hands stood before him. Shri Rudra said in worship of Vasudeva, "All glories unto you, the best of all self-realized souls who brings happiness for the welfare of all. Let there be my obeisances unto you, for you are the all-perfect and worshipable soul of all, the super soul. All my respects unto you Vasudeva, from whose navel the lotus sprouted. You are the source of the senses and the sense objects and the immutable self-illumined state that is of an eternal peace. I offer my obeisances also to you in the form of Sankarsana, the Lord of Ego and Integration, who as the origin of the subtle non-manifest matter is the unsurpassable master of disintegration at the end of time, and to the master of all development, the soul in the beyond Pradama, the master of intelligence. All glories to you. I offer my respects again unto you as Anuradha, Lord of the mind, of whom the Sun God is an expansion, the master and director of the senses. My obeisances unto the Supreme One of perfect purity and completeness, who stands apart from this material creation. Unto you as the heavenly abode, the path of liberation, the gateway of the eternal, and the purest of the pure, my obeisances. All my respects I offer unto you, the golden seamen, who are the continuity of the Vedic sacrifices. Katahotra, be praised, O you who invigorate the ancestors and the gods, O master of the 3 Vedas and the sacrifices. You are the leading deity of the moon who pleases everyone. All my respects unto you, the super soul pervading all living beings, the strength and power of all that exists, the body and transcendental self of the diversity of the material world, the Viratrupa and the maintainer of the 3 worlds. I offer my obeisances. All glories to you who, as the ether, reveal the meaning, you, the within and without of the self, the supreme effulgence. My obeisances unto you as the beyond of death and the purpose of all pious activities, unto the inclining as also disinclining God of the forefathers, unto you as the final outcome of all fruitive action and as death itself, you, the cause of all sorts of misery resulting from irreligion, I offer my respects. Because you are the topmost bestower of benedictions, the mastermind of all mantras, the causal self, I offer you my respects. All glory to you as the greatest of all religiosity, unto you, Krishna, who are the perfection of intelligence. You are the oldest of the old, the original personality and master of yogic analysis Sankhya Yoga, the reservoir of the three energies of the doer, the sense activities and the resultant workload, the reason of the material identification of the soul, the egotism named Rudra and the embodiment of knowledge, intention and the voice of all powers. I offer my obeisances. Please show us who desire your presence, the form that to the satisfaction of all the senses of the devotees is worshipped by them as the dearmost. As glistening as the rain from the dense clouds during the rainy season, you are the summit of all beauty. Beautiful are the features of your four-handed form, of the greatest is your pleasant face. Your eyes are as beautiful as the petals in the whirl of a lotus flower. Beautiful are your eyebrows, straight nose, shining teeth, high forehead and the full decoration of your face and equally beautiful perfect ears. The beauty of your merciful smile and sidelong glances, your curly hair and clothing in the saffron color of the lotus, is supported by the glittering earrings and shiny helmet, the bangles, necklace, ankle bells, belt, conch shell, disc, club, and lotus flower, garland and the best of pearls, that make you look still more beautiful. The shoulders under your coils of hair that are like those of the lion and your neck, fortunate of bearing the jewel glittering on your chest named Kaustuba, give you an ever-decreasing beauty that exceeds the beauty of the streaks of gold on every norm or touchstone. Your inhaling and exhaling stirs beautifully the folds in your belly that looks like a banana leaf, and the whirling depression of your navel is like the spiraling of the galaxy. The dark color of the skin below your waist is extra attractive with the beauty of your dress and golden belt is also with, lower situated, the great symmetrical beauty of your lotus feet, calves and thighs. By the so very pleasing lotus feet, that are like the petals of a lotus flower in autumn, by the effulgence of your nails, you drive away all the trouble agitating us. Show us the path of your lotus feet, also understood as the first two cantos of this Bhagavatam that reduce the fear of material existence. O teacher, O spiritual master of all who suffer the darkness, they who, performing their occupational duties, wish to purify themselves and live without fear, must meditate on this form of yours in a devotional practice of Yoga Bhakti Yoga. Your grace is easily obtained by the devotees, but for all other embodied souls you are difficult to reach, even for those belonging to the King of Heaven Indra or for the self-realized souls whose ultimate goal it is to attain oneness with you. What else would one desire but your lotus feet? Once won by pure devotional service has been of the worship that even for the most virtuous is difficult to attain, the invincible time, by which you in your prowess and majesty with simply raising your eyebrows vanquish the entire universe, constitutes no threat to a soul of complete surrender. Even but for a moment, enjoying the association of a company of devotees cannot compare with heaven or with merging, not to mention worldly blessings. Let therefore us who, in order to wash away the ruminations of sin, dip in and step out of the Ganges, be the mercy and virtue of this association. For this association with the glorification of your feet defeats all misfortune and blesses the normal living beings with the fullest goodness. He whose heart was purified by the blessing derived from entering that association of Bhakti Yoga, will be very happy to find therein the wisdom of your way and will never end up bewildered in the dark pit of worldly influences. You are the absolute spirit Brahma, the transcendental light spread everywhere like the ether, in whom this universe of the cosmic manifestation has appeared. You are the one who by his energy has created, maintains and again annihilates this variegated manifestation. That eternal, unchanging intelligence of an increasing complexity is, so I understand, likely to give trouble to the individual soul in relation to you as the essential independent self, O Supreme Lord. Experts in the field of the Vedas and their corollaries are those transcendentalists who, for their perfection, with faith and conviction duly, by a wide range of organized actions, glorify you who are identified by that what is created, by the senses and by the heart. You are the one original person from whose dormant energy the diversity of the totality of the material energy has originated, that is ruled by the natural modes of passion, goodness and ignorance. It is a diversity we know as the ego, the sky, the air, the fire, the water and the earth, the virtuous souls, the sages and all the living beings. That what you created from your own potency, you afterwards enter in the form of the four kinds of bodies as born from embryos, eggs, perspiration and seeds. By these bodies, your own parts and parcels, you know the person as an enjoyer of the senses, like a bee that relishes the sweet honey. One may guess about the authority and order of your reality of time. All we see is how you, just like the wind scattering the clouds, with your so very great force of time in the long run destroy all the planetary systems, and how all living beings equally find their end because of external causes. The madmen of this world, most greedily delighting in material enjoyment, therefrom loudly exclaim what all should be done. But all of a sudden you, vigilantly as the destroyer, seized them just like a mouse is seized by the restless tongue of a hungry snake. Which educated person who knows that one, by not respecting you, only sees the useless decay of one's body, would reject your lotus feet? The feet that by our spiritual teacher Brahma and the 14 Manas after him were worshipped without hesitation or further arguing. You therefore are for us, men of wisdom, the supreme Brahman, the soul of the soul, the super soul, the destination where there is no fear at all for the destroyer Rudra, who is feared by the entire universe. If you pray like this and faithfully perform your duty, there will be happiness for all of you, O purified sons of the King who have turned your minds to the Supreme Lord. Be of worship and always sing for and meditate full of praise on Him, who as the Supreme Soul is situated in both your hearts and the hearts of all other living beings. All of you, time and again read this Yogaitsu instruction of yoga and close it in your heart. Take to the vow of the sages of always with intelligence being silently absorbed within, and practice this with the greatest respect. This was first taught by the great Lord Brahma, the master of the creators of the universe, of the great sages headed by Brigha who, as his sons in charge of the world, were eager to create. We who as the controllers of the people were enjoined by him to procreate were by this instruction freed from all ignorance, and thus could bring about the different kinds of people. The person who thus regularly repeats this to himself with great attention, will being absorbed in this without delay achieve the auspiciousness of being devoted to Vasudeva Krishna as the Lord of Consciousness. Spiritual knowledge is, of all benedictions in this world, the supreme transcendental benefit of happiness for every person, because one with the boat of higher knowledge crosses over the insurmountable ocean of danger. Anyone who devotedly attached and with faith regularly studies this song of mine, this prayer offered to him, the Supreme Personality, will be able to please the Lord who is so difficult to praise. The person who is fixed on the song as sung by me can, by dint of him, the dearmost of all benedictions, by the Lord of the Beyond who is pleased by it, attain whatever he desires. The devotee who, rising early in the morning, with faith and devotion folding his hands, is absorbed in this prayer and thus personally listens and makes others listen to it, will be liberated from all karmic bondage. O sons of the King, the God of man, by the intelligence of perfectly attentive praying and chanting this song I sang of the Supreme Person who is the Supersoul within everyone, you will ultimately achieve the results you desired, for that practice equals the greatest austerities. Chapter 25, about the character of King Paranjana. Maitreya said, after thus having given instruction, the destroyer, worshipped by the sons of Bahishat, vanished from the right before the eyes of the princes. While they at that water for an endless number of years executed austerities, all the Parasitas recited the prayers sung by Lord Shiva. O Vidura, meanwhile a compassionate Narada, as a knower of the spiritual truth, instructed King Prasannabahi, who had a mind full of attachment to fruitive activities. O King, he said, what spiritual welfare do you expect from fruitive activities? That way being engaged you will not see the misery disappear, nor will the ultimate good of happiness be attained. The king replied, I do not know, O great transcendental soul, my intelligence is occupied by my desire for the fruits. Please enlighten me about the pure, spiritual knowledge that will relieve me of my workload. Someone who considers the superficial duties of a family life with sons, a wife and wealth, the ultimate goal of life, does not achieve transcendence. Such a person foolishly wanders around on all paths of material existence. Narada said, O my dearest ruler of the citizens, O king, may I remind you of all the thousands of animals that mercilessly were killed by you in the sacrifices? Remembering the harm you did to them, they are all waiting for you, boiling with anger, to pierce you with horns of iron after your death. As for this, I will relate to you the very old story about the character of a king named Paranjana, he who is after the city that is the body. Understand what I am going to tell you now. Once there was a king of great renown named Paranjana, O ruler. He had a friend called Avijnata, the unknown one, of whom nobody knew what he did. Looking for a residence, he traveled all over the planet to assert his influence, but when he could not find a place to his liking, he became depressed. Wishing a residence that fulfilled his desires, he deemed none of the places that he saw good enough. One day, at the southern side of the Himalayas, he spotted on its ridges a city with 9 gates that offered him all facilities. Packed with houses and surrounded by walls, it had towers, gates, parks, canals, windows and domes made of gold, silver and iron. The floors of the palaces were bedecked with sapphires, crystal, diamonds, pearls, emeralds and rubies, that gave the city a luster as radiating as the celestial town Bhagavata. There were assembly houses, squares and streets with gambling houses, shops and places to repose, that were decorated with flags, festoons and hanging gardens. In the outskirts of that town one saw the nicest trees and creepers, and there was a lake vibrating with the sounds of chirping birds and colonies of humming bees. The treasure trove of trees on the bank of the lotus-filled lake received, from the waterfall of a mountain stream, a springtime mist of water droplets on its branches. The different groups of forest animals were as tame as the wisest sages, and all the cooing of its cuckoos made any passenger feel welcome. There he happened to see a very beautiful woman coming towards him, surrounded by 10 servants who each led 100 others. Young as she was, with a desirable, well-shaped figure, she, looking for a husband, was on all sides guarded by a 5-hooded snake. With an attractive nose and beautiful teeth, the young woman had nice forehead and beautiful, harmoniously to her face, arranged ears with dazzling earrings. She wore a yellow garment and had a beautiful waist and dark complexion, a golden belt, and at her feet ankle bells tinkling as she walked, like a denizen of heaven. Pacing as graceful as an elephant, she, with the end of her sari, timidly tried to cover the equally round and full youthful breasts. Moved by her sexual attraction, the arrows of her looks, the exciting influence of her eyebrows and the great beauty of her coy smiles, the hero addressed her very gently. "Who are you with those beautiful lotus petal eyes? Who do you belong to? Where do you come from, and what are you doing here near this city, O chaste lady? Please be so kind to tell me what your plans are, O timid girl. Who are all these followers, your 11 guards and all these women? Oh, you with your beautiful eyes, what kind of snake is that preparing your way? In your shyness you are as the wife of Shiva, or rather Sarasvati of Brahma, or even better, the goddess of fortune Lakshmi belonging to Vishnu. Where is the lotus flower that must have fallen from the palm of your hand in your search for your husband? Oh, you as alone as a sage in the forest, walking on feet from which one may expect anything one might wish for. And when you are none of these goddesses, O fortunate one, for your feet are touching the ground, then you, as someone who is so much alike the transcendental goddess of the enjoyer of the sacrifices, deserve it to walk to the greater beauty of this city, alongside this great hero. I who am of the greatest glory in this world, with your shy looks, sympathetic smiles and bewildering eyebrows, you have upset me. Because of you I am pained by the almighty Cupid. Therefore have mercy with me, my dearest beauty. O woman with the lovely smile, your face with such nice eyebrows and warm eyes, surrounded by the locks of your bluish hair hanging loose, you have, in your shyness, not even lifted up to grant me the vision of your look and the sweet words of your speech. Narada said, O hero. The woman, attracted by the impatient begging of Puranjana, smiled and addressed the staunch soul. I am not sure about who has put me on this planet, O best among the men, nor from whose lineage the others were born or what their names are. All I know is that we souls are all present here today. I do not know, O hero, who created this city where all souls have their residence. These different men and women at my side are my male and female friends, O respectable man, and when I am asleep, the snake stays awake to protect this city. Fortunately you came to this place, may you find all happiness. I and my friends, O killer of the enemy, will provide for all the sense enjoyment you desire. Just be as good to stay in this city with the 9 gates, O mighty soul, to enjoy for 100 years the matters of life that I have arranged for you here. Who else but you would I have to enjoy with? Being ignorant about the knowledge of passion that you have, I do not know what I am heading for, like the animals that do not see what lies ahead. With religious rituals, economic development and regulated pleasures one can enjoy a life here beyond the ken of the transcendentalists, a life of having offspring, the nectar of sacrifices, a good repute and access to higher worlds without lamentation and disease. All the forefathers, the gods, man in general, all living beings and each person for himself, will defend that a householder's life like this constitutes the safe and blessed refuge for people in the material world. Who indeed, my great hero, would not accept such a lovable, magnanimous, beautiful and famous husband like you? Which woman's mind in this world would not be drawn to your able body with its strong arms, O mighty man, O you who only travels around to dissipate, with your utmost effort and alluring smiles, the distress of a poor woman like me? Narada continued, O king, thus at that place having agreed upon the terms of their engagement, they as husband and wife entered the city to enjoy their life. For 100 years, when it was too hot he, surrounded by women, entered the river to sport with them there, and the singers there and elsewhere sang nice songs about it. The city had 7 gates above the ground and 2 below, that were constructed for the ruler in charge to reach different places. 5 of the gates faced the east, 1 was at the south, 1 at the north and 2 gates were found at the western side. I will describe their names to you, O king. At one place at the eastern side 2 gates were built named Cadio to glow under Vermukhi torchlight. The king used them to go to the city of Vibrajita to see clearly with his friend Dayuman of the sun. At another location in the east there were built the gates called Nalini and Nalini, mystical names for the nostrils, and they were used when he, with his friend named Avadhuta, the one who got rid, went to a place called Saurabu Aroma. The 5th gate on the eastern side called Mukhaya of the mouth was used by the king of the city, accompanied by Rasjna the taster and Vipana the organ of speech, to go to 2 places called Bahudana, many a gift, and Apana the market, going through the southern city gate named Pitra, invoking the ancestors. O king, Pranjana together with his friend Shrutadara, having a good memory, visited the southern countryside named Dakshina Bankala, the southern territories. The city gate called Devaru, directed at the divine in the north, was used by Pranjana to visit together with Shrutadara the northern countryside Uttara Bankala, the northern fivefold. The gate on the western side called Azuri, the one void of light, was used by Pranjana to go together with Dharma the one mad about to the city of pleasure called Gramaku, a small place. The western gate called Nirati, the bottom, dissolution, was used by Pranjana to go to the place called Vaisasa, distress, slaughter, accompanied by his friend Lubdaka the covetous one. The king, belonging to those endowed with sight, went through the subterranean gates named Nirvak, speechlessness, and Pasaskrit, the hand, to engage in activities together with 2 blind citizens. When he went to his private quarters, he did so accompanied by Vishusena going apart, and then, in a state of illusion, to his satisfaction and happiness, enjoyed the love of his wife and children. Thus strongly attached to act in lust and foolishness for the sake of a certain result, he was cheated in being controlled by whatever his queen wanted him to do. When she drank liquor, he drank and got drunk. When she ate, he ate, chewing with her whatever she was chewing. When his wife sang, he used to sing, and when she at times had to cry, he cried too. When she had to laugh, he also laughed. When she talked chit-chat, he prattled after her. Wherever she went for a walk, he followed in her footsteps. When she stood still, he stood still, and when she laid herself down on her bed, he had the habit to lie down following her example. He also had the habit of sitting down when she sat, and at times listened to what she was listening to. When she saw something, he looked for the same, and when she smelled something, he usually smelled it too. When she touched, he touched, and when she was complaining, he followed her in being equally wretched. He enjoyed it when she was enjoying, and when she was satisfied, he was the same after her. Thus captivated by the queen in every way, being tricked by Maya, he, without a will of his own following her, was foolishly as weak as a pet animal. Chapter 26. King Pranjana goes hunting and finds his morose wife. Narada said, one day King Pranjana went to the forest called Pankaprastha, the 5 destinations, carrying his bow, golden armor and inexhaustible quiver. He traveled on the 2 wheels and 1 axle of a swift chariot with golden ornaments that, being drawn by 5 horses, had 1 sitting place, 7 armor plates, 3 flags, 5 supports and 2 posts for his harnesses. He carried 5 weapons and 2 special arrows, together with his 11 commanders and his 1 chariot driver who held 1 set of reins. He knew 5 objectives and 5 different ways of approach. Having taken up his bow and arrows, he, being inspired by the evil thought of hunting, was very proud of leaving his wife behind, for that was something almost impossible for him. With a lack of enlightenment in his heart, he had taken to the horrible practice of mercilessly, with sharp arrows, killing the animals in the forests. According to the Vedic instructions, a king may in his greed for flesh, kill in the forest as many animals fit for sacrifices in holy places as are needed, and not more than that. O king, Any man of learning who does his work according to the Vedic instructions, will, because of that spiritual knowledge, never be affected by such activities. Otherwise not regulated, he will get entangled by his karmic actions in an ocean of false prestige, and thus, having fallen under the influence of the natural modes, bereft of intelligence, go downhill. Because of the destruction of the animal bodies that were pierced by the arrows, which had different kinds of feathers, there was great sadness. It was a distress unbearable for compassionate souls. He got very tired from killing game like rabbits, buffaloes, bison, black deer, porcupines and various other kinds. When he was done, he arrived thirsty and exhausted back home to take a bath, have a proper meal and rest to find his peace back. After he some days should had perfumed and smeared his body with sandalwood pulp, he, nicely garlanded and beautifully ornamented, wanted to pay attention to his queen. Satisfied, joyous and very proud also, he had his mind on Cupid and did not aim at a higher consciousness with his wife, who maintained him with her royal household. "Dear king," a little worried, he asked the maids of the household, "Oh my beauties, is everything in order with you and your mistress?" All the matters at home at the moment appear to be not as attractive as before. To have no mother or wife at home devotedly welcoming her husband is like having a chariot without wheels. What man of learning would sit on such a poor thing? So, where is she now, that intelligent woman who delivers me from drowning in an ocean of worries and inspires me at every step? The women answered, "O king, go and see how your beloved one lies on the bare floor, O killer of the enemies. We have no idea why she has taken to this kind of behavior." Narada said, when he saw his queen lying lost on the ground, Puranjana, racking his brains over the scene, was most bewildered. Pacifying her with sweet words and a heart full of regrets, he could not notice any anger as a sign of love from the side of his sweetheart. Gradually first touching her feet and then embracing her on his lap, the hero, experienced in flattery, began to appease her. Pranjana said, "When a master by way of instruction does not rebuke a servant in offense depending on him, my fair lady, that servant is not done justice. The reprimand of the master constitutes the greatest favor for the servants. One is a fool, O slender maiden, not to realize that to be angry is the duty of a friend. That face of yours that, with its beautiful teeth and eyebrows, fills me with attachment and now so gloomy is hanging down. You, together with your sweet voice, like a bee should lift up to me shining, smiling and glancing from under its bluish hair, beautiful to your straight nose. Please, my loving darling, I am all yours." Unless he belongs to the school of enlightened souls on this earth, I will scold him who wronged you, O wife of this hero. When he is not a servant of Vishnu, the enemy of Mora, he will not live without fear and anxiety in the three worlds or anywhere else. Your face was never without its decorations, nor have I ever seen you that dirty, morose, upset and without your luster and affection. I never saw your nice breasts wet with tears or your lips not red of kumkum. My most intimate friend, be kind to this man who, sick of passion, did the wrong thing in going hunting of his own accord. What woman who with her great beauty controls the lusty desires of her husband, would not dutifully embrace him, being lost in impatience and pierced by the arrows of Cupid? Chapter 27. Kandaviga attacks the city of King Puranjana. The character of Kalakanya. Narada said, Pranjana's wife by means of these love games completely bringing her husband under her control, O great king, thus enjoyed all the satisfaction she gave him. O ruler, the king was most satisfied to welcome the queen who with her attractive face approached him nicely bathed and fully decorated. Intimately making fun, she embraced him as he held her in his arms. Thus being captivated by the woman, he lost his keenness and was not quite aware of how, day and night, The insurmountable time was passing. Lying down on the precious bedstead of the queen, having his wife's arms for his pillow, the hero, despite his advanced consciousness, became increasingly illusioned. He, overwhelmed by ignorance considering that love to be his life's purpose, thus failed to realize what self-realization and the supreme actually meant. O best of kings, this way lustily enjoying with an impure heart, his newly won life passed in half a moment. Paranjana, dear king, spending half his life that way, begot in his wife 11 sons and 100 grandsons. He also had over 10 daughters and 100 granddaughters, and all those daughters of Paranjana, O founding father, were just as famous as their parents because of their good conduct, magnanimity and other qualities. He, the king of Panchala, married, for expanding his line, his sons with the best of wives and his daughters to equally qualified husbands. Also the hundreds of sons of the grandsons all produced hundreds and hundreds of other descendants, because of which Paranjana's family increased immensely in the land of Panchala. Because of his deep-rooted attachment to material enjoyment, he became fully subservient to his descendants, who heavily plundered his home and treasury. He, so full of desires, just like you, conducted sacrifices out of respect for the forefathers, the gods and the great souls in society, but those sacrifices were all equally ghastly, inspired by the killing of poor animals. Thus wantonly involved with a heart enslaved by kith and kin, one day the time of old age arrived that is not very loved by those who are fond of women. O king, there is a king belonging to the heavenly kingdom Gandharvaloka who is called Kandaviga, the impetuously streaming time. He is at the head of 360 very powerful other Gandharvas, the days in a year. There are also an equal amount of black and white heavenly women of Kandaviga, the light and dark periods of the month. They all surrounded the city to plunder the amenities for sensual pleasure. When all the followers of Kandaviga began to plunder the city or Paranjana, they met with the big serpent present there for its defense. Its 5 hoods stand for the 5 kinds of life: air, prana, apana, vyana, udana and samana. Single-handedly he for 100 years, as the guardian of Paranjana's city, valiantly fought the 720 Gandharvas. Becoming weak all alone fighting so many warriors, his intimate friend, the ruler of the city-state along with all his friends and relatives, got very anxious and sad. He who within the city of the 5 senses Panchala enjoyed the sweetest love and together with his associates collected the necessary means for it, as a henpecked husband could not understand though what kind of fear he actually dealt with, the fear of death. All of this happened during the time that the daughter of the almighty time called Klakanya traveled the 3 worlds desiring someone for a husband, O King Prasannabahi, but there was never anyone who accepted her proposal. Unhappy about it, she was known in the world as Durbhaga, ill-fated, but being accepted by the wise King Puru, a faithful son of Jayati, an ancestor who by Shukracharya had been cursed with premature old age, she was pleased and granted him a boon, viz. to inherit the kingdom. Once, when I, having descended to earth from Brahmaloka, traveled around, she, illusioned by lust, proposed to me, knowing I was a vowed celibate. After I turned her down, she, having become very angry with me, in a state of illusion cursed me, saying, having turned down my request, "You sage, you will never be able to stay in one place." Upon that frustration of her plans, she on my instigation approached the ruler of the Yavanas, the untouchables, also called Malechas or meat-eaters, named Bhafir, to accept him as her husband. She said to him, "O great hero, you, as the best of the untouchables, I accept as the husband of my desire. No one will ever see the plans foiled that he made with you." The following 2 kinds of people are of lamentation. the ignorant not following the path of charity, and the foolish who never wish to accept what according to custom and the scriptures is brought about by God's grace. Therefore accept me, O gentlemen, I want to be of service. Have mercy with me. For every man it is a matter of principle to be of compassion for people in distress. When the king of the Yavanas heard the daughter of Time express herself in these words, he, wishing to serve the Lord, was willing to do his duty in the private sphere and addressed her with a smile. You are not welcome for considerate souls because you, by the inauspiciousness you stand for, are not acceptable to them. I thought about this and have arrived at the conclusion that you should have a husband. Please, O you who move about imperceptibly, enjoy this world that is built upon karma, upon fruitive action. With the help of my soldiers you will, unhindered, be able to guide the people to their death. I give you my brother Prajvara, the fever of Vishnu, and thus you become my sister. With the two of you and with my fearsome soldiers, I will roam about unseen in this world. Chapter 28. Pranjana becomes a woman in his next life. Narada said, O King Prasanabhahi, all the forces of Bhaya, the representatives of death who are alike the troubles of old age, roam this earth together with Prajvara and Kalakanya. But when they one day full of wrath laid siege to the city or Pranjana, which was so full of sensual pleasure, O King, they discovered it was protected by the old serpent. The daughter of Kala then also participated in the violence to take hold of Pranjana's city. Overwhelmed by her, someone immediately realizes how insignificant he is. With her attack, the Yavanas from all sides entered the gates and created severe trouble all over the city. Pranjana, who as an all too eager householder was overly attached to his family, was thereupon in the troubled city plagued by all kinds of distress. Embraced by the daughter of Time, he lost his beauty, and because he in being addicted to sensual pleasures was a miser lacking in intelligence, he was by the Gandharvas and Yavanas the meat-eaters by force bereft of his opulence. He saw his town fall apart in opposing fractions, that his sons and grandsons, servants and ministers were disrespectful, and that his wife was indifferent. With Pankala being infested with insurmountable enemies, he grew very anxious, but because he himself was seized by Kalakanya, he could not take any counteraction. In his emotional preference for his sons and wife he had lost the real purpose of life, and, because of Kalakanya, everything the poor man had lusted for in his life had become stale. Against his will the king had to abandon his town that was overrun by the Gandharvas and Yavanas and was smashed by the daughter of Time. For the sole purpose of pleasing his elder brother Bhaya called the fear, Prajvara being the fever, present at the spot, set fire to the city. When the city with all the citizens, servants and followers was ablaze, Pranjana, the head of the big family, along with his wife and descendants had to suffer the heat. With the city being attacked by the Yavanas and seized by Kalakanya, as also with the problems caused by Prajvara, the guardian of the city, the snake got very aggrieved. He could not protect the city against the fire and had great difficulty trying to get out of there. It was as if he had to escape from a hollow tree thrown in the flames. With his physical strength defeated by the Gandharvas and the hostile Yavanas, O king, he, being frustrated, had to cry aloud. What fate would now befall the daughters, sons, grandsons, daughters and sons-in-law and associates? What would become of the kingdom and the palace with all its wealth and goods? At his separation the householder turned his attention to the iron mine of his home, and it thus happened that he, with a mind full of obnoxious thoughts, felt sorry for his wife. When I have left for another life, how must this woman exist, being bereft of a husband and lamenting with all the children of the family around her? I never ate when she did not eat. I never missed a bath when she would bathe. She was always devoted to me and fearfully kept silent when I was angry. however afraid she was when I reprimanded her. She gave me good counsel when I was foolish, and she was saddened and became thin when I was away. Will she be able to hold on to the path of her household duties, being the mother of such great heroes? How will my poor sons and daughters, who have no one else to depend on, live when I have disappeared from this world? They will be like a broken boat in the ocean. While he thus, with an inadequate intelligence, was lamenting pointlessly, the king of the Yavanas, called Fear, approached to arrest him. Paranjana was by the Yavanas restrained like an animal and taken to their abode, being followed by his deeply aggrieved attendants who were lost in tears. As soon as the serpent, that had to give up the city, was arrested and following him had left, the city fell apart and turned into dust. Forcibly dragged along by the mighty Yavana, Paranjana, covered by the darkness of his ignorance, could not remember his friend and well-wisher, the super-soul within, who had been there from the beginning. All the animals of sacrifice that he most unkind had killed with axes and had cut to pieces, most angrily remembered that sinful activity of him. For an endless number of years he in the beyond was absorbed in darkness and, bereft of all intelligence, practically endless, had to experience the misery of an impure life of being focused on women, because he till the very end had kept her in mind. He after his death became a well-situated woman, a daughter in the house of the most powerful King Vidarbha. As the daughter of Vidarbha he was given in marriage as a prize of valor to Malayadvara, as firm as the Malaya hill, who as the best of the learned Pandya ruler in his fights had defeated many princes and was the conqueror of their cities. He begot a daughter in her with dark eyes, as also 7 younger mighty sons, who became the kings of the 7 provinces of the south of India, Dravida. From each of them, O king, millions and millions of descendants were born who ruled the world for the time of a Manvantara and longer. Agastya the sage, he who was born from a pot, married the first daughter, who was vowed to the Lord, and from her was born a son called Dratayuta the infallible fortress, who in his turn had the great sage Imavaha, he who carries the wood for his son. Having divided the entire world among his sons, the pious king called Malayadvara went to Kulakula in a desire to worship Lord Krishna. Giving up her home, children and material happiness, the daughter of Vidarbha with her enchanting eyes followed her lord of wisdom like the moonshine accompanying the moon. There he cleansed himself daily both inside and outside with the holy waters of the rivers named the Kandravasa, the Tamrapani and the Vathadaka, subsisting on bulbs, seeds, roots and fruits, flowers, leaves, grasses and water. His body undergoing the austerity gradually grew thin. Equipoised he thus conquered the dualities of cold and heat, wind and rain, hunger and thirst, the pleasant and the unpleasant, and happiness and distress. With vows yama and by regulation nama, fixing himself in his spiritual yoga realization, he subdued his senses, life and consciousness, and thus, by means of the science of his austerities, all his impurities were burned in the fire of his devotion. Sitting immovable like a stump in one place for 100 demigod years, he, steady in relation to Vasudeva, the Supreme Lord, knew nothing besides that attraction. Like in a dream he, by the all-pervasive super-soul, could distinguish himself in perfect awareness, as the self-aware witness feeling certain in his divine indifference, the glad hero, under the direct prompting of the Supreme Lord, of the spiritual master Hari, the so-called Katya Guru or the Guru from within. O king, he found the pure light of the spiritual knowledge that enlightens all perspectives. He who thus saw himself in the transcendental absolute and the absolute self within himself, with this before his mind's eye, gave up his considerations and withdrew himself from life. Vayadabi, the daughter of Vidarbha, who served her husband Malayadvara with love and devotion, accepted her husband as her godhead, as the supreme knower of the principles, and gave up on her sense enjoyment. In old rags, lean because of her vows and with her hair matted, she radiated, next to her husband, as peaceful as the flame of a fire. With him sitting there fixed in his meditation posture, the woman continued to serve him as she was used to, until she, after he had passed away, no longer could detect any sign of life from her beloved husband. Serving him no longer feeling the warmth of his feet, she became as anxious at heart as a doe separated from her partner. Lamenting the misery of her fate to be without a friend, she broken-hearted began to cry loudly in the forest, wetting her breasts with her tears. "Get up, please, get up, O wise king. This world that, surrounded by the ocean, is so very afraid of rogues and false rulers, you ought to protect." Sobbing like this, the innocent faithful woman in that lonely place fell at the feet of her husband with tears running down her cheeks. She built a funeral pyre of wood for her husband's body and placed him on top of it. After igniting it, she, lamenting, focused her mind to die samrana together with him. Someone she knew there, a friend of hers, a Brahmin, a very learned scholar, pacified her so full of tears very nicely with mitigating words, speaking to her about her master. The Brahmin said, "Who are you? To whom do you belong, and who is this man lying there over whom you are lamenting? Do you not recognize me as the friend whom you in the past have consulted? O friend, do you remember how you, not familiar with the Super Soul, gave me up as your friend? Desiring security, you then got attached to material pleasures. You and I, O great soul, are two swans, two friends who for thousands of years in succession walked the same path of the spirit of devotion and then got separated from their safe haven, that man is a lake of the pure spirit. You who as that swan had left me, O friend, thereupon traveled the earth and acquired a materialistic mentality. You then saw a city that was the love of some woman. In that abode you had 5 gardens, 9 gates, 1 protector, 3 storerooms, 6 mercantile families, 5 marketplaces and 5 material elements, with 1 woman running the place. The gardens are the 5 objects of the senses, the gates, my friend, are the 9 apertures of the senses. The 3 storerooms stand for fire, water and food, and the families are the 5 senses. The 5 marketplaces represent the power of action. The 5 working senses and the 5 elements are the fundamental elements of the material world. Man is an eternal controller of the forces, but having entered that city he is out of touch with the original intelligence. In that situation you, under the influence of the outer splendor, in her company enjoying it, then had to live without the remembrance of the inexhaustible source of your spiritual existence, and thus you attained a state that was full of troubles and misery, my best one. In fact, you are not Vidarbha's daughter, nor is this hero of yours Maladvara your well-wishing husband. Neither were you the husband of Paranjani by whom you were captured in the body with its 9 gates. In reality it is so that you, by this deluding energy that I created, considered yourself either a man, a woman or a non-sexual being, and forgot about the 2 of us as being united in the pure spirit of the swans. You and I are not different in quality. Look at yourself, you are just like me, my friend. The imaginary distinction between the 2 of us is by the advanced scholars not even in the smallest degree ever acknowledged. The 2 of us do not differ more from each other than the body, that one sees of oneself in a mirror or in the eyes of someone else, differs from one's own. An individual soul who thus like a swan lives together in the heart is, being instructed by the other swan, situated in self-realization, because he then regained the memory that was lost in the being separated from him in a material life. O Prasanabhahi, I have imparted this spiritual instruction in figures of speech, because the Supreme Personality our Lord, the cause of all causes, loves to be mysterious. Chapter 29, The conversation of Narada and King Prasanabhahi. King Prasanabhahi said, "O great sage, we could not fully understand your words. The wise may grasp what they really mean, but we who are fascinated by fruitive activities cannot." Narada said, "The person of Puranjana, he who enjoys the city that is the body, should be seen as the creator of his own situation of dwelling in a one, a ghost, 2, 3, as with having a stick, a four-legged body, or a body with many legs or no legs at all. He whom I described as unknown of Ajnatu is the friend and lord of the person, because he by his names, activities and qualities is never fully understood by the living entities. When the living entity wants to fully enjoy the basic qualities of material nature, he considers it a good thing to have a human form with 9 gates, 2 legs and 2 hands. The young woman Pramada or Paranjani then should be known as the intelligence that is responsible for the eye and mind of taking to the shelter of the body, by which this living being, sentient to the modes of material nature, suffers and enjoys. Her male friends represent the senses that lead to knowledge and action. The girlfriends stand for the engagements of the senses, while the serpent refers to the life air in its 5 forms of the upgoing, udana, downgoing, apana, expanding, vyana, balanced, samana, air and the breath held high, pranavayu. The mind one should recognize as the very powerful 11th leader of the 2 groups of the senses, and the kingdom of Pankala stands for the 5 realms or objects of the senses, in the midst of which the city with the 9 apertures is found. The 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, the genitals and rectum are likewise the 2 by 2 gates, with the mouth as the 9th that one passes when one accompanied by the senses goes outside. The 2 eyes, the nostrils and the mouth are thus understood as the 5 gates in front: the east, with the right ear as the gate to the south and the left ear as the gate to the north, while downward in the west the 2 gates are found. One calls the rectum and the genital. The ones named Kadyotu and Avarmukhi that are created at one place are the eyes by which the master with his sense of sight can perceive the form called Vibrajita, the clearly seen. The gates named Nalini and Nalini represent the 2 nostrils, and the place called Saurabha represents the fragrance. The companion called Vadhuta is the sense of smell. Mukhaya stands for the mouth, with for his friends the faculty of speech named Vipana, and the sense of taste is named Rasjna. Apana concerns the domain of the tongue, and Bahudana the realm of the variety of eatables, with the gates of the right ear having the name Paitru and the left ear being called Tavau, together with the companion of hearing called Shrutadara, following the path to the southern and northern realms of Pankala by the processes of sense enjoyment and detachment as described in the scriptures. One reaches respectively Paitraloka and Devaloka. Next to the gate of the rectum called Nirati there is on the lower side the sexual member called Asuri, that is the gate for the sexuality of the common man who in the area of Gramarka is attracted to the procreative act called the friend Dharmada. Vaisasa is the realm of hell, and the friend called Lubdaka is the organ of defecation. The blind ones you next heard about from me are the legs and hands with which the people engage in their work. The private quarters are the heart, and the servant named Vishusena is the mind, the material nature of which is said to result in illusion, satisfaction and jubilation. As soon as the mind is agitated and activates in association with the natural modes, the individual soul, who is actually the observer, is carried away by those activities, just like Puranjana falling for his queen. The physical body is the chariot that, with the senses for its horses, in fact does not move ahead in the course of one's years. The 2 wheels constitute the activities of profit-minded labor and piety. The flags are the 3 modes of nature, and the 5 supports stand for the 5 types of air. The rein is the mind. The chariot driver is the intelligence, the sitting place is the heart, the duality is formed by the posts for the harnesses, The 5 weapons are the sense objects and the 7 armor plates are the physical elements of nails, skin, fat, flesh, blood, bone and marrow. The 10 commanders of the 5 objectives and ways of approach constitute together with the 11th commander of the mind the false aspiration of the externality, the military might of the 11 processes of the senses, the mind and the 5 senses of action and of perception by which one in envy is engaged for the sake of sensual pleasure. The year called Canto stands for the passage of time to which the 360 men and women from heaven are to be understood as being the days and nights that by their moving around reduce the lifespan that one has on this earth. The daughter of time, who was welcomed by no one and as the sister-in-law was accepted by the king of the Yavanas in favor of death and destruction, stands for Jara, old age. His followers, the Yavana soldiers, represent the disturbances of the mind and body who, at times when the living beings are in distress, very quickly rise to power with prajvara in the form of 2 kinds of fever, hot and cold, physical and mental conflict. The one residing in the body that is moved by the material world, is thus for 100 years subjected to different sorts of tribulations created by nature, by other living beings and by himself. Therein abiding by the fragmentary nature of sense enjoyment, he meditates the I and mine of himself as being the doer and thus, despite his transcendental nature, wrongly attributes to the soul the characteristics of the life force, the senses and the mind. When the person forgets the Supreme Soul, the Almighty Lord who is the highest teacher, he surrenders to the modes of matter to find therein his happiness. Manifesting himself by those basic qualities, he then takes to lives belonging to his karma. He therein is then helplessly controlled by the performance of fruitive activities that are of a white A karma or service in goodness, a black vikarma or ill deeds in ignorance, or a red nature regular karma or work passionate after the profit. Ruled by the light of goodness, one reaches better worlds. But sometimes one with passion for one's work ends up in misery, and then again, indulging in sloth or darkness, lands in lamentation. Sometimes one is a man, sometimes a woman, and then one is neither of both. Then one has lost one's mind, and then again one is a human being, a beast or a god. One is born according to the karma one has with the modes of nature, like a pitiable dog that, overcome by hunger, wanders from one house to another in order to be rewarded or else be punished. The living entity, pursuing different types of higher and lower desires, wanders high or low, or follows a middle course, and thus, according to his destiny, reaches that what is pleasurable or not that pleasurable, heaven or hell. Even though the living being, confronted with the different forms of misery as caused by nature, others or himself, takes his countermeasures, it is not possible for him to stop the misery. All that he in fact does is what a man carrying a heavy burden on his head does when he shifts his burden to his shoulder. In fact he, O sinless one, in a state of illusion thinks that he can counter a dream with a dream. Counteracting one karmic activity with another, one does not arrive at a definitive solution. Only in counteracting the both of them that is the case. Just as there is no end to the subtle manifestation of the reflection, wherein the mind wanders like in a dream, there is neither an end to one's wandering around in material existence, in spite of the sense objects not constituting a fixed reality. In order to put an end to the succession of unwanted things, repeated births in a material life, it is therefore for the soul of essential importance to be of unalloyed devotional service unto the spiritual teacher. He represents the being engaged in Bhakti Yoga in relation to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vasudeva, by which the result is found of full knowledge and complete detachment. That, O best of kings, will soon come about when one always faithfully listens to and remembers the stories about the Infallible One. From wherever one finds the great devotees, broad-minded pure souls whose consciousness is focused on the regular reciting of and hearing about the qualities of the Supreme Lord, O King, flow from the mouths of the great examples, the teachers, the countless streams of nectar about the exploits of the killer of Madhu. They who eagerly drink in that nectar can never get enough of it. Hunger, thirst, fear, lamentation or illusion never get hold of those who know to listen. But the conditioned individual soul who is always troubled by what nature offers in the sense of pains, fears, worries etc., does not feel attracted to the nectarian ocean of stories about the Lord, Brahma, the father of the founding fathers, Lord Shiva, Manu and the rulers of mankind headed by Daksha, the strong celibates led by Sanaka, Marasi, Atri, Angira, Pulastya, Pulaha, Kratu, Brigu, Vasishtha and I myself finally, are all well versed, authoritative Brahman speakers. Even though we have insight because of our meditation, education and austerities, we cannot fathom the seer himself, the controller in the beyond. Being engaged in listening to the unlimited spiritual knowledge and with mantras singing the glories of the enormously extended partial powers, the demigods, does not make one a knower of the Supreme. When he who showers his grace, the Supreme Lord, by a soul is realized, such a one will give up both his worldly views and his attachment to Vedic rituals. O my dear Prasannabhahi, therefore never ignorantly take the glamour of fruitive actions for the purpose of life. However nicely that acquiring might ring in your ears, the real interest is not served by it. Less intelligent souls speak of the four Vedas to the interest of rituals and ceremonies, but such people do not know the real purport of the Vedas. They have no idea where the world of Lord Janardana is to be found, of Vishnu, Krishna as the conqueror of wealth. You who with your sons, the Prasatas, completely covered the face of the earth with the kusad grass pointing eastward, take great pride in all the killing of the sacrificial animals and consider yourself very important. But you do not know what work must be performed, what labor would satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by what knowledge, what education. There is the awareness of Him. The Supreme Lord Himself is the super soul of all who accepted a material body. He is the controller of material nature. His feet form the shelter by which all men in this world find their fortune. He indeed is the one loved most, the subtle one from whom there is not the slightest fear. He alone is in full knowledge. Only the person who has learned this, is the spiritual master, not different from the Lord. Narada said, I have thus far answered your questions, O man of wisdom. Now listen to the established opinion about a confidential subject I am going to confide to you. Think of a deer safely with its doe grazing grass in a field of flowers. Undisturbed doing his business, he has in his ears the charming song of bumblebees. But he is not quite aware that in front of him there are tigers eager to kill and that behind him there is a hunter looking for a chance to pierce him with arrows. The flowers work just like a woman who with her sweet scent of flowers suggests the safety of a household existence as being the result of an innocent desire for sensual pleasures such as plucking flowers. Thus one fulfills one's desires like the deer in always being absorbed in thoughts of sex with the wife and pleasures to the tongue. The sound of the different bumblebees, that is so very attractive to the ears, compares to the most attractive talks of the wife in the first place and also to those of the children that occupy one's mind completely. The tigers in front of him are together like all the moments of the days and nights that, in enjoying one's household, unnoticed take away one's lifespan. And from behind there is the hunter taking care not to be seen while crouching upon him like the superintendent of death by whose arrow one's heart is pierced in this world. You should see yourself in this as the one whose heart is pierced, O king. Place yourself in the consciousness of the grazing deer and give up the fixation upon what you cherish in your heart. Give up that notion and those stories of a household life, so abominably filled with sexual concerns, and go, gradually getting detached, exclusively for the shelter of all liberated souls. The king said, O Brahmin, having heard this powerful tale and considered it, I must say that the honorable gentlemen my teachers, did not know this, for if they did, then why did they not explain it to me? But my doubts about them, O Brahmin, you have cleared as you spoke. Even the greatest sages free from such sensual activities, may lack in awareness. Someone who forsakes his body in order to enjoy another body in a next life, has to face the consequences of the karma he built up in this life. One thus knows the statement of the Vedic experts that says, of everything that one in this life does, one does not directly see the consequences. Narada said, from the karma a person engages in, the consequences are to be faced in a next life, because having died, being in one's unembodied state, nothing changes in that what belongs to him. His proof of character, the subtle body or linga, and his mind about it stay the same. The way a person, lying in bed and breathing, letting go of the gross body in a dream in his mind, has to experience the actions he in the waking state was engaged in, the same way he will fare in a similar or another animal body or another world he is reincarnated in after his death. Whatever all this mine of the mind might entail in acceptance of an I, is by the living being taken along as the workload he acquired, and by that karma he again enters a material existence. The way one derives a state of mind from one's sensual experiences and from what one does in response to them, one is likewise mentally characterized by propensities that are the result of physical actions one engaged in a previous life. Sometimes arbitrary forms pop up before one's mind's eye, and that may happen without ever having heard, seen or experienced those images before. O King, please accept from me when I tell you that to a living being, confronted with a proof of life that this way rises in the body, not a single thing can manifest itself in the mind which has not been tried, experienced or understood before. The mind of a man is indicative of the forms he has accepted in the past and will accept. I wish you all the best, in a future birth, as also whether he will not take birth again. That what someone has done in another time or at another place can thus be derived from the images one sometimes has in the mind of things one in this life has not seen or heard about before. Everything that is perceived through the senses, may in different ways of sequential ordering or types of logic or individual perspectives pop up in, and vanish again from, the heart. Every human being is endowed with a mind filled with past impressions, with the fortunate one constantly at one side, abiding by a spirit of pure goodness free from passion and ignorance, the world around oneself, the so-called here and now, that with all those impressions can be like with the dark appearance of the new moon, also called Rahu, with an eclipse. Thus being connected will manifest itself crystal clear. A person is separated from this consciousness, that is thus free from I and mine, for as long as the eternal indweller in the form of the subtle body of life signs, impressions or propensities. The linga forms a distinct structure of material qualities consisting of intelligence, mind, senses and sense objects. In deep sleep, when one faints or in great shock, one's breath is arrested while the knowledge and thought of having an I stops, and that also happens when one has a high fever or when one dies. Just like one with a new moon cannot see the moon itself, the linga, the self of typical life signs, the subtle body or the ego, cannot be observed of a young person in the womb and during early childhood because of the immaturity of the 11 of the senses and the mind. Just as unwanted things in a dream have to run their own course until one awakens, Also for a soul contemplating sense enjoyment, the wandering around in the material world will not cease, in spite of the sense objects not constituting a fixed reality. The individual soul, the jiva, is understood as a combination of the life force with the, in 16 expanded and by the 3 modes of nature ruled, typical self of life signs, the linga expanded to the 5 objects of the senses, the 5 working and knowing senses and the mind. With this linga the person acquires material bodies and gives them up again, and thus being materially covered, finds enjoyment, lamentation, fear, misery and happiness. Just like a caterpillar does not disappear when it has to forsake its body to become a butterfly, a human being does not vanish, for as long as he identifies himself with the material body he had, when he dies after the termination of his material activities. Because the mind transported by the linga is the ruler of man, it is the cause of the continued material existence of all the embodiments created. When one thinking of results always to the point of death continues with one's actions for the sake of sense enjoyment, one is by the illusion of those actions karmically bound to another physical body. In order to counteract that, therefore with all your heart and soul engage in the devotional service unto the Lord and consider therewith the cosmic manifestation as being controlled by Him from whom there is maintenance, creation and annihilation. Maitreya said, after Narada, the most powerful, pure and leading devotee, had explained to him the position of the 2 swans of the individual soul and the Supreme Soul who is the Lord, he took leave and departed for the abode of the perfected souls Siddhaloka. Upon leaving orders for his sons to protect the common people, Prasanabhahi, the wise king, then left for practicing austerities in the spiritual resort of Kapila at Gangasagara, where the Ganges flows into the Bay of Bengal. There, with a one-pointed mind living soberly at the lotus feet of Govinda, he, continuously worshipping him, by his devotion managed to free himself from his attachments and attain sameness with the one reality. O sinless one, anyone who listens to or recounts this authoritative, spiritual discourse as narrated by Narada, will be delivered from the physical concept of life from his linga received from the mouth of the chief of the great sages. This story, being uttered, will purify anyone's heart, for it sanctifies this world with the fame of the Lord of Liberation, Mukunda. He who chants it will return to the spiritual world and, freed from all bondage, as a liberated soul, no longer wander around in this material world. This wonderful spiritual mystery, this allegory you have now heard from me, about a person Paranjana who took shelter of his wife, puts an end to all doubts about the matter of having a life after death. Chapter 30, The Activities of the Prasiddhas. Vidura said, the sons of Prasanabhahi you before spoke about, O Brahmin, all successfully satisfied the Lord with the song of Lord Shiva. What did they achieve that way? O disciple of Brihaspati, what was it that the Prasiddhas arrived at after meeting the god of mountain Kailasa Shiva who is so dear to the Lord of emancipation and beatitude? They must have attained the transcendental position, but what kind of life did they by chance therewith obtain in this life or a next one? Maitreya said, the Prasiddhas who at the lake carried out the orders of their father, satisfied with their austerity, him, the indweller the Supreme Lord, by chanting mantras. After the 10,000 years of their severe austerity the original person of the eternal reality then appeared before them, who satisfied and pacified them with his beauty, sitting on the back of his carrier bird Garuda looking like a cloud on the summit of Mount Meru. He, wearing yellow garments and the jewel around his neck, dissipated all darkness around. Shining with golden ornaments he radiated with his helmet on his head, his dazzling face and his 8 weapons, while he assiduously was served by an entourage of sages and demigods, and Garuda like a superhuman being a Kinnara sang his glories, with a flower garland hanging between his 8 stout arms that challenged the beauty of the goddess of fortune. The original personality of Godhead, glancing mercifully, addressed the surrendered sons of Prasinabahi with a voice resounding like thunder. The Supreme Lord said, I am very pleased about your mutual friendship, about your occupation as friends in the same sense of duty, O sons of the king. You therefore, to your good fortune, may ask me for a boon. Anyone who each day, every evening remembers you, will be a soulmate to his brothers and a friend with all living beings. They who in the morning and the evening praise me attentively with the song of Shiva, I shall reward with the fulfillment of all their wishes and a bright intellect. Your shining glory will be known the world all over because you so gladly accepted your father's order. There will be a famous son of yours who, in his qualities in no way inferior to Lord Brahma, will populate the 3 worlds with his progeny. The lotus-eyed daughter sage Canto had from the girl of heaven named Pramloka, was left to the care of the divinity of the trees, O sons of Prasinabahi. When she, distressed with hunger, cried, Soma, the king of the moon, by means of his index finger poured the nectar compassionately into her mouth. Faithful to the command of your father who follows me, beget children and marry forthwith that beautiful daughter with so many qualities. May this well-behaved, slender-waisted girl with a character and sense of duty similar to yours, be a wife fully dedicated to all of you. By my mercy, for millions of heavenly years 1 year on earth is 1 day in heaven. Your power will exist without interruption and you will enjoy all the pleasures of heaven and earth. Be therefore steadfast unto me by devotional service, with your mind free from the contamination of the modes. You will, free from attachment to a material existence, attain my abode. Even for persons who have entered a household life, such a family life is not considered the cause of bondage, not when you spend every minute of your time on engaging in good works and listening to and recounting the stories about me. Having attained this ever-fresh knower who is present in the heart as the Supreme Spirit of God, as the one about whom the knowers of the Absolute Truth are speaking, one does not cheer or lament, nor will one be bewildered. Maitreya said, when they heard him, the Lord, the remover of all obstacles, thus speak about the supreme purpose of life. The Prasitas in his presence were liberated from the contamination of ignorance and passion, whereupon they, with faltering voices and folded hands, offered prayers to the greatest of all friends. The Prasitas said, again and again we offer the destroyer of all distress our obeisances, who established his name as the magnanimous one of the qualities always ahead of the fastest mind and tongue. All glories to him whose course cannot be perceived by means of the senses. Unto the most peaceful and pure one we offer our respects, with one's mind fixed on that what is his, the dual world appears meaningless. Our obeisances unto him who, according to the modes of matter, assumed his forms for the maintenance, creation and annihilation of the universe. We bow before you, the perfect virtue of goodness. Before you, O Lord Hari, whose intelligence liberates. You are the all-pervading Lord of consciousness Vasudeva, Krishna, the reason for existence of all devotees. Our respects for you, the one with the lotus navel, the one with the lotus garland, the one of the lotus feet and the one with the lotus eyes. We offer our obeisances unto him, the supreme witness, whose garment, with the saffron color of a lotus heart, is spotless. Our obeisances unto the shelter of all living beings. The form you revealed to us who suffer the material condition, O Lord, puts an end to an unlimited amount of troubles. What other mercy would one need? You who in your compassion by your expansions and teachers are visible to the humble devotees, are by one's devotional service, with the necessary respect of time, always remembered as such, by your beautiful embodiment and not so much by thousands of mantras, O destroyer of all inauspiciousness. By that form all desires of the living beings are quieted, however deep they may have fallen in their laboring. Why would you, hidden in our hearts, not know our desires? The blessing we are looking for is that you are satisfied with us, O Father of the universe, O Supreme Lord and Spiritual Master, with whom one on the path of liberation reaches the ultimate goal. Nevertheless we pray for a favor from you, O Lord of Transcendence above everything else. There is no limit to your greatness, and thus you are celebrated as Ananta, the Unlimited One. Be completely happy in achieving the Parijata tree, the honey-dripping celestial wish-fulfilling tree, or Kalpavriksha does not resort to another tree, so why would we, having approached your lotus feet, having the root of everything directly before our eyes, ask for anything else? As long as we are contaminated by your illusory energy mire, we have to wander around in this world according to our workload, our karma. Grant us therefore, so long as that is the case, the association of your loving devotees, whatever life or world we have found, to enjoy but for a moment the company of those who are attached to the Supreme Lord. Bears no comparison with the attainment of heaven, nor with the love of not being born again, not even mentioning the so-called benedictions reserved for mortal beings. In that company the pure stories are discussed, because of which all material hankering is appeased, and among the members there is no question of any envy or fear. There, where Lord Narayana, the ultimate goal of their renunciates, is worshipped, the Supreme Lord is personally present by dint of the repeated conversations about the truth of those who manage to break free from their attachments. How can meeting those devotees, who on foot travel to the holy places to bring purity there, not be a pleasure to those who live in fear? We who for a moment personally enjoyed the presence of Lord Shiva, your dearest friend, O Lord, today achieved there with the destination that you are. You, the expert physician to cure us by your company from death, the most difficult to cure disease of material existence. We studied the scriptures, pleased the teachers, the Brahmins and the elderly. We were good to the spiritually advanced souls, the civilized ones, the Aryans, and have, free from any envy, honored our friends, brothers and all living beings. We were of severe penance, O Lord, and resided near the water for a long time, abstaining from food. We did all of that only for the benediction of seeing you satisfied. The most exalted personality of God, Manu, Brahma, the mighty Lord Shiva, as also others, purified their existence by austerity and knowledge, but never saw the full extent of your glories. Nevertheless they offered their prayers to you, like us, who do the same to the best of our ability. We offer you our obeisances, the Supreme Transcendental Person, equal towards everyone and always pure, the Supreme Omnipresent Lord of eternal goodness. Maitreya said, thus having been praised by the Prastas, the Lord, the protector of the surrendered souls, said pleased, so be it, may your prayers be fulfilled, and left for his heavenly abode. But they did not wish his departure, for they had not seen enough of him whose prowess is never defeated. The Prasitas thereupon moved away from the water of the lake, but when they saw that the world had been covered by trees that had grown very tall, as if they wanted to obstruct the way to heaven, they became angry, like with the fire of devastation at the end of time. They in their fury, O King Vijaya, as a ruler over the senses, with the help of the wind their breath thereupon started a fire in order to remove the trees from the earth. Seeing that they had turned almost all the trees into ashes, the great Father Brahma came to pacify the sons of Bahishman with reason. The remaining trees, who were very afraid, then, on the advice of Brahma, delivered their daughter to the Prasitas. By the order of Brahma they all married her, named Marisha, from whom the son of the instigator, the son of Brahma, again took his birth because he had disrespected the Great One Shiva. He was no one but Daksha, the one who, inspired by God during the previous Manvantara period of Manu called Kakshash, or the present one being called Vaivasvata, had put as much people on earth as desired and was destroyed in the course of time. He, who just after his birth with the brilliance of his luster outshone the brilliance of everyone else, was, for being a great expert in performing fruitive activities, sacrifices, called Daksha the expert, being appointed by the first living being, by Brahma, to generate and sustain all the people on earth. He also made sure to engage all the other founding fathers in the process. Chapter 31, Narada instructs the Prasitas. Maitreya said, the Prasitas thereafter, after the marriage with Marisha, arrived at a ripened vision, remembering what the Lord in the beyond had said about the value of detachment. They soon handed the care for their wife over to their son Daksha and left home, heading in the western direction for the seashore where Sage Chujli resided. They arrived, as his pupils being joined in the spirit of the Absolute, at the perfection of insight in the soul residing within everyone. Mastering the sitting postures, they all achieved the full control over their breath, mind, words and vision. Keeping their bodies straight with their minds freed from impurities, they, pacified in being engaged in the transcendental spirit, then saw Narada appear, who traditionally is worshipped by both the enlightened and unenlightened souls. When he appeared, they all got up, offered their obeisances to welcome him and addressed him, after they with the necessary respect had offered him a comfortable seat. The Prasitas said, "Be welcome, O sage among the enlightened souls. What a fortune to have your audience today. Your arrival here is like the sun moving in the sky. O great Brahmin, it dispels all fear." Being overly attached to family matters, we almost forgot, O Master, what was instructed by Lord Shiva and by the Lord in the beyond Vishnu. But seeing you now before our eyes, kindly shed light for us on the transcendental knowledge of the absolute truth, by which we can easily cross the formidable ocean of nescience. Maitreya said, thus petitioned by the Prasitas, the kings received an answer from the great Narada, who, with his mind always being absorbed in thoughts about the Lord praised in the verses, was of the greatest wisdom. Narada said, the Supreme Personality is the controller of that birth, that life, that fruitive labor, that mind and those words of the people, by which the soul of all worlds is served. Whether one acts according to what is human, what the Vedas say, or whether one lives as long as a demigod, what is the use of the three births in this world of being born from semen, by initiation and by the labor of sacrifice of Sakra Savitra Yajnik, without this service? What is the use of Vedic education, austerities or eloquence, mental speculation, a sharp intellect, physical strength or sense control? What would be the use of the practice of yoga, of analytic study, of accepting the renounced order, of reading the scriptures, or of all the other auspicious activities, when there is never the true satisfaction of the Supreme Self of the Lord? It suffers no doubt that the Supreme Self in fact is the goal of all auspicious activities, and that the Lord is the beloved Super-Soul who delivers the original identity, the self-realization of all living beings. The way one with watering the root of a tree satisfies the trunk, branches, and twigs, and one likewise by offering food sustains the life of the entire sensory apparatus, so too each and every one, the fellow human beings, the demigods, is honored when one is of worship for the infallible one. Just as the sun gradually will evaporate the water that rained down, and all the moving and non-moving living beings will return to earth to dust, it will unmistakably likewise happen to the emanated material nature that finally will be withdrawn in the Lord. Just as one sees sunshine from the sun, The powers of the senses prove themselves during one's sleep, and spiritual knowledge manifests itself after differences of opinion, in the confusion about material activities, are overcome. This creation we inhabit belongs to the transcendental soul of the universe from which it once appeared. Just as there is the consecutive existence and non-existence of the clouds in the likewise changes of darkness and illumination in the sky, O leaders of the earth, there is also the continuous change of the consecutive appearance and disappearance of the energies of passion, ignorance and goodness, the gunas in the supreme absolute of Brahman. All of you united in his quality, be therefore engaged in the devotional service of directly the Supreme Lord, who is the actual cause pradhana of time, who is the original person and the one supreme soul of the unlimited number of individual souls, he who, by his spiritual power, is aloof from all emanations of the self. When one is of mercy for all living beings, when one some or another way abides by peace, and when one has all of one's senses under control, then Janardana, he who agitates all man, will soon be satisfied. Called into the heart of his devotees who, with all their desires vanquished and a soul free from impurities, constantly grow in their devotion, the imperishable one Vishnu in his receptivity for the truthful soul, will not retreat any more than space will retreat from the reality of matter and time. He never accepts what persons with an impure heart have to offer, while those who, with faith in the soul and with feelings for the Lord, are of sacrifice without striving for possessions, are dear to him. Those impure souls who take pride in education, a good birth, riches and fruitive labor often are offensive towards the devotees who are free from material motives beyond necessity. He, perfectly satisfied within, never worries about the goddess of fortune who follows him, about the demigods aspiring her favor, or about the rulers of man. For how can a grateful person forsake him who always sides with the servants on his path? Maitreya said, O King Vidura, the sage, the son of Brahma, after thus informing the Prasitas about the topics concerning the Lord, then returned to his spiritual abode Brahmaloka, from the mouth of Narada, having heard about the glorification of the Lord who removes the sins from the world. They then meditated on the feet of Hari and also attained his abode. In response to what you asked me, O Vidura, I described the glories of the Lord. This is all I had to tell you about the conversation between Narada and the Prasitas. Sri Shukadeva said, O best of kings Parikshit, after this faithful description of the dynasty of the son of Svayambhuva Manu, Utanapada, now also hear from me about the dynasty of Pryavarata, the other son of Svayambhuva. He, as someone who from Narada learned about the knowledge of the soul, after again and again having enjoyed his righteous rule, divided the earth among his sons and achieved the transcendental position. When all of this was described by Maitreya and Vidura thus heard about the transcendental message of the stories about the Invincible One, his ecstasy intensified so much that it brought tears to his eyes. Being overwhelmed with the Lord in his heart, he placed the feet of the sage on his head. Vidura said, by what you so mercifully have shown me today about how one can put an end to one's darkness, O great yogi, they who are free from material motives, can attain the Lord. Shuka said, thus having offered his obeisances, Vidura, who wished to see his family, asked permission to depart for the city of Hastinapura, whereupon he left, with his mind in peace. O king, anyone who hears this story about kings who gave their life and soul to the Lord, will achieve the good fortune of a long life, wealth, material opulence and a good reputation, as also the ultimate goal of life,